simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Human Selfishness and the Attack of Tiger. On the streets of New York, which are lined with tall buildings, Natasha, who had just seized a flying machine, was chasing Loki. In order to stop the space gate from continuing to send the Chitauri to Earth, it was necessary to use a mind staff in Loki's hand to destroy the teleporter center. While the two were chasing, Barton, who was standing on a tall building, shot an arrow at Loki, which was caught by Loki's bare hands. Loki smiled evilly, as if mocking Barton. As a result, the arrow suddenly exploded and blew Loki off the flying machine. As luck would have it, it just happened to fall next to Chu Yang. Chu Yang bent down to pick up the mind staff. "Take your hand away, you despicable mortal." Loki gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Yang. He still remembered that it was this boy in front of him who ruined his carefully planned plan. "Queen Frigga misses you very much. When you go back this time, remember to apologize to her." Rebellious adolescent boy. Chu Yang sneered and ruthlessly mocked Loki. Being lectured by Chu Yang, a genuine adolescent boy, Loki's face turned red with naked eyes, and he was obviously extremely angry. "Shut up. I won't allow you to say her name with that dirty mouth," Loki roared angrily. But Chu Yang ignored him. He turned back suddenly and stretched out his hand to pinch the air. Loki's voice stopped abruptly and then dissipated like bubbles. Illusion. The real Loki was being strangled by Chu Yang. His face was livid. "How did you know?" Loki panicked and struggled hard. "You have studied magic with Frigga for so many years, and this is all you learned? I'm very disappointed about this, Loki. I thought we could have a pure magic contest between us." Chu Yang shook his head in disappointment, looking at Loki, who was gradually losing consciousness due to lack of oxygen. He hesitated for a moment, but still did not kill him. Frigga was good to him, and killing Loki would definitely make the other party fall into unimaginable pain. As for those who were injured by Loki, Chu Yang had already sent his shadow clone to rescue them. As long as they still had a breath, he could save their lives with his huge life energy. Chu Yang threw him to the ground and turned to walk towards the space portal. Loki, who had crawled back from the brink of death, was breathing heavily. Looking at Chu Yang's back, his eyes were red. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and slowly approached him from behind. Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. "He will be handed over to you." Loki stood there in a daze. Who is he talking to? Just when Loki was confused, suddenly, a thick green arm grabbed Loki's ankle from the side and dragged him away. Then, there was a fierce sound of falling in the room. At this time, Chu Yang had already arrived at the location of the portal, and Dr. Eric fell beside him and was dying. The apology in his eyes showed that he had regained consciousness. Chu Yang walked to the front of the teleportation device and stabbed the mind staff into it. It was not as hard as Natasha showed, and it easily broke through the defense field. The beam connecting the two spaces shrank rapidly, and the wormhole in the sky was also closing rapidly. Barton looked up at the sky, held the headset and said, "It seems that the war is over, everyone." A moment later, as a huge space carrier flew over New York City, S.H.I.E.L.D. began to take over the post-war work. After hearing the report from the New York Police Commissioner and the director of the emergency center, Nick Fury looked at his assistant Hill in surprise. "No casualties? How can there be no casualties in such a big war? Don't those idiots even know how to lie?" Hill hesitated and said, "Sir, I think what they said may be true." Nick Fury frowned. "What do you mean?" "Take a look at this." Hill brought a laptop to Nick Fury, and a short video was playing in it. In the video, Chu Yang, wearing a tailed beast coat, was treating the wounded. The process was not complicated. He just put his hand on the other person, and the other person's wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, the civilians who were bleeding all over the ground were alive and kicking, as if nothing had happened. Oh my god. Even the well-informed Nick Fury couldn't help but stare in astonishment. So, the information about no civilian deaths might be true. Looking at Chu Yang on the screen, Hill felt her throat itchy and swallowed several times. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have fought with this person. Oh my god, it's a miracle that I'm still alive. Nick Fury took a deep breath and continued to ask, I know, where are the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter? Hill replied, the Mind Scepter has been taken back by our people. As for the Cosmic Cube, Thor insisted on taking it and Loki back to Asgard. I think we need to stop him. Nick Fury asked back, under what name are we arresting the ally who just helped us defeat the enemy? Hill was not convinced and gritted his teeth and said, Loki has caused such great chaos and losses. Can we let him go so easily? Nick Fury turned his head and looked at Hill seriously and said, as long as there are no casualties, other things are not worth mentioning, and we really need Asgard as an ally. You have seen what happened today. Such a terrifying alien force. It is impossible for us to deal with the other side with our own strength. Hill could only suppress his unwillingness in his heart and nodded. I understand. Nick Fury was also cursing in his heart at this time. Do you think he doesn't want to keep the Cosmic Cube? Just kidding. Ghosts don't want it. The question is, what do they use to be enemies with Asgard? Thor alone is difficult enough, and with the addition of God King Odin and those legendary gods, how many times can the earth be destroyed? Nick Fury quickly dispelled those dangerous thoughts in his mind, picked up the casualty report again, and looked at it, revealing a comfortable smile. After the war, Thor took the Cosmic Cube and Loki and returned to Asgard first. Knowing that Flying Thunder God can allow him to travel back and forth between Earth and Asgard, Chu Yang did not care about the ownership of the Cosmic Cube. Maybe with the help of Asgard's magic technology, he can conduct better research. And in terms of research value, the Cosmic Cube is not as good as the Mind Scepter. The Mind Gem and the Mind Scepter not only activated the abilities of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, but also created Vision, a bug-level hero. The Mind Scepter was handed over to Hydra, and Chu Yang would be able to take it back sooner or later. At this stage, forcibly occupying it would only cause unnecessary disputes. More importantly, he did not have so much time and energy to study 2 Infinity Stones at the same time. It is better to use the wisdom of those scientists in Hydra. This is called reasonable time management. The New York War came to an end. The block centered on the Stark building was severely damaged. Tony, the spendthrift, took the initiative to bear all the reconstruction costs. His move aroused a very enthusiastic response from the public, and the name of Iron Man was once again on the news. However, the headlines belonged to the Avengers. This war made the Avengers a household name in the world, and even alien planets knew of their existence. After all, the famous Thor was also in this team. In addition to several key figures, Chu Yang was inevitably caught up in the public opinion storm. It can even be said that, apart from the hype of major media, he is the most talked about person among civilians. Chu Yang saved too many lives. If Tony and Nick Fury had not kept his identity strictly confidential, it is estimated that the entrance of Stark building would be crowded with people who came to express their gratitude every day. The reason for keeping it confidential: Tony was worried that Chu Yang's private life would be affected, and Nick Fury did not want Chu Yang's influence to be too great. Ever since he knew his ability, Nick Fury had an inexplicable vigilance towards Chu Yang. A person who could create a terrifying army in an instant certainly needed to be monitored and controlled. However, considering the feelings of Tony and Thor, Nick Fury did not go too far. He only invited Chu Yang to visit SHIELD 2 weeks after the war. SHIELD was expanding drastically. The New York War had made people aware of its importance, especially those high-ranking officials and wealthy people who were afraid of death. Captain America became the leader of SHIELD, responsible for training some newcomers, while Natasha and Hawkeye assisted from the side. When Chu Yang and Tony walked through the main hall, they happened to see them gathering. Tony shouted and joked, "Steve, are you back to your old job?" Steve shrugged. When Natasha saw Chu Yang, she whispered a few words to Steve, then walked over with an apologetic look on her face. "Hey, Yang, I'm sorry about what happened last time. Thanks to you, I had a very interesting trip." "Really?" "Of course, in a way, I have to thank you. If it weren't for Natasha's unreasonable behavior and Tony's instigation, Chu Yang might not have gone to New Mexico with Carlson." Naturally, he wouldn't have met Thor and been taken to Asgard. Seeing that Chu Yang really didn't take it to heart, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, she was caught in the dispute between Director Fury and Tony, and was neither a good person nor a bad person. Steve suddenly came over and stretched out his hand towards Chu Yang. "Thank you for your assistance that day, and thank you for saving so many lives. I heard from Director Fury that almost no one died in this war. This is simply a miracle." Chu Yang was about to say a few polite words, but Tony couldn't help but choked. "But now, the young man who caused the miracle is being brought here for interrogation." Steve sighed helplessly. "Tony, pay attention to your words. This is not an interrogation, but just an inquiry, and we need to understand Yang's abilities, which is good for everyone." Tony wanted to refute again, but was stopped by Chu Yang. He comforted, "It's okay, Tony, I can understand the difficulties of Director Fury and others, and this is none of the captain's business. Don't take it out on him." Tony could only stop there and shrugged. "Okay, since you said that, I apologize to you, Steve." Steve cast a grateful look at Chu Yang and nodded. "But, let me make it clear. If Yang disappears somewhere inexplicably again this time, I will not let you off easily. I will do what I say." Tony warned in a tough manner. "Don't worry about this. How about this? I will personally accompany him in." Steve looked up at the clock hanging in the hall, calculated the time, and then said, "It's not time for training yet. I will come out with him in 15 minutes. Tony nodded slightly, turned to Chu Yang and whispered, "I'll wait for you here. If there is any situation, please notify me at any time." Long before leaving, Tony secretly put a communicator in Chu Yang's clothes. Chu Yang agreed and walked into the elevator with Steve and came to the top floor of SHIELD, Nick Fury's office. Hill stood at the elevator entrance to greet the two. When she saw Steve, she was stunned for a moment and said reluctantly, "Captain, I'm afraid you need to wait here for a while." Steve frowned and asked, "Why?" Hill explained, "There is another officer in the office, the Minister of the World Security Council, Mr. Alexander Pierce. The content of this meeting needs to be kept confidential." Steve felt something was wrong and was about to refute, but Chu Yang took action before him. Chu Yang walked calmly into the room and smiled back at Steve. "I'll wait for you here. You can call me if anything happens," Steve said as if to cheer Chu Yang up. The door closed, and Hill took Chu Yang to continue inside. There was actually a long and narrow corridor behind the door, and at the end of the corridor was another elevator. The two walked into the elevator. Chu Yang noticed that the elevator had no floors, but went directly to a certain place in the building. "You are quite popular. I didn't expect the captain to care about you so much." Hill smiled aside. "He probably wanted to thank me for saving those civilians." Chu Yang closed his eyes and silently calculated the speed of the elevator's descent to determine the floor it arrived at. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and the two walked out. Chu Yang looked around. The surroundings were all made of alloy steel. It was very quiet, with low visibility, and even a little dark. The atmosphere was very much like an interrogation room. Chu Yang frowned slightly. Don't get me wrong, this is really Director Fury's office. He likes a repressive style. I advised him when he was decorating it, but it was useless. In some aspects, he is very stubborn." Hill saw that Chu Yang's face was not right and hurriedly explained. "Chu Yang." The alloy door in front suddenly opened and a black braised egg popped out. It was Nick Fury. "This is not called repression. It's low-key, Agent Hill. It's impolite to criticize other people's aesthetics casually." Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Hill smiled awkwardly but politely and turned sideways to signal Chu Yang to go first. "Thank you." Chu Yang thanked him and walked into the room. He immediately saw Alexander Pierce sitting on the sofa, who raised his red wine glass high and smiled meaningfully. When Nick Fury turned around, he immediately put on a kind expression. "How does it feel to be a hero that others talk about?" Nick Fury asked as he bent down to pour Chu Yang a glass of red wine. Suddenly he remembered the other person's age, so he asked, "Can you drink?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "My coming-of-age ceremony was held in Asgard." Chu Yang was amazed by the mellow taste of the high-quality red wine. It was his first time drinking. Nick Fury drank the red wine in one gulp, and then he spoke. When I first met you, I thought you were an agent from another country, so I specially investigated your background. Later, I thought you were a mutant, and I tried to recruit you into SHIELD. In the end, you transformed into a magician, and showed amazing abilities in the previous war, so I had to invite you here. Nick Fury stared at Chu Yang with deep eyes, and joked, "Can you tell me what other identities you have, that I don't know? I'm a timid person, and can't stand too much stimulation. It's better to be mentally prepared in advance." Chu Yang grinned, "I'm just an ordinary magician. I don't have any other identity." Nick Fury took a long breath. "You don't seem to have anything to do with being ordinary." Chu Yang retorted, "You and timidity have nothing to do with each other." The two smiled at each other, and then Nick Fury began to ask Chu Yang about the abilities he had used before. Chu Yang was in a good mood, and cooperated very well, explaining half truthfully. The reason why he was happy was because of another person in the room, Alexander Pierce, a core figure of Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as Chu Yang controls him, it is only a matter of time before he controls the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. and even Hydra. Chu Yang was worried that he had no place to find him, but he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to his door. Moreover, Pierce seemed to be very interested in Chu Yang. After Nick Fury finished asking questions, Pierce took the initiative to say, "Nick, can you give me some time? I want to talk to this kid alone. Tony Stark is waiting for him in the lobby." Nick Fury did not agree, but reminded Pierce not to make trouble. Nick Fury knew the character of this former colleague and friend very well. Pierce smiled and said, "No malice, just a chat, okay?" Nick Fury turned his head and looked at Chu Yang, who readily agreed with a smile on his face. 3 minutes. Nick Fury walked out of the office quickly. "Hello, Mr. Chu Yang. My name is Alexander Pierce. I'm the current security minister of the Security Council, responsible for connecting with SHIELD. You can think of me as Director Fury's boss." "Hello, Minister Pierce. Nice to meet you." The two shook hands, and Pierce suddenly leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and whispered, "Are you interested in working for me personally? You will get unimaginable power from me." In Pierce's view, although Chu Yang has shocking power, he is just a child who has not experienced much of the world. Such young people are often very easy to be tempted. Money, power, beauty. Pierce knew that Chu Yang and Tony Stark were close friends, so money and beauty might not be able to impress the other party, and the rest was power. Unimaginable power. Chu Yang looked at Pierce in surprise, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Are you going to give me the Hydra?" "What?" Hearing the Hydra, Pierce was suddenly stunned, and then his face changed wildly, exclaiming, "You are." Before the word "who" came out, Chu Yang had already cast the soul-taking curse, and the chanting of the spell echoed in the other's ears, like the whispers of the devil. Pierce looked dazed, as if his soul had been taken away. 3 minutes later, Chu Yang and Pierce walked out of the office at the same time, both with smiles on their faces, looking like they were having a good chat. Nick Fury stood at the elevator waiting for them, and suddenly a little curious about what the two said inside. After sending Pierce away, Nick Fury took Chu Yang back to the top floor to meet up with Captain America. Steve was relieved to see that Chu Yang was safe. Just as the two were about to return to the lobby, Nick Fury couldn't help but asked, "What did Pierce say to you?" Steve looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Minister Pierce invited me to work for him and promised me many benefits, but I didn't agree. At this stage, I just want to concentrate on my studies. For some reasons, I have been absent from school for a long time." Nick Fury seemed to have guessed Pierce's thoughts and nodded without asking any more questions. Chu Yang walked into the elevator, pressed the floor button in the lobby, and hummed a song happily. Steve felt that Chu Yang was in a surprisingly good mood, and joked, "It seems that Minister Pierce has offered you a very high price, which makes you feel quite recognized." Chu Yang smiled even more happily, nodding his head repeatedly. "It is indeed a very sincere award." Nick Fury stood by the elevator, watching the two people go down, and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Tony stood in the lobby, picking up a newspaper from somewhere, and reading it with relish. But Natasha noticed that he was glancing at his watch from the corner of his eye. Ding dong. The elevator came, and Tony and Natasha looked at the elevator at the same time. Chu Yang and Steve walked out slowly. Tony smiled, deliberately looked down at his watch, and then praised Steve. "Captain, you are a very punctual person. If I were a lady, then congratulations, you have captured my heart." Tony's unintentional ridicule just hurt Steve's heart, reminding him of the only date he missed in his life. Pain flashed in his eyes. Natasha patted Steve's shoulder gently. "Okay, the sightseeing is over. If we go home now, we can still catch the dinner made by Pepper." Tony put his arm around Chu Yang's neck and walked out of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a swagger. Steve took a deep breath and turned to the group of new trainees waiting for training. After getting into the sports car, Tony asked Chu Yang seriously, "What happened inside?" Chu Yang recounted the whole story. After listening, Tony sneered, "This group of people want to steal my girlfriend. I knew they had no good intentions in calling you here." Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's not certain who is stealing whose girlfriend." Tony was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Chu Yang certainly would not confess his stealing behavior, but when he thought that Tony and the others had gone around to work for him, Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. Tony tilted his head blankly and looked at Happy in the driver's seat, who was even more confused. Pirate World. The red hair pirates are holding a banquet on an island somewhere in the new world. Chu Yang found Shanks sleeping soundly on a big rock and shouted in his ear, "Captain, I need to leave for a while." Shanks suddenly woke up and rolled down from the rock, complaining, "If you want to go out for a walk, go ahead. Why are you disturbing my sleep?" Chu Yang said solemnly, "This time I may be out for a long time." Shanks' face was solemn, and he was silent for a long time. He only asked, "Do you need help?" Chu Yang grinned and shook his head. "Really?" Shanks also laughed. "Then go early and come back early. Why do we have to spend so much effort to send this human back to his hometown? Aaron, we are almost at our destination. Why are you still talking like this? Brother Tiger will be unhappy if he hears it." Brother Tiger is too kind to humans, even weak, and the voyages in the past few years have disappointed me a little. Stop it here, Along. Don't say any more. Along of the Sun Pirates and the ship's Dr. Aladdin were whispering on the deck, and when they saw a human girl approaching, they immediately stopped talking. Aladdin forced a smile and asked, "Curler, what's the matter?" Curler said nervously, "Captain Tiger is looking for you." "Thank you, I'll be there soon." Aladdin touched Curler's head and cast a warning look at Aaron before leaving. Aaron sneered disdainfully and looked at Curler with hostility. Curler became more and more nervous. The man in front of her was the person she was most afraid of on this ship, no one else. Aaron suddenly asked, "We have been sailing for several weeks. Calculating the time, we should be arriving at your hometown soon, right?" Curler's dull little face immediately became more lively and nodded happily. Unexpectedly, Aaron changed the subject and said in a deep voice, "In that case, remember to get off the ship and be gently when the time comes. To be honest, I feel disgusted to be on the same ship with you during this period of time." Curler grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and tears were rolling in her eyes. She tried hard not to cry, and silently endured Aaron's bad attitude. Considering Tiger and Jinbo's previous warnings to him, Arlong did not make things too difficult for her. He just cursed a few words under his breath, and walked past Curler. The next day, the Sun Pirates successfully arrived at Curler's hometown, Foreshore Island. "Everyone stay on the boat. I'll take Curler home. If we go to the island together, it may cause panic among the local residents," Tiger said as he got off the boat first. Curler followed behind him, reluctantly turned back to say goodbye to the crew, and waved, "Goodbye everyone. When I go back, I will definitely tell the people in the village that there are many good people among the fishmen." The crew members also responded to Curler loudly. On the way home, Curler, who was very excited and nervous, took the initiative to hold Tiger's hand. The latter's body suddenly stiffened, and he became nervous. At the entrance of the village, many villagers were looking forward to it. One young woman was so excited that she was fidgeting. The moment she saw Curler, she rushed straight over. Curler, who was taken away by the celestial dragons to become a slave, finally saw her mother after many years. Curler and her mother hugged each other tightly and cried with joy. Tiger turned and left with a relieved smile, but suddenly heard Curler's voice. "Thank you, Captain Tiger, and everyone in the Sun Pirates. I will always remember you." Tiger turned his back to Curler, waved, and then walked away without looking back. Curler, who was wrapped in happiness at this time, never dreamed that Tiger would die on this island because of her. After walking back for a while, Tiger gradually lost sight of Curler's village. He was sincerely happy for Curler, but at this moment, he couldn't laugh. A large number of navy suddenly appeared in front of Tiger and surrounded him, with countless guns pointed at him. "Fisher Tiger, you madman who dared to set fire to the Holy Land. Today is your death anniversary. Go to hell and atone for your sins." Stalobri, who was the rear admiral at the time, said expressionlessly. Seeing the appearance of the navy, Tiger was shocked at first, and then seemed to think of something, and gradually became disappointed. Tiger asked softly, "Why? The little girl you sent back?" Stalobri said, "People who are marked as slaves by the celestial dragons will be slaves all their lives." Tiger suddenly realized that they were trading their lives in exchange for Curler's freedom. Then, Tiger's heart was filled with anger. It was because of human selfishness, but also because of hatred for the celestial dragons. "Send him to death." Stalobri ordered an attack, and for a moment the sound of gunfire was deafening. Tiger opened his arms, laughed wildly with grief and indignation, and greeted his own death. At this moment, the ground under Tiger's feet suddenly bulged, and waist-thick trees broke through the shackles of the land, just blocking Tiger in front of them. The bullet failed to penetrate the tree trunk, but made a tinkling sound, as if it hit an iron plate. Tiger was stunned. He was very familiar with this skill, and suddenly a figure flashed in his mind. "Sir, what should we do now?" the major beside him asked in a low voice. "Keep firing." Strawberry gritted his teeth. So, even more powerful firepower covered the place where Tiger was. Under the hail of bullets, the trees around Tiger continued to grow rapidly. While protecting Tiger, the underground tree roots quickly spread to the feet of the navy. More tree vines broke through the ground, and in a few breaths, Strawberry and all the naval soldiers were covered by a dense forest. "Sir, this ability, I seem to have heard of it in the headquarters." The major suddenly remembered someone, then began to tremble, and stammered. It was on the Four Emperors Red Hair ship, and the deputy captain Ben Beckman's right-hand man. "Shut up." With an angry shout, the major quickly shrank his head in fear. He glanced at his superior, and found that Strawberry was shaking even more than him. Of course, Strawberry knew who his subordinate was talking about. Just half a year ago, he and his immediate superior, Vice Admiral Borsalino, and several other vice admirals were cruising in the central part of the New World, and happened to encounter the Red Hair Pirates. The battle was almost one-sided. There were only two people on the other side in that battle. Vice Captain Ben Beckman and Vice Admiral Borsalino fought evenly, and the remaining Vice Admirals were instantly wiped out by a young man, red-haired Shanks, one of the Four Emperors. He didn't make a move from the beginning to the end. Strawberry still remembers the horrifying scene of towering trees growing everywhere on the deck of the warship, and his companions being strangled by the trees one after another, and the blood dyed the entire warship red. The young man held a wooden sword in his hand, and approached him step by step. Just like now. Strawberry was stunned for a moment, and raised his head in horror. Chu Yang was already standing in front of him, holding up the wooden sword in his hand. With one cut, Strawberry's head soared into the sky. In the dense forest, screams continued to sound, and then returned to silence. All the navy became nutrients for the trees. "Yang." Tiger looked at the visitor in surprise. "I said I would come back to see you." Chu Yang helped Tiger up, checked his injuries, and then treated him with pure life energy. "If you hadn't appeared this time, I would definitely have died." Tiger smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that. What almost killed me was my kindness to humans. There is nothing wrong with kindness itself, but those who take advantage of kindness are wrong." Chu Yang looked back at the small village and asked, "How do you plan to deal with those people?" Tiger was absent-minded for a moment, and finally shook his head slowly. "I spent so much effort to send her home. I can't destroy her home with my own hands, right?" Chu Yang sighed. "Tiger, you are still the same." Tiger looked at Chu Yang seriously and said, "No, if you hadn't come today, I would definitely become very disgusted with humans and even hate them until the moment of death. In the final analysis, you didn't let me down. However, today's experience also taught me one thing. Those who were once slaves of the Xianlang people want to be free. It is not enough to simply remove the marks on their bodies." Chu Yang listened to Tiger's speech silently and said as if he had sensed something, "Unless the source problem of the Xianlang people can be solved." Tiger smiled. Yes, that's what he thought. Tiger has always aimed to rescue slaves, and conflicts with the celestial dragons only occurred when they were unavoidable. But now it's different. Tiger realized that, as long as the celestial dragons are still there, no matter how many slaves he saves, new slaves will still be created. The only thing he can do is to completely overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. "Yang, can you help me? I want to try to change the world." Tiger looked at Chu Yang with eager eyes. Chu Yang was not interested in changing the world. He had only one goal: revenge. Even though a long time had passed, Chu Yang still remembered what happened when he first arrived in this world. Every time he touched his chest, he could always feel the residual warmth of the branding iron. As long as it's bad for the celestial dragons, I'm very interested. Hearing Chu Yang's reply, Tiger's eyes lit up. Later, the two returned to the Sun Pirates together. When the fishermen saw Chu Yang, they were shocked. "Hey, am I dazzled? I actually saw that kid Yang." "Probably not, because I saw him too. Didn't the captain go to send Curler home? How come he brought Yang back? It's amazing." "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry down and pick them up." A large group of fishermen rushed down the pirate ship and surrounded Chu Yang, asking him where he had been in the past few years. Chu Yang also greeted them. Jinbei walked to Tiger and whispered what was going on. Tiger just said a few perfunctory words and didn't say what he had just experienced. He was ready to bury this matter forever. It took a lot of effort to make these fishermen change their views on humans. Tiger didn't want all these years of hard work to go to waste. Feeling that his eldest brother was a little tired, Jinbei didn't keep asking questions and followed everyone to welcome Chu Yang's return. In the evening, the Sun Pirates held a banquet. While everyone was having fun, Tiger and Chu Yang sat by the fire to discuss the next move. "Tiger, have you heard of the Revolutionary Army? It sounds a bit familiar. I remember it was an organization active on land." "Yes, the rebels are mainly active on land, liberating those countries bullied by the world government. It's those countries that can't afford to pay the sky gold, right? Well, not only will those countries not be protected by the navy, but they will also be threatened with extermination by the celestial dragons. Damn celestial dragons." Tiger cursed angrily and then asked, "You suddenly mentioned the Revolutionary Army. Do you want me to cooperate with them?" "That's right." Chu Yang nodded and said, "Although the Revolutionary Army is still in its infancy, I think they will sooner or later become the main player in the fight against the world government." Tiger fell into deep thought. He did not rule out cooperation with other forces, provided that that force had a basic bottom line. Tiger did not know much about the Revolutionary Army, but judging from what they did in the news, they should not be bad people. "How can I contact the Revolutionary Army?" Tiger suddenly asked. "Their headquarters is in Baldigo." Chu Yang replied. "You know a lot about the Revolutionary Army. You even know where their headquarters is." Tiger was surprised and confused. "After all, I'm a crew member of the Four Emperors now, so I still have some intelligence power," Chu Yang said with a smile. "The Four Emperors themselves may not know the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, right?" Tiger secretly complained in his heart, but did not point it out. Everyone has his own secrets. He only needs to choose whether to believe Chu Yang. Since we mentioned the Four Emperors, what does Shanks plan to do if you openly stand on the opposite side of the celestial dragons? Tiger was a little curious. The captain has no ambitions, and the title of the Four Emperors is not what he deliberately pursues. He probably won't care about this matter, but if I encounter a threat that I can't solve, those guys will definitely come to help me. Tiger knew that those guys in Chu Yang's mouth referred to the crew of the Red Hair Pirates. That is to remain neutral for the time being. Tiger nodded and said, "I understand. Let's find a way to contact the Revolutionary Army first. A figure suddenly walked over. While others are happily enjoying the banquet, what are you two secretly talking about here? Brother Tiger, Yang, Jinbei was slightly tipsy and walked a little unsteadily and kept complaining about the two of them not getting along. Chu Yang and Tiger looked at each other. Tiger smiled and pulled Jinbei to sit next to him, then whispered something in his ear. Jinbei was absent-minded at first. Then his expression gradually froze and panic flashed in his eyes. What? Big brother actually wants to fight with the celestial dragons? I must be drunk. Jinbei suddenly felt his lips dry and his throat itchy. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Chu Yang saw Jinbei's expression. If it were Jinbei 10 years later, he would probably slam the table and do it as soon as he said it. The current Jinbei does not have the courage to confront the four emperors. Jinbei, who had finally digested the news, couldn't help asking, Brother Tiger, why are you telling me this? Tiger squinted and smiled. The Navy has been paying attention to my movements. If I rashly go to Baldigo, I'm afraid it will bring a lot of trouble to the Revolutionary Army. So I hope you will contact the Revolutionary Army as a representative of the Sun Pirates. Jinbei was shocked and a little hesitant. If it was normal, he would definitely agree immediately, but for such an important matter, he was afraid that he would not be able to complete it and might delay Tiger's major event. Please double the monthly tickets and reserve the monthly tickets for the first. Thank you all. Chapter 102 Target, Wano Country. Chu Yang vs Kado. Seeking monthly tickets. Just when Jinbei was in a dilemma, Chu Yang mentioned another person's name. Jinbei, do you know Haku? Jinbei didn't know why Chu Yang mentioned him, but he nodded and said, he is my friend. As far as I know, Haku has joined the Revolutionary Army and is responsible for teaching the soldiers fishman karate. Chu Yang told the information that surprised the two. Since Haku is there, it means that the Revolutionary Army does not reject fishmen. In this way, there is a great chance that we can cooperate. Tiger laughed heartily. Then I will set off tomorrow. Jinbei was relieved a lot, but still a little worried. Brother Tiger, do you want to tell everyone about this first? Tiger nodded. The alliance with the Revolutionary Army is not a trivial matter. Even if he has made a decision, he still needs to listen to the opinions of the crew. Yang, you come too. You are still our partners, even if you are on the ship of the four emperors. Tiger stood up and walked towards the crowd, patting Chu Yang on the shoulder. Chu Yang nodded. Jinbei followed the two with a smile. Everyone, let's pause our happy banquet. I have an important announcement to make. Tiger walked to the center of the crowd. The bonfire shone on his face, flickering, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The laughter gradually died down, and the crew members felt the seriousness of Tiger. When everyone's eyes were focused on him, Tiger slowly opened his mouth and announced his decision to form an alliance with the Revolutionary Army. There was an uproar. Since the establishment of the Sun Pirates, there has never been a precedent of cooperation with human forces. Being able to barely restrain the hostility towards humans is the result of considerable efforts in recent years. If they knew that Tiger was betrayed by Curler's family on the island just now, they might directly oppose Tiger's decision. We can't save all the slaves by ourselves. As long as the celestial dragons exist, the evil of race trafficking will not stop. Because all the justice in this world revolves around the celestial dragons. Their ideas and every word they say are justice and righteousness. As long as they need the fishmen and other races to be slaves, it is normal for us to be sold as slaves. Listening to Tiger's impassioned speech, the crew fell silent because Tiger said the facts that everyone knew. It's just that hating the celestial dragons and fighting against the celestial dragons are two completely different things. Tiger saw the hesitation on his companion's face, and he had said everything he should say. As for how many people chose to join him, that was not his problem. Surprisingly, the first fishman to stand up and support Tiger was Aaron. As a representative of the radical faction, he only hated humans, and he didn't care whether his opponent was the celestial dragons or others. We should have done this a long time ago. All we need is war. Getting along with humans in a friendly way is bullshit. Aaron thought silently in his heart, with a hideous smile on his face. Later, more and more fishmen agreed. So Tiger decided to let Jinbei represent the Sun Pirates to go to the White Earth Island, Baltigo. Baltigo is located in the first half of the Grand Line. The environment is very harsh. The land is severely desertified. There are yellow sand and white stones everywhere. It can be said that there is no grass. The name of White Earth refers to the barren land of Baltigo. Such a climate is simply hell for fishermen. Half a month later, Chu Yang and Jinbei set foot on this land. After seeing the desolation with his own eyes, Jinbei couldn't help asking, how did Haku endure living here for a long time? Chu Yang smiled and said, faith, or will. Jinbei sighed, that guy is indeed a very tenacious warrior. He was once the most famous karate master in Fishman Street. Chu Yang looked at Jinbei curiously, who is better between you and him in terms of karate attainments? Jinbei coughed dryly and answered in a proud tone, Haku is very powerful, but compared to me, there is still a certain distance. Chu Yang felt that, since Jinbei could say the word powerful, Haku, as a karate instructor of the Revolutionary Army, was quite capable. Yang, how can we find the base of the Revolutionary Army on such a large island? The environment in Baltigo is very bad. The air is filled with yellow sand. You have to cover your mouth and nose when breathing. Even in the daytime, the visibility is not high. This makes Jinbei very worried. If they can't find the Revolutionary Army as soon as possible, they may be in danger. Look for it this way. Chu Yang immediately had more than a dozen clones around him. At his instruction, they dispersed and disappeared in the yellow sand. Jinbei was stunned. Was that my illusion just now? It's just a special little ability. Don't be too surprised, Jinbei. Using clones to do a carpet search is a stupid method, but it is very suitable for the current situation. If it is another island with normal vision, Chu Yang can fly to a high altitude and look down at the ground, and it is easy to find the Revolutionary Army. You are the strangest ability user I have ever seen. Jinbei looked at Chu Yang in surprise. After a moment, Chu Yang found the location of the Revolutionary Army with Jinbei, based on the consciousness fed back by the clone. And the Revolutionary Army also found them. A large number of armed personnel gathered and pointed their black guns at Chu Yang and Jinbei. Jinbei shouted, I'm Jinbei from the Fishman clan, replacing the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, to discuss cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. At this time, Jinbei was famous. There might not be many people in the Revolutionary Army who knew him, but Tiger was different. The burning of the Holy Land shocked the whole world. Although Tiger was just a scapegoat, his fame was no less than that of the four emperors. Hearing that the other party was sent by Tiger, the guards of the Revolutionary Army were no longer so tense. After asking Jinbei a few questions, they turned around and went into the base to inform the top leaders. Not long after, a fishman man walked out of the base and was overjoyed when he saw Jinbei. Haku. Jinbei. Haku patted Jinbei on the shoulder and laughed. They said Mr. Tiger sent someone here. I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be you. Jinbei smiled and responded, it's been a long time, Haku. This is the first time we have met since I left the Kingdom Guard. Haku nodded and asked, why did Mr. Tiger send you to the Revolutionary Army? Jinbei said in a deep voice, brother wants to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to fight against the Celestial Dragons together. Haku was shocked. It is hard to imagine that Mr. Tiger's radical approach of standing up to fight against the Celestial Dragons is a style of Mr. Tiger. Because in Haku's impression, Mr. Tiger has always actively avoided the world government, even if it is to save slaves. He tries his best to avoid strong conflicts with the other party. What should we do about Fishman Island? It must be very difficult to be caught between us and the world government, right? I heard that Princess Otterheim is collecting signatures, hoping that Fishman Island can live in peace with humans. Haku looked worried. The more Fishman groups that resist the Celestial Dragons, the more dangerous the country of Fishman Island will be. It was completely different for him to join the Revolutionary Army alone, and for Tiger and his group to join the Revolutionary Army. At this point, the fishmen have no way out. Even if we do nothing, this country will have no status in front of the world government. Our compatriots will still be treated as slaves and trampled on. Jinbei clenched his fists excitedly, indignant. Since Mr. Tiger has made the decision, I will support you. Come in with me. I will take you to see the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Haku gestured to the soldiers on both sides, and they quickly dispersed, making way for Chu Yang and Jinbei to enter the base. In addition to the soldiers in front of him, Chu Yang's observation Haki also found hidden soldiers in every corner of the base. They were still on alert, and some of them were even aiming their guns. He had no doubt that, if he made the slightest movement, the other side would immediately open fire. In the long struggle with the world government, the combat literacy of the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army was cultivated to a very high level. The two followed Haku to the second floor, and in a small combat meeting room, they met the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Also in the room was the Monster King Ambrio Ivankov and his assistant Lightning. A little boy in a coma was lying on the bed in the corner. Chu Yang was very curious about why there were children in the base of the Revolutionary Army. After seeing Long, Jinbei took the initiative to explain his purpose. Ivankov on the side was looking at Chu Yang and felt that the young man was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. After listening for a while, Long nodded slightly and said, "I admire Mr. Tiger's deeds very much, and I'm very happy that you have joined the revolutionary cause. It's just a pity that I didn't meet Mr. Tiger in person this time." The two sides hit it off immediately, and things went very smoothly. Chu Yang could see that the Revolutionary Army needed allies. They were established not long ago, and their foundation was not stable. Tiger's influence was not insignificant. The fire not only burned the Holy Land, but also rescued many slaves, including the Empress Hancock. Haku played a crucial role. Without him, Long would not have believed Jinbei's words so easily. He might have put him under house arrest and investigated secretly. After the verbal agreement was reached, the meeting room was full of joy. Ivankov was still staring at Chu Yang. Long noticed that something was wrong with him and looked over. Long stared at Chu Yang. His eyes suddenly became stern. Why are the crew of the four emperors here too? Could it be that the red-haired guy is also interested in an alliance? When Shanks was mentioned, Ivankov realized that the young man in front of him had shined in the encounter between the Navy and the Red Hair pirates not long ago. He was able to fight against several veteran Navy vice admirals alone, and his strength was close to that of Captain Shanks. He and Vice Captain Ben Beckman were known as Shanks' right-hand men. Yang. Ivankov whispered the other's name in a low voice. Chu Yang said lightly, "I came here only to represent my personal will. It has nothing to do with Shanks. The reason why I want to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army is because of my personal grudge with the Celestial Dragons." Long asked in surprise, "Personal grudge?" Jinbei suddenly explained, "Yang and Brother Tiger met because of the incident of burning the Holy Land." Long and others immediately understood the meaning of Jinbei's words. "Judging from your appearance, you should have been very young at the time, right?" Ivankov looked at Chu Yang with pity. "You actually experienced such terrible torture at that age." Chu Yang smiled and joked, "Thanks to the Celestial Dragons, I have the motivation to grow so fast." Ivankov exclaimed, "What a strong willpower. Most people can't bear that memory, but you can still laugh." Jinbei nodded and said, "Speaking of willpower alone, Yang is indeed the strongest person I have ever seen." After learning about Chu Yang's past, Long welcomed his joining. This was an unprecedented and huge enhancement to the combat power of the Revolutionary Army. The senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army, led by Long, became particularly excited. Chu Yang also took the opportunity to put forward his own suggestions and said frankly, "When I came here just now, I observed this place. To be honest, Baldigo is not a good choice for a base. Using the harsh natural environment here as a concealment condition, although it can avoid the Navy's search, once it is noticed, it will be difficult to defend the base. The White Earth Island is very desolate and there is no natural barrier that can be used for defense. This is an easy to attack and difficult to defend location. This also means that members must act more cautiously and try to protect this place from being discovered, which greatly increases the difficulty of the Revolutionary Army's operations." Long did not refute Chu Yang's point of view. On the contrary, he and Chu Yang had the same view. However, the reality was that the Revolutionary Army could not find a better base except Baldigo. "We all understand what you said. At the beginning of the establishment of the Revolutionary Army, some members raised similar objections, but the world government's intelligence capabilities were very strong, so we had to choose here." Ivankov said solemnly. The world government has two secret spy organizations codenamed CP9 and CP0. We fought against them in the war to liberate the country. The opponent is very powerful, especially in intelligence assassination. Chu Yang tapped the conference table with his fingers and emphasized again. So, I said that this place is not suitable as a base. Having worries will only restrict our actions. Long seemed to have noticed something, and the corners of his mouth rose. From the tone of your voice, it seems that you have found a base for the Revolutionary Army. Everyone present looked at Chu Yang in surprise. It is comfortable to talk to smart people. They immediately understood what he meant. Chu Yang nodded decisively and spit out a place name from his mouth. Wano Country. Due to the special terrain of Wano Country, it is difficult for outsiders to enter, let alone a large-scale invasion. It is a typical place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it a perfect base camp. The only problem is that they must defeat Kado, who has already occupied Wano Country. Long frowned. Obviously he knew something about Wano Country and was calculating the gains and losses and possibilities of the action. There is a weapons factory there, and the buyers and sellers involve the world government, pirates, underground dark forces, and some major powers. If we capture Wano Country, we can not only strengthen our own team, but also deal a heavy blow to the world government. As soon as these words came out, Long's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, the Beast's pirates were not the behemoth they would be more than 10 years later, and Kado was not strong enough to make Long afraid. The interests represented by the weapons factory in Wano Country are completely worth Long's risking his life to gamble the future of the Revolutionary Army. More importantly, this plan also involves the participation of Chu Yang and the Sun Pirates. If they can take over Wano Country, the Revolutionary Army will have a perfect stronghold, and from then on, they will be even stronger. Long felt that he had no reason to refuse. Before that, he must confirm the authenticity of the information. Even if he trusts Chu Yang, he cannot make a rash decision. I will send someone to Wano Country to inquire about the situation in the near future. After getting more detailed information, I will decide whether to implement this plan. Long's words caused quite a commotion in the conference room. Ivankov looked solemn. As a companion, he knew very well that Long's words basically expressed his agreement. Then I'll go back first. Mr. Tiger is still waiting for the result. If you have an answer, you can let Haku come to us. Jinbei handed his life card to Long. After Long received the life card, in order to show his sincerity in the alliance, he was ready to take out his own life card in exchange, and Ivankov on the side suddenly said, "It's better to use my life card." Long frowned and said, "No need for that. I believe in Jinbei and Mr. Tiger, and they are Haku's people." Ivankov rarely refuted again with a tough attitude. "You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the hope of all of us. It is never too careful. Of course I believe in Mr. Jinbei, but what if something unexpected happens? If your life card falls into the hands of the world government for some reason, it will be a devastating blow to us." Seeing Long and Ivankov quarreling, Chu Yang interrupted them. "Let Mr. Haku and Jinbei exchange life cards. Which is more meaningful?" Haku smiled and nodded. "We have been friends for so many years, and I still don't have Jinbei's life card. It's a bit regrettable." Jinbei laughed out loud. Long also realized that it was a bit rash to hand over the life card so easily, so he took the opportunity to back off and agreed to Chu Yang's suggestion. After achieving their goal, Chu Yang and Jinbei stayed in Baldigo for one night and left the next morning. As soon as they left, Long immediately sent people to Wano Country. Chu Yang and Jinbei returned to the Sun Pirates and informed Tiger of the process of the alliance. Tiger was stunned to hear that Chu Yang and Long had set their sights on Wano Country. He didn't have any opinion on this, but he was quite unfamiliar with this country. However, after knowing that it was the territory of the four emperors Kado, Tiger's face gradually became solemn. "Isn't this too risky? Any decision has corresponding risks." "That's true, but the opponent is the four emperors. If we rashly launch an attack, we will be at an absolute disadvantage. It doesn't matter. I'll be responsible for Kado." Looking at Chu Yang's confident expression, Tiger stopped talking. He was just curious about the other party's current strength. He knew that Chu Yang was not an arrogant person and would not talk to him in this way without absolute certainty. Before the Revolutionary Army sent the exact news, the plan to capture Wano country was temporarily kept secret, and the crew only knew that they had successfully formed an alliance. After about a month and a half, Haku found the Sun Pirates with Jin's life card. After a brief greeting, Tiger took Haku to the captain's room. Everyone focused their eyes on Haku, who took a deep breath and said, "Our intelligence personnel have almost figured out the current situation in Wano country, and Long agreed to take action against Wano country and liberate this country. Long's suggestion is that our intelligence personnel should continue to monitor the movements of the beast's pirates, and wait until Kaido or other Kadas leave the vicinity of Wano country before taking action. The risk is still too great to face the fully equipped 4 Emperor's pirates." After listening to it, Tiger felt that Long's idea was very stable and coincided with his own, so he readily agreed. Chu Yang didn't care. With his current combat power, it was not a problem for him to beat Kaido now. Kaido in 10 years will be a gold medal teacher, and now he is at most an intern who has just graduated from a normal school. Seeing that Chu Yang and Tiger had no objection, Haku's nervous expression eased. Next, he will stay in the Sun Pirates and act as a liaison between the two sides. The Sun Pirates will also slowly move towards the direction of Wano country to ensure that they can raid the Beast Pirates at any time. Another half a month passed. The time has come. Kaido's big boss, Jin, has left Wano country. It seems that it is because of the arms trade. Haku received a call from the Revolutionary Army and informed Tiger and Chu Yang of the news. Hearing about the arms trade, Chu Yang suddenly asked, "He left in the direction of Dressrosa?" Haku was stunned for a moment. The information was indeed as Chu Yang said. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you know?" Chu Yang smiled and didn't answer. He turned around and reminded Tiger to set off for Wano country. At present, the Sun Pirates are already in the same sea area as Wano country. If they go at full speed, they can arrive before dark. At that time, they can enter the territory of Wano country in the dead of night. Wano country looks like an island, but the exposed part is just the tip of the iceberg. The real Wano country is the part covered by the sea. Because of this, the appearance of Wano country is like a mountain standing on the sea. There are 2 ways to enter. The first is through the secret passage in the back mountain controlled by Kaido, but the secret passage is guarded by the Beast Pirates and can only be opened from the inside. The second way is to enter from the waterfall in the front mountain, which requires going upstream, similar to the inverted mountain in the Grand Line, but more dangerous. This is why Wano country is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. This road alone has kept countless armies out. Wano country only needs to guard the entrance to the waterfall, and it is difficult for the enemy to force its way in. Jin can kick the big mob pirates back into the sea with 1 foot, which is the best example. It is definitely not feasible to take the secret passage in the back mountain, so the Revolutionary Army and the Sun Pirates can only take the waterfall in the front mountain. There are guards left by Kaido at the top of the waterfall. As long as Chu Yang and his team try to reach the top, they will definitely be attacked. In this regard, Haku said that Long will personally take action to solve the enemies above. Chu Yang guessed that Long is most likely a natural fruit ability user, and his ability should be related to storms and can affect the weather. Since Long can take action to solve the enemies on the waterfall, climbing the waterfall is not a problem at all. What is the fishman best at? The answer is to communicate with fish. The carp can pull the Straw Hat Pirates into Wano country, and of course, they can also pull the Sun Pirates and the Revolutionary Army in. The fishermen jumped into the water one after another, and before long, a large number of fish gathered near the pirate ship. Countless schools of fish dragged the pirate ship up the waterfall. At the same time, the already very harsh environment along the coast of Wano country was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The wind was strong and the rain was heavy. The rain curtain blocked everyone's vision, even the monitoring Dendenmushi on the waterfall. The guards sitting in the monitoring room had no idea that someone had entered from the front mountain. They couldn't hear or see clearly. The guards along the coast were all solved by dragons silently. Under the cover of the storm, the Sun Pirates and the Revolutionary Army successfully entered Wano country. Compared with the bad weather outside, the sky in Wano country was clear, and even those who were used to the weird weather on the Grand Line couldn't help but marvel. After landing, Long immediately said, Kaido and his officers are drinking and having fun in the flower capital. Now is a good time to kill him. It has been 6 or 7 years since Kazuki Oden's death, and there are still samurai all over the country who are constantly resisting the rule of Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi naturally does not have the ability to suppress the samurai, so Kaido has to stay in Wano country for a long time. The construction of the Onigashima base is still in progress. About 10 years ago, Gekko Moria had a war with Kaido here. Moria was defeated and all his companions died in the battle, but the Beast's pirates also suffered losses. In addition, with Jin out of the arms trade, the combat power of the Beast's pirates in Wano country has been reduced. There is no such thing as the Flying Six, the real fighter, and the giver now. Kaido's artificial devil fruit army is just getting started. Jin went to Dressrosa for this matter. The key to this operation is that we must take over Wano country before Jin comes back. If he comes back to help, and Kaido has not lost his fighting ability, then we will be at an absolute disadvantage fighting on the enemy's home turf. To be on the safe side, I will fight Kaido with you, and we must get rid of him in the shortest possible time. No need. Chu Yang rejected Long's proposal. At this time, the Beast Pirates did not have the Flying Six, the real fighter, or the giver, and the several military district chiefs of the Revolutionary Army had not grown up either, and the only ones who could fight were Ivankov and Long. Long did not take Chu Yang's attitude to heart, but secretly decided to help Chu Yang after solving Quinn. Long, who had not seen Chu Yang fight with his own eyes, was skeptical about whether he could win the battle alone. But from the existing information, Chu Yang's strength must be good, and Long was also confident in his ability. The two of them worked together and there was a high probability that they could take down Kaido. To put it bluntly, Long believed in himself more. Everyone went straight to the flower capital. Every second counts in the raid. 1 second later, the chance of Jin coming back for help increases. At the same time, Kaido was being entertained by Kurozumi Orochi. There was singing and dancing in Orochi City, but outside of Orochi City, people were living in poverty and no one cared. Kaido kept pouring wine into his mouth, his face flushed, his eyes blurred. He was now at the happiest moment of his life. Thinking of what the artificial devil fruit army would look like in the future, Kaido's excitement was like a volcano about to erupt. He was going to launch an unprecedented war that would sweep the entire world. In the dim light, Kaido seemed to see the holy land of Mirajoa and the huge throne deep in Pangu City. There was a man sitting on the throne. Kaido looked closer and saw a young man he had never seen before. The young man suddenly stood up, walked towards him slowly, and greeted him kindly. Kaido, are you sober? Kaido. Lord Kaido, wake up quickly. The anxious shouts of Kurozumi Orochi echoed in Kaido's ears. Kaido suddenly woke up and saw a bunch of strangers suddenly appearing in the banquet hall in front of him. The young man with a kind smile on his face was only 1 step away from him. Who are you? Kaido looked around at the group of uninvited guests with cold eyes. When his eyes fell on Long, he was suddenly stunned. We are here to liberate this country. Long smiled politely. Revolutionary Army. Kaido stood up suddenly. This seemed to be a signal. The members of the Beast White Thieves in the banquet hall quickly surrounded the Revolutionary Army. Quinn looked displeased. The Revolutionary Army's actions seemed to have ignored him. The Revolutionary Army is fine, but why are there fishmen? When did fishmen degenerate to the point of mixing with humans? Kaido looked at Tiger in the crowd and teased. Has the famous adventurer Fisher Tiger learned to wag his tail and beg for mercy from humans now? Jinbei shouted angrily. Shut up, Kaido. You are not qualified to judge Brother Tiger, or thief who stole other people's countries. Kaido laughed disdainfully. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The world of pirates is not as naive as you think. If you can't adapt, the next time, the country may be occupied by others. Jinbei was furious and wanted to refute, but Tiger stopped him and said to Kaido calmly, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You should remember this sentence when you lose, Kaido. Kaido laughed wildly at the sky. Will I lose? Another crazy guy. Ha ha ha. The other crew members of the Beast Pirates also laughed, and Quinn on the side was also laughing, and the laughter echoed in the banquet hall, deafening. He thought this group of people was very interesting, running to the territory of the 4 emperors and making such a fuss. Either they were absolutely confident, or, as Kado said, they were crazy. Kado's laughter was very loud. Chu Yang picked his ears and walked straight to him. Huh. Kado looked down at the young man. He had been a little conspicuous since just now. In the banquet hall, everyone's eyes also shifted to Chu Yang. Chu Yang whispered, "A few years ago, you lost the decisive battle with Kazuki Oden, right?" The smile on Kado's face quickly faded. Chu Yang was still mocking. "In your words, the world of pirates should not be so naive, but since you won the victory by trickery, at least you shouldn't pretend to be invincible, like you are now." Kado's eyes became colder and colder. "Do you want to die?" Chu Yang grinned. "Haha, I heard that you also like to die." After listening to the conversation between the two, Quinn and the crew of the Beast's pirates all looked at Chu Yang in horror. How dare he anger Lord Kado in this way? How courageous. Kado laughed ferociously, raised the 8 fists and smashed Chu Yang fiercely, with black lightning wrapped around the mace. Thunder Bagua. The furious Kado's first move was a sure kill. On the other side, the tailed beast cloth quietly appeared on Chu Yang, and he raised his left hand to take Kado's Thunder Bagua. The domineering auras of both sides collided fiercely, and the aftermath quickly spread to every corner of the banquet hall. People from the Revolutionary Army, the Sun Pirates, and the Beast's pirates kept falling. "This guy's domineering aura is actually comparable to mine." Kado's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Chu Yang in disbelief, slightly absent-minded. However, it was just a moment of absent-mindedness that gave Chu Yang the opportunity to raise his right hand and punch Kado in the abdomen. The full-strength attack wrapped in the domineering aura and the lightning release armor directly blew Kado away and smashed a big hole in the wall of the banquet hall. The banquet hall suddenly fell into absolute silence. The moment Kado was knocked away, Quinn rushed over immediately, but was blocked by the dragon, and the banquet hall was instantly in chaos. The Revolutionary Army and the Sun Pirates joined forces to deal with the Beast's pirates. Even so, there was still a gap in the strength of the two sides. The number of Beast's pirates was almost twice this. Kirizumi Orochi fled as soon as the battle started, and even those loyal retainers were not taken with him. The shouts of killing in Orochi Castle resounded through the sky, and many residents of the flower capital noticed the abnormality over there, until they saw a giant dragon hovering over Orochi Castle. "It's Kado. He's fighting someone. Is it a samurai?" Everyone talked about it. The experienced elders had already fled quickly with their families. They had all seen the scene of Kado destroying the town with dragon breath. The terrifying destructive power was a shadow that they would never get rid of in their lives. Just when everyone in the Flower City was in danger and the residents were fleeing, Kado, who had turned into a dragon, stepped on the flames under his feet, climbed higher and higher, and looked down at Chu Yang. This kind of domineering power should not be possessed by an unknown person. "Who are you?" Facing Kado's doubts, Chu Yang did not answer. He had 2 wooden swords in his hands. He stood on the top of the tall building, exuding a murderous aura. Seeing that the other party ignored him and took out the wooden sword as a weapon, Kado laughed angrily and roared, "You want to hurt me with that kind of toy?" Chu Yang pointed at Kado with the wooden sword. "That's right." Kado stared at Chu Yang with murderous eyes, and a blazing light gradually gathered in his mouth. He wanted to use dragon breath to burn this arrogant guy to death. Turn the toy in his hand into charcoal. When Kado gathered dragon breath, Chu Yang was also using the Samurai to analyze Kado's weaknesses. His Samurai has all the abilities of the Sharingan and the Byakugan, and is even stronger. I don't know if it's fate, but the weak spot that Kado exposed in the eyes of Samsara happened to be on the other side of the scar left by the Tenryūbito and 10 fists. After locking the target, Chu Yang bowed slightly, and the 2 wooden swords exuded a completely different aura, with sunlight and moonlight shining against each other. Breath of the Source One form sun and moon rotation. Kado, who was about to spit out the dragon's breath, noticed the change in Chu Yang. His posture of holding 2 swords suddenly made Kado a little dazed, and he subconsciously thought of someone. The crisscrossing knife scars on his body also began to hurt at this moment. The anger hidden in his heart for many years suddenly broke out. Kado opened his dragon mouth, and the dragon's breath spurted out along with the anger. The blood-like red light cut through the sky above the Flower City, and shot towards Chu Yang in the horrified eyes of the civilians. Chu Yang's body was full of lightning, and under the cover of the thunder escape armor, it turned into a silver light to meet the dragon's breath. When the two met, it was like a torrent hitting a reef, and the dragon's breath exploded. Chu Yang, the reef, went upstream, rushed to Kaido with the fiery dragon breath. Seeing that Chu Yang had already killed him, Kaido was shocked and angry, and sprayed dragon breath with all his strength. In an instant, the red light column expanded 10 times. The fierce battle in the banquet hall paused temporarily, and Long and Quinn looked up at the sky. The civilians who were running for their lives couldn't help but stop and look back. The collision of silver light and red light attracted everyone's attention. The silver light, as big as a grain of rice, gradually disappeared in the red light column. Quinn was stunned for a moment and laughed. "This is the end of provoking Kaido, you damn guys." The crew of the Beast Pirates laughed wildly at the same time. Long sighed. He didn't expect Chu Yang to lose so easily. He shouldn't have cared too much about the other party's face. He should have besieged Kaido from the beginning. The current situation couldn't be worse. "Brother Tiger, what should we do?" Yang seems to have failed. Jinbei and many crew members looked at Tiger anxiously. Tiger turned a deaf ear and stared at the beam of light above his head. Suddenly, the scene of seeing Chu Yang for the first time flashed through his mind, as if it was yesterday. Ha ha ha. Tiger laughed loudly, and his heroic laughter startled everyone. Everyone only heard him say something without a beginning or an end. "Stinky boy, it was you who set the fire at the beginning." Quinn stared at Tiger and sneered. "Fisher Tiger can't stand the blow. Is he crazy?" Long glanced at Tiger, seemed to feel something, and suddenly looked up. In the bright red and blazing dragon breath, a stronger light suddenly burst out, like a rising sun. Such strong sunlight almost blinded Kaido's eyes. The dragon breath in his mouth stopped abruptly, and he let out a miserable wail. Kaido hovered his body and wanted to retreat, but the sunlight suddenly turned and became dark and deep. An inexplicable suction made him unable to move. Then, Kaido saw Chu Yang's figure in the two kinds of light. The opponent held two swords, and the sunlight and moonlight were like wings, stretching behind him. At this moment, Kaido seemed to see Kazuki Oden in the past, and saw the Tenryūbito 10 punch that shocked the world. No. The taste of death is even stronger this time. No. Kaido shouted in horror, but his body could not move. Part of the suction force came from the moonlight, and the other part was one of the special abilities of the Samurai, Wangxiang Shianayan. The two wooden swords fell accurately on Kaido's body, and the sunlight and moonlight left new scars on his chest. The destructive energy that was more terrifying than the Tenryūbito 10 punch penetrated Kaido's body and ravaged wildly. The name of the strongest body seemed like a joke at this moment. The intense pain made Kaido unable to maintain the flame cloud anymore, and he fell straight from the sky and slammed hard on the streets of the flower capital. Fortunately, the civilians had fled long ago, otherwise they would definitely be affected. As Kaido fell, the laughter in the banquet hall also disappeared, and all the members of the Beast Pirates looked at Chu Yang in the sky in horror. Unprecedented fear enveloped Quinn. Even though he knew that the attack just now could not kill Kaido, he still couldn't help being afraid. No one has ever been able to suppress Kaido so easily. Your vitality is really tenacious. If it was someone else, he would have died just now. Chu Yang looked at Kaido, who was slowly climbing up from the deep pit, and couldn't help but sigh. "Did you disappoint me? Then I have to be more serious next time." Kaido, who was covered in blood, kept changing his figure as he walked. Dense green scales grew on the surface of his skin, and his originally burly body became even stronger. Coincidentally, there was a wine shop where Kaido fell, and many wine barrels were stacked next to it. Kaido picked up the wine barrel and drank it all, but his steps became faster and faster, and finally turned into a rapid run. Black lightning wrapped around the 8 fasts, and as Kaido waved, it triggered bursts of thunder in the void. Drunken dragon gossip? Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he went up to him excitedly. Chapter 103 Reverse Bounty and Cruel Punishment. The Dragon of Wine and 8 Diagrams is not Kaido's move, but a special state. When Kaido is drunk, his speed, strength and other aspects will be enhanced. In layman's terms, it is similar to taking adrenaline. The Dragon of Wine and 8 Diagrams can be said to be Kaido's strongest state, and it also means that the enemies he faces are at the same level as him. I didn't use this move in the battle with Kazuki Oden, and I have always felt a little regretful over the years. Kaido stood in front of Chu Yang, looking seriously injured, but his eyes were bright, and he seemed extremely excited. Hearing Kaido mention Kazuki Oden, Chu Yang did not mock him for the first time, but asked seriously, "Is this your last words? It's shorter than I thought." Kaido was stunned, and then laughed. "Your last words are not long either." As soon as the voice fell, the two figures disappeared at the same time, turning into two black lightnings, and crashing into each other. The entire Flower City was shaking violently, as if it was about to fall silent. Although Kaido and Chu Yang's figures are very different, their fighting styles are very similar. Both of them are open and close, and they are strong and powerful. Kaido waved the 8 fists in his hand, and every time he smashed it, the Overlord's Haki turned into black lightning, and burst out from the void. Various killing moves attacked Chu Yang in the fastest way, and Chu Yang fought back with a wooden sword. The collision between the slender wooden sword and the mace made people worry that the wooden sword would be broken in the next second. But the more frightened they were, the more they couldn't take their eyes off their battle. In just a few breaths, the two of them were devastated everywhere they passed, and the aftermath of the battle smashed everything into pieces. The scars on Kaido's body became more visible to the naked eye. Under the premise that the two of them were equally matched in Overlord's Haki, Kaido found that his powerful body, which he was proud of, was actually not as strong as Chu Yang. The human opposite, who was many times thinner than him, actually relied on his body to resist the 8 fasts several times. After Kaido was pierced through the body by the wooden sword, he was unable to heal his wounds in time. The mysterious power of the 2 wooden swords destroyed his body wantonly. As one grew stronger, the other grew weaker. Kaido, who was in the state of Jialan Bagua, gradually fell into decline. His fighting spirit became more and more high. He was like a candle at the end of his life, burning himself wantonly. Since the battle in the Valley of the Gods decades ago, Kaido has never encountered an enemy as powerful as Chu Yang. That made him despair. The two sides continued to fight, and the continuous collision of the Overlord's color covered the sky with dark clouds, which was so depressing that people could not speak. A torrential rain suddenly fell in the flower capital. It was the dragon who was exerting his power. Quinn had been forced into a dead end by him, and the battle would soon see the result. Kaido looked up and glanced at the banquet hall. He knew that if he lost, the beast pirates would be destroyed. If Jin was here, the battle would not be so tense. At least he didn't need to worry about the banquet hall. The enemy calculated everything from the beginning, including the time when Jin left Wano country. Where did you get the information from? Even the world government doesn't know what happened in Wano country. This question has been lingering in Kaido's mind since Chu Yang appeared. If he might die, he must find out the answer. Chu Yang smiled and said, "We don't know what happened in Wano country, and we don't care. We just want to change the base for the Revolutionary Army. This is a good place with a superior geographical location and rich resources." Kaido didn't expect the enemy's reason for the surprise attack to be so simple. He even thought that the other party was here to save the country, but Long said at the beginning that he was here to liberate this place. You are different from those people. They are for ideals, and you are just for ambition. Kaido suddenly realized that Chu Yang's starting point was different from Tiger and others. Chu Yang did not deny it and nodded. "Yes, strictly speaking, I'm the only bad guy in this group." Kaido took a deep breath. "In that case, we can cooperate. I can give you whatever you want." Chu Yang examined Kaido for a while, shook his head and smiled. Ambition and ideals can only go to the end if they support each other, and when ambition meets ambition, it will only cause disputes and destroy everything. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Kaido's face was gloomy, and he was ready to fight to the death. "Let all this end, Kaido. Great power thunderous Bagua." As Chu Yang's last words fell, Kaido used his strongest move, and the remaining domineering color completely broke out. On the 2 wooden swords, the sunlight and moonlight no longer alternated, but broke out at the same time, forming a huge millstone, swallowing Kaido. Source breath second form sun and moon together. The millstone rolled slowly, erasing everything under the brilliance. Kaido's body was bloody like smoke, rising, and his blood was evaporating rapidly. Before the 8 precepts were smashed, they had already disintegrated in midair and turned into ashes. The blue scales of the human beast form were crushed to pieces. Not long after, Kaido's body was covered in blood. He suddenly knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently, unable to get up. Kaido raised his head and looked at Chu Yang for the last time, unwilling and relieved. When the sunlight and moonlight were sublimated to the extreme, the broken walls and ruins on the street were completely wiped out. Only the empty abyss remained. Boss Kaido? Quinn, who had been forced into a desperate situation, could no longer see Kaido's figure. He fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. Long did not continue to attack, but asked his subordinates to lock the opponent with the system that had been prepared long ago. He walked out of the banquet hall and looked at the hole left by the battle, terrified. What kind of destructive power is this? Is there really anyone in the world who can withstand the attack just now? With Kaido's defeat, the remaining crew members of the Beast's pirates will not be able to hold on for long, even if they fight to the last. The next thing to do is to get rid of Kurozumi Orochi and seize the actual control of Wano country. Kazuki Momonosuke will have to wait for more than 10 years before he will appear. The daimyo of each region who are capable of inheriting the control have been persecuted by Kaido. As long as the revolutionary army does not continue to oppress the civilians of Wano country, no one will jump out to resist the revolutionary army for a while. The role played by the revolutionary army itself is not the one in power, but it just needs a base and some arsenals. As a benefactor who saves the country, this request is nothing. If those samurai are unwilling to reach a decent cooperation, Chu Yang will help them to be decent, but the process will be a little violent. In the process of suppressing the Beast's pirates, Long found that they had contacted Jin, who went to Dressrosa and informed him of everything that happened here. I believe Jin will come back soon, but it's too late. However, the phone revealed not only that Jin would come back, but also that there seemed to be reinforcement. As for who it was, Chu Yang guessed that it was most likely the Don Quixote family led by Doflamingo. In just half a day, the banquet hall that Kurozumi Orochi had painstakingly arranged became a temporary meeting hall for Chu Yang and others. The wine table was cleared out, leaving only 2 maps. One was a large map of the entire world, which was relatively rough, and the other was a map of Wano country. After actually taking over Wano country, I found that the geographical location here is much better than I expected. Long pointed to an MTC area on the map and said, "This is the location of Wano country. There are no countries around it. Even the world government has no idea about it, and the distance between the two is very far." Tiger understood and said, "The longer the battle line, the longer the supply line. Once the battle starts, it will consume a lot of resources. It should be difficult for the world government to make up its mind to annihilate us, because it requires a very large army." Long laughed and said, "After all, it is not a problem that can be solved by a demon killing order to eliminate the forces that defeated the 4 emperors." Ivankov suddenly appeared, holding a minion of the Beast's pirates in his hand, and threw him in front of everyone. It was this guy who tipped off Jin, but he didn't seem to know our identity. At that time, the banquet hall was very noisy, and not many people heard Kaido's words. The crew member who tipped off was responsible for guarding outside the banquet hall. Before the battle officially started, he had been knocked down by someone, and he woke up after Kaido was defeated, and hurriedly contacted Jin through the Den Mushi. "It's better not to know. This way, we can catch a few more big fish." Chu Yang smiled. After dealing with Kaido, he can deal with Doflamingo at the same time, which is equivalent to destroying the black industry of both people. Chu Yang still has the complete technology of bloodline factor in his mind. If he gets Doflamingo's factory, he can try to improve the cultivation technology of artificial devil fruit, eliminate the drawbacks, and let the soldiers of the revolutionary army use it. The existence of consciousness in animal type fruits will directly affect the personality of the host. Chu Yang will not consider it. The difficulty of making natural type fruits should be the greatest among the 3 fruits, and it needs to be treated with caution. So Chu Yang will try to make superhuman fruits first. "Brother Tiger, I found this guy in the warehouse." Jinbei came from the door, holding a person in his hand, and his posture was exactly the same as Ivankov before. And the person in his hand was Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi looked at Hen. He is the fruit ability user of the animal type mythical beast Yamato no Orochi. He has 8 heads, each of which has independent consciousness and represents a life. Kurozumi Orochi originally wanted to deceive Jinbei by faking his death, but unexpectedly, Jinbei seemed to have known his ability for a long time and beat him half to death and took him back to the banquet hall. Jinbei threw Kurozumi Orochi in front of Chu Yang and said with a smile, "If you hadn't reminded me, I might have been fooled by him. This guy has no ability, but he has a lot of tricks." Kurozumi Orochi suddenly raised his head and stared at Chu Yang and suddenly realized that the other party was the one who sent him to hell. "Spare my life. I can hand over the entire Wano country to you. Please let me go." Looking around, Kurozumi Orochi found that most of the people present were looking at Chu Yang, so he immediately fell to the ground and crawled to Chu Yang's feet. As a result, as soon as he approached, he was kicked away by Chu Yang. Sent him to the big square outside. That's where Kazuki Oten was tortured. Hang him up and hand him over to the civilians of Wano country. I heard that many people want to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Kurozumi Orochi trembled suddenly and then his body twitched violently. He knew that there were indeed many people outside the door waiting to use his body to vent their hatred. As a user of the Yamato no Orochi fruit, if he was really eaten by others, the process would probably be extremely long and he would suffer unspeakable pain. "Please, don't do this. I can give you whatever you want. I can also apologize to those poor people. I will apologize seriously. Or you can just kill me. Please just kill me." Kurozumi Orochi let out a shrill wail and tried to get close to Chu Yang, but was immediately held up by the soldiers. Long nodded slightly to signal the soldiers to do so Kurozumi Orochi was put on the sea stone shackles and escorted to the square of the flower capital. What awaited him would be a cruel punishment. Long also wanted to know how much anger and resentment the people here had accumulated. Publicly executing Kurozumi Orochi was the best way for the revolutionary army to win the hearts of the people. After dealing with Kurozumi Orochi, everyone sat back at the conference table. Chu Yang pointed to the edge of the map of Wano country, the waterfall area, where they had landed. "You all came from this place, and you should understand its importance. I hope the Sun Pirates will be responsible for the defense here. The fishmen can communicate and control the ability of fish, which is very suitable for guarding the waterfall area in the front mountain. As long as the enemy cannot land on the island on a large scale, they will be invincible. A small number of elites fight, one comes, and Chu Yang takes care of one." Tiger agreed with Chu Yang's proposal. He thought about this problem during the process of landing on the island. The fishmen are indeed very suitable for this task. In addition, most of the civilians in Wano country are still very wary of them, especially the fishmen whose appearance is obviously different from that of humans. The civilians in Wano country have never seen fishmen, and there is no discrimination, but out of the instinct to protect their own survival, they will definitely treat them with hostility. This is an objective fact. If the two sides stay together for a short period of time, I'm afraid that a big conflict will break out. There are radicals like Arlong on the side of the fishmen, which will definitely intensify the conflict. The Sun Pirates temporarily staying in the waterfall and coastal areas will help both sides ease the tension. I believe that before long, when everyone realizes that the fishmen are here to help them, Tiger and others will receive equal treatment from humans for the first time here. How many of those weapons factories in Wano country should be retained? If it is not handled well, it may become the source of conflict between us and the residents of Wano country. Tiger asked the most sensitive topic. You must know that these weapons factories were the top priority when Chu Yang moved the revolutionary army to come to Wano country. Most of them must be demolished. If it cannot be done, then liberating this country will become an empty talk, which goes against the original intention of the establishment of the revolutionary army. Long's tone was unexpectedly firm. Both Chu Yang and Tiger thought he would hesitate on this matter because weapons involve the growth of the revolutionary army. I didn't expect Long to be so conscious. He is worthy of being a revolutionary fighter. Tiger's face eased, and Chu Yang smiled more. They were unwilling to shake the relationship of the alliance in this matter. We have almost finished discussing everything that needs to be discussed. Now there is only one last thing left. Just when everyone thought the meeting could be dismissed, Chu Yang suddenly said, "We have an almost perfect base. Now it is time to use a more proactive way to resist the world government." Proactive way. Long and Tiger looked at each other. One of them was liberating countries everywhere, and the other was breaking up the celestial dragon's actions to capture slaves. Is there a more radical way than this? Chu Yang's eyes were piercing. From today on, we will offer a bounty on the navy and the world government, just like they have always done. Offer a bounty on the navy and the world government? Everyone took a breath of cold air. For hundreds of years, it has always been the world government that has offered a bounty on others. Now it is the other way around. The hall fell silent. Tiger suddenly laughed out loud and immediately felt extremely happy in his heart. You are worthy of it. You can actually think of such a thing. A hint of excitement flashed in Long's eyes. He also thought Chu Yang's proposal was very interesting. If those high-ranking celestial dragons wake up and find that they are being offered a bounty, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Ivankov couldn't help laughing. Just thinking about it makes me feel that the scene is very interesting. Jinbei laughed out loud. Even the always stern-faced Aaron's mouth corners slowly rose, no longer looking like the whole world owed him Bailey. Then it's decided. After we solve Jin, we will immediately issue a bounty order and make the celestial dragons a laughing stock of the world. Everyone nodded frequently, and finally it was Long who made the decision. Chu Yang knew that once this bounty order was issued, the arrogant celestial dragons would continue to send people to die. Whether it was the CP0 that they valued or the navy, they would be swallowed whole by the invisible mouth of Wano country. In the Great Pirate era, when the navy was seriously short of manpower, they would have even less time to take care of the revolutionary army fighting on land. This was a chronic poison that accelerated the overthrow of the celestial dragons. Sunset in the evening. Kurozumi Orochi had been hanging on the square for a while, surrounded by a crowd, but no one dared to step forward and do anything to him. On top of the resentment and anger, there was also a layer of fear of Kurozumi Orochi. His tyrannical methods over the years had accumulated a lot of power. They just stared at Kurozumi Orochi, neither moving forward nor leaving. Kurozumi Orochi, whose psychological defense was almost collapsing, could only stare with anger, trying to scare the civilians. The two sides fell into a strange stalemate. Until, after the meeting, Chu Yang and others walked out of the Orochi city and saw this scene in the square. Chu Yang shook his head in disappointment and slowly walked towards Kurozumi Orochi. When the other party saw him, the momentum of the confrontation with the civilians for a long time finally broke. Kurozumi Orochi cursed loudly and then looked at Chu Yang getting closer and closer. He changed his tone and began to beg for mercy, with tears streaming down his face. How could he still be the emperor? The civilians watching were inexplicably frightened when they saw this. The person who could make Kurozumi Orochi so afraid should be as terrifying as Kato, right? Chu Yang's next action confirmed their thoughts. He used his palm as a knife and chopped off one of the arms of the black shark hole snake. Then he threw it in front of the civilians. Everyone immediately retreated 3 feet away. Not to mention them, even their companions felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Chu Yang didn't say much. He glanced coldly at the group of civilians and left amid the howling of the black charcoal snake. After a while, a woman came out from the crowd. Her eyes were numb and her face was haggard, as if she was about to die. But the moment she saw the blood and flesh of the black charcoal snake, a terrifying cold light suddenly burst out in the woman's eyes. She pounced on it like a wolf and bit it madly. The civilians nearby recognized this woman. Her children all died of hunger and cold due to the oppression of the black charcoal snake. As the woman's behavior stimulated everyone, more and more people joined the action of eating flesh and blood. Some did it out of hatred, while others were simply hungry. Soon, the arm was eaten by them. These civilians naturally locked their eyes on the black charcoal snake, who was terrified and couldn't even speak. They slowly approached, expressionless, with red light in their eyes, like a group of zombies in the end of the world. Screaming, cursing, wailing, until the cries of the black charcoal snake were completely drowned out by the sound of gnawing. This tragedy that lasted for more than 10 years finally came to an end. And Chu Yang also had the title of King of Hell in private from today. The public execution of venting anger established the image of the Revolutionary Army and accelerated the progress of friendly coexistence between the two sides. As the news of the death of Kirizumi Orochi and Kado spread throughout Wano country, a large number of people poured into the flower capital within a few days. Some people admired the broken body of Kirizumi Orochi in the square, while others went to the quarry to watch the crew of the Beast's pirates working hard. They used different methods to confirm the authenticity of the news, and then spontaneously ran around to spread the good news. A large number of weapons factories were destroyed, and the remaining ones could not pollute the environment of Wano country. Chu Yang used wood release to quickly restore the natural vitality nearby. It wasn't long before flowers bloomed again in the flower capital. Orochi Castle became the temporary base of the Revolutionary Army. The general's mansion was returned to the people of Wano country by the Revolutionary Army. As for how to use it, that was their business. Everyone chose to guard it silently until a new general appeared. At the same time, they gradually acquiesced to the Revolutionary Army's control over this place. With the help of the Revolutionary Army, the people's livelihood in the flower capital is recovering in an orderly manner. Post-war reconstruction has always been their strong point. A fortress-like town is quietly being built at the mouth of the waterfall. This will be the first line of defense. Chu Yang and the Sun Pirates will be stationed here for a long time. Because the memory he left on the civilians before was too deep, Chu Yang felt that he should stay away from them for a while. Most importantly, he couldn't stand the numb eyes of those people, which would make him uncontrollably angry. At least he would not show up before the vitality over there was restored. A week after the post-war reconstruction, samurai began to appear near the flower capital. They were intentionally or unintentionally contacting the Revolutionary Army, trying to understand the intentions of the Revolutionary Army. With half suspicion and half hope, the samurai and the Revolutionary Army sat at the negotiation table. Led by the young Hiyori Kazuki, one of the former 9 Red Scabbards. Denjiro, who was aliased as Kashiro, was the main person in charge of the negotiations, and there was also the daimyo of the Hakume region, Shimotsuki Yasu, who had been hiding his identity for many years. Denjiro and Shimotsuki Yasu did not think that the negotiation method could take back the ruling power of Wano country. They were not naive enough to this extent. The two just hope that Hiyori Kazuki can regain her name, stay in the shogun's mansion, and be recognized by the people through her own efforts in the future. Judging from the performance of the Revolutionary Army during this period, they are trustworthy, and even if they fail to reach an agreement, their lives will not be threatened. But the two did not expect that the Revolutionary Army readily agreed to their request and expressed that they would assist Hiyori Kazuki in rebuilding Wano country. The deceptions predicted before coming did not appear, which made Denjiro feel particularly ashamed. Shimotsuki Yasu took the initiative to make concessions, representing Hiyori Kazuki as an ally, and gave the Revolutionary Army many conveniences to facilitate their work in Wano country. The two sides hit it off. When the news of Hiyori Kazuki returning to the shogun's mansion came out, a large number of samurai scattered around the country regrouped and formed a huge force. And this force will also help Chu Yang and others fight against the world government. After the Beast's pirates were attacked, Jin did not return to help immediately, but used Doflamingo's connections to inquire about the news. As the boss of the underground black market, the Don Quixote family has always been excellent in intelligence capabilities in war, and they are always paying attention to the movements of some huge forces. Jin suspected Whitebird because Kazuki Oten was once the captain of his 2nd division. If Whitebird knew about Wano country, it is possible that he would attack the Beast's pirates. The Whitebird pirates also have the ability to defeat the Beast's pirates head-on. But as more and more information appeared in Jin's hands, he found that the whole thing had nothing to do with Whitebird, who had been staying in his own territory without moving. If Whitebird didn't go, then it would be even less likely that the captains under his command would go to Wano country, and they would have no chance of winning if they went. The world government has a deal with us. There is no reason to suddenly turn against us, and the navy has been very quiet. Jin thought about it, and then moved his eyes to Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and the result was the same answer. Who is it? Jin didn't have an answer, but he couldn't sit there and do nothing anymore. Since Big Mom was not the mastermind, they could join forces. Jin thought so, and took the initiative. to contact Charlotte Lin who was far away on the World Cake Island. After paying a high enough price, he got a strong helper. If Kaido is in trouble, everything the Beast's pirates have will no longer exist. Only if Kaido is alive can the Beast's pirates make a comeback at any time. The price is only temporary. How about taking me with you for such an important matter? Just as Jin was about to leave Dressrosa, Doflamingo took the initiative to find him and asked to go to Wano country together. What are you thinking? We are partners. Kaido is in trouble, so of course I have to show some gratitude. Jin frowned. Looking at Doflamingo coldly, he didn't think the other party would be so kind. This is exactly the case. Doflamingo just wants to confirm the result of the war. If the Beast's pirates win, then everything will remain the same, and they can also gain some goodwill. But if Wano country changes its owner, then he will have to negotiate a new business and find a new partner. Of course, in either case, he can't be the loser. With Big Mom's help, Jin didn't care about Doflamingo's position, but it would be good to have more fighting power, so he nodded and agreed to the other party's request. Back to the palace of Dressrosa, a group of Don Quixote family cadres appeared here. I say, Doff, do we have to participate in this? It feels very dangerous. As one of the senior cadres, Treble's image is very sloppy, always snotting, like a wretched uncle. Stupid, how can you not go and have a look? Our weapons factory is still there. If there is any problem, who will be responsible? Diamond, who was sitting on the sofa, clasped his hands together and dragged his chin, his face gloomy. The underground black market has been out of stock for some time. If the transaction is delayed, there may be big problems. Hearing this, Doflamingo slowly took out a bottle of red wine from the counter, and with a pop, the cork was pulled out by him. Gudong, the whole bottle of red wine quickly went into Doflamingo's stomach. He wiped his mouth and showed a creepy smile, his expression like the Joker in a poker card. I don't care who wins or loses this war, but if there is a problem with the weapons factory, wait for my revenge. Wano country. Waterfall Fortress was quickly completed with a large amount of manpower and material resources. As an important gateway related to the safety of Wano country, everyone attaches great importance to it. It is called a fortress, but in fact the architectural style is in the same vein as the Flower City. It is a majestic 9-story attic. Chu Yang named it Fei-Liu Pavilion. Most of the Sun Pirates live in the lower 3 floors of Fei-Liu Pavilion, because they are close to the pirate ships in the port. Once there is a slight disturbance, they can immediately enter the combat state. Tiger, Junbei, and Along all live in the middle floor. Chu Yang found that the fishmen don't seem to like high places. Only Chu Yang lives on the top floor. Holding the railing and looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, there is always a feeling of wanting to see the world from 1,000 miles away. Chu Yang likes it very much, so he often stands here. Another advantage is that with his eyesight and domineering, standing at such a high place, he can even find the enemy faster than the surveillance camera. The secret passage in the back mountain has been destroyed by Chu Yang, and people outside can only pass through this road honestly. A guest is coming. Chu Yang was still wondering how long it would take Jin to come back, but suddenly a shadow appeared on the horizon. It was a huge pterosaur wrapped in black leather. It looked quite funny at first glance. Chu Yang's mouth corners rose. Jin flew around Wano country and saw the majestic attic built on the top of the waterfall. He also saw that the weapons factory that should have been lined up became empty. The mountains, rivers, plants, and trees have regained vitality, and the sky and river water have become exceptionally clear and transparent. All signs indicate that the beast pirates seem to have become history. Jin couldn't accept it, and he didn't want to believe it. He flew to the back mountain and tried to enter through the secret passage. No one opened the mechanism for him, so he used brute force to destroy the obstacles. As a result, he found that the road inside was completely blocked, and there was no way to pass through. Kaido would never block this secret passage. There is only one answer. The winner is not Kaido. Extreme grief and anger almost made Jin crazy. He restrained himself from thinking in the worst direction, and immediately flew out of the back mountain, returned to the waterfall in the front mountain, and reunited with the Big Mom pirates. How is it? Can the secret passage you mentioned be passed? Doflamingo walked to Jin with a cynical look on his face. If possible, he hoped that his vision could penetrate the mask and see the other's expression. Jin shook his head slowly. The passage has been blocked. We can only go up from here. Doflamingo looked up at the waterfall. It seems that only we can go up here. Others. Just as Jin was about to answer the other party's question, a voice suddenly came from the side. Just use fish. The man was slender, wearing a light yellow long coat, a candy hat on his head, and holding a candy cane in his hand. This man is the eldest son of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, the candy minister of Cake Island, Perispero. Perispero pointed at his own pirate ship. There were already several carps tied in front of the Queen Mother anthem. Doflamingo, who came alone to help, was happy to watch the show from the side. Anyway, he only planned to work without doing anything. The fleet, dragged forward by the big fish, began to climb the waterfall. Jin once again transformed into a pterosaur and flew to the top of the waterfall, intending to clear the way for everyone. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he was attacked during this process. Jin was not happy with the attic standing on the top of the waterfall. The Sun Pirates discovered through the monitor that someone was breaking in, and all the crew members entered combat status at the first time. Tiger went up to the deck and shouted, "The enemy is strong, but we can't retreat. We must stop them from landing on the island. Reinforcement will arrive soon." Not long ago, they defeated the Beast Pirates. In addition, the sea is their home ground, so the crew was very confident. They chose to land on the island in the same way as us. This is a very stupid decision. Let them know why the fish people are called fish people. After saying a few inspiring words, Tiger ordered the ship to start and aimed the ship's guns at the waterfall. The way the fishmen fight is not limited to the ship. As mentioned before, the sea is their home ground. Most of the fishermen jumped into the sea. Remember, control the fish school first. Let those people's boats lose control, and they will fall down by themselves. Jinbei led his companions into the sea and slowly approached the waterfall cliff. "Brother Tiger, there seems to be something in the sky. Is it a big black bird?" "No, it's a pterosaur." It rushed towards Filio Pavilion. "Don't worry, Yang is still up there." Tiger took out a telescope and put it on his nose. He looked up and saw a pterosaur passing over their heads. He found that the pterosaur was wrapped in black leather and was obviously a person with special abilities. "It's Kado's flame disaster Jin." Tiger took a deep breath and shook his head and said, "Don't worry about him. We just need to make sure that all the enemies climbing the waterfall are shot down, and the rest will be left to Yang." On the other side, Jin flew to the top floor of the attic and suddenly found a figure standing there. The man smiled at him, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. "It took you so long to come. I thought you had given up on your captain, or is it that the world outside is so big that you got lost?" Chu Yang yawned in boredom. Jin stared at Chu Yang and had a strong premonition that the man in front of him must be related to the life and death of Kado. "Where is Kado?" Jin suppressed his anger and asked coldly. "Dead." Chu Yang answered nonchalantly. "Impossible. I ask you again, where is Kado?" Jin could not accept this answer. He was on the verge of rage and ready to attack at any time. "Are you naive, or can't accept the facts? Since I'm standing here, it must be Kado who is dead. How many times do I need to repeat such a simple truth?" Chu Yang shook his head in disappointment. Kado's life and death were unknown, and Chu Yang's attitude made Jin's anger finally reach its limit. He rushed into the sky like a fighter jet, quickly rose high, and then dived towards Chu Yang on the top floor of the attic. Chu Yang stepped on the railing and soared into the sky. The whole person turned into a white line and rushed towards Jin, and the speed of rising was faster than Jin's descent. Jin's pupils shrank slightly, but he didn't think of avoiding. He was an animal type fruit ability user. How could he lose to an ordinary person in a physical battle? Jin's body began to burn, and blazing flames emerged. This was the talent of the Lunaria tribe, and had nothing to do with the devil fruit. Dangong Huang. Jin spread his wings, and used the wings wrapped in flames to hit Chu Yang, who was flying at high speed in the air. At the same time, Chu Yang's whole body was shining with lightning, and he entered the state of lightning armor. He bent his arms to 90 degrees, like a sickle. The black wings collided with his arms, and produced fierce sparks. The lightning suppressed the flames on Jin's body. Jin actually smelled the smell of burning from his wings. Crack. The sound of bones cracking sounded. Jin groaned in pain, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How could this person's body be so hard? Exclamation mark. Stronger than an animal type ability user? Exclamation mark. Jin was shocked and angry. Since the flesh was not advantageous, he simply gave up the pterosaur form and transformed into a human beast form. In the human beast form, Jin's arms and wings merged into a pair of larger black wings. With a wave of his hand, dozens of powerful wind blades were released. Seeing the wind blades coming, Chu Yang did not dodge. The wind blades hit him like rain falling on the eaves, dripping, without leaving any scars. Get down. Chu Yang flashed and appeared above Jin's head, stepping hard on his forehead. Jin's head was hit violently, and his eyes went black. He fell into a state of fainting, and fell from a high altitude. Why did Jin fall from the sky? Everyone on the Queen Mother's anthem was stunned. Charlotte Linlin, who didn't look too bloated at the time, frowned and said, could it be that someone shot it down? Doflamingo was afraid of chaos in the world, and laughed loudly. It's embarrassing to be beaten up in your own territory, Jin. Perispero warned sinisterly, it's not a good habit to laugh at your allies, Doflamingo. Doflamingo sneered, do you have any objections? The two of them were on the verge of a fight, and the atmosphere was stiff. That's enough. Don't let the enemy laugh at you. I remember you are here to help, right, Doflamingo? Charlotte Linlin reminded Doflamingo with a bad look. Of course, the beast pirates are my closest partners. Doflamingo put down his attitude and took a step back at the right time. But he had already made a note in his heart and planned to repay it later. Just when the quarrel happened on the boat, no one noticed that the big fish pulling the boat began to secretly turn around. It turned out that the fishmen had sneaked under the fleet. The fishmen used their talent of communicating with fish to control the big fish to secretly mess up their routes. Before long, several pirate ships collided with each other. It was not until the Queen Mother anthem was spinning wildly that Charlotte Linling noticed the strangeness of the big fish. Be careful. There is something strange under the ship. Charlotte Linling simply summoned Zeus, lifted herself up, and floated in the air. As the ability user of the soul fruit, Charlotte Linling can give soul to anything, and create special life forms, which she calls homies. Zeus is a thundercloud infused with soul. In addition, there is the flame with soul, Sun Prometheus, the bicorn with soul, Napoleon. These special homies have very powerful abilities, which can give Charlotte Linling the upper hand in the battle with the enemy. Zeus carried Charlotte Linling into the sky, and the next second, the Queen Mother anthem slammed into another pirate ship. The violent collision caused many crew members on the deck to fall into the sea, and the pirate ship was seriously damaged. Seawater quickly poured into the cabin from the damaged area. Doflamingo used thin wires to embed into the cliffs on both sides of the waterfall, built steps, and walked in the air without being affected. The sudden rampage of the big fish directly caused nearly half of the pirate ships in the fleet to fall from the waterfall, and the remaining half could only hold on. Charlotte Linlin knew that if this continued, the fleet might be destroyed, so she directly injected her soul into the waterfall. A human face suddenly appeared in the waterfall. Charlotte Linlin shouted, "Send us up." "Okay, Mom." The human face of the waterfall actually responded to her. Then the water flow rolled back and rushed the pirate ship up. Chapter 104. Huang Rang at her full strength. The power of the soul fruit was so unexpected that even Chu Yang didn't react. The upstream waterfall lifted the Queen Mother anthem to the top of the waterfall, and even Jinbei and other fishmen hiding in the sea were rushed up. The pirate ship was swayed left and right by the sea, and the fishmen on the deck were thrown to the ground. What was that just now? Tiger looked at Charlotte Linlin on the Queen Mother anthem in shock. It is impossible for a devil fruit user to control anything related to the sea. Why can this woman control the waterfall? Brother, it seems that we have failed in the battle. Should we retreat first? Arlong asked, standing beside Tiger. The enemy's numerical advantage is obvious. Let's wait for the reinforcement of the Revolutionary Army to arrive before we start the battle. Tiger turned back and glared at Arlong. You want to let these people into the island? Idiot. What about the civilians on the island? Arlong said nonchalantly. It's just humans anyway. There's no need to risk the lives of our brothers. Shut up. I don't want to hear such words again. It's not my style to betray my allies. Tiger pushed Along away and immediately ordered the crew to prepare for the battle. The rest of the ships of the Big Mom pirates were still being sent up by the waterfall, and the Queen Mother anthem began to approach Tiger and his team. Chu Yang slowly descended from the air and blocked the Queen Mother anthem. Who is this guy? The people on the ship were full of question marks. The moment Perospero saw Chu Yang, he suddenly felt a little familiar. Their intelligence capabilities are the best in the industry, and they are many times stronger than Doflamingo, the emperor of the underground black market. If Perospero feels familiar with them, it proves that they have done something extraordinary. Thinking of this, Perospero walked behind Charlotte Linling and whispered a few words. Charlotte Linling nodded slightly, focusing her eyes on Chu Yang. Little guy, the matter of Wano country was caused by you and your companions? Chu Yang ignored her and stared at the pirate ships that were constantly sent up by the waterfall. Interesting. Since you don't answer, I will take it as your acquiescence. Charlotte Linling stepped on the thundercloud and waved the sword of Napoleon. I hate others standing in front of me the most. As soon as the voice fell, Thundercloud Zeus, who was in tune with Mom, immediately gathered all his strength and rushed towards Chu Yang. Instead of destroying them one by one, it would be much easier to clean them up at once. The last pirate ship of the Big Mom pirates was finally sent up. Chu Yang smiled and raised his hands, and his pupils changed. On the white eyeball, the blood-like megatoma slowly rotated. Strange boy. Charlotte Linling suddenly felt a palpitation, as if something big was about to happen. She subconsciously sped up to stop Chu Yang. The next moment, Chu Yang whispered, Shinra Tensei. The destructive repulsive force swept around with Chu Yang as the center. The calm sea surface suddenly sank, as if it was hit by a huge meteorite. An invisible force pushed the waves, layer by layer, and finally formed a huge wave, pressing towards the Queen Mother anthem. Hey, are you kidding? Doflamingo took off his sunglasses and looked at the huge waves in front of him that kept rising, and finally even blocked the sun. The deck was pitch black. Charlotte Linling held the Napoleon sword with both hands and began to accumulate power. The domineering color boiled and half of the sky sank. We go. The terrifying sword energy formed a huge shock wave in front of Charlotte Linling as she swung the hilt of the sword. From a distance, it looked like a spear. The shock wave penetrated the tsunami waves, allowing the Queen Mom anthem to escape through the gap, but the strong repulsive force that followed still overturned it. The fate of other pirate ships was even more miserable. They were directly hit by the huge waves and fell into pieces, leaving only scattered wooden boards floating on the sea. With just one blow, a fleet of hundreds of pirate ships was destroyed. Charlotte Linling stood on the thundercloud with a dull look in her eyes. She couldn't believe that the pirate group she was proud of was defeated so easily. Damn waterfall. Damn Wano country. After this time, I must make Kaido compensate me for my losses. If it weren't for the terrain, the Big Mom pirates would never be destroyed so easily, at least. Charlotte Linling thought so. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. At this moment, Kaido's whereabouts were unknown, and Jin was knocked off the cliff. Even if she wanted to get angry, she couldn't find anyone to vent. So, Charlotte Linling stared at Chu Yang, intending to vent all her anger on this person. Doflamingo, standing in the air with a step made of thin wires, glanced at the broken pirate ships with lingering fear. No wonder he dared to challenge the Emperor of the Sea. He really has the strength to match. I just don't know whether Kaido was defeated or died in the battle. That man shouldn't be so easy to kill, right? Doflamingo chose to watch from the sidelines, his eyes lingering on Chu Yang and Big Mom. Except for Charlotte Linling, who was not affected by Zeus, the others fell into the sea with the capsizing of the Queen Mother's anthem. Most pirates are capable people and can only struggle in the water. Charlotte Linling looked down at them, then said to Doflamingo coldly, "Save them. I will give you a suitable reward afterwards." Doflamingo grinned. "No problem. This is a rare good business." Then he waved his hand, and the silk thread bound the upper body of the drowned people like a chain, and lifted them up. The Queen Mother anthem was also dragged by the chain formed by the silk thread, and turned 180 degrees, reappearing on the sea. Everyone fell on the ship, Some fainted, and some were weak all over, unable to exert any strength. In a short time, they had no fighting power at all. In the distance, a pirate ship was approaching this side. It was the Sun Pirates led by Tiger. He knew that he must not give these people a chance to breathe, so he decided to lead the fishmen, to take the initiative to attack. "How dare you look down on me, you rabble." Prometheus seemed to have sensed the anger in the heart of Mom. The flames on his body suddenly brightened. Charlotte Linlin grabbed it and threw it out, aiming directly at the Sun Pirates. As a flame with a soul, Prometheus can actively increase its temperature, even comparable to the burning fruit. A huge column of fire suddenly appeared and hit the pirate ship straight. The high temperature it emitted made the seawater below seem to be boiling. Seeing that the pirate ship could not turn in time to avoid the column of fire, Tiger could only close his eyes in despair. At this moment, a black lightning in the void hit Prometheus. "Ah!" It screamed and froze in the air. Then a hand grabbed it, and the domineering aura of the king drowned it like a tide. Chu Yang played with Prometheus and looked down at Charlotte Linlin. He suddenly became interested in the soul fruit. The soul fruit, which gives souls to objects and creates life almost unconditionally, combined with the yin-yang escape of the Six Paths Sage, seems to be able to combine even more terrifying abilities. Unfortunately, fear of the sea is a very worrying weakness. Chu Yang shook his head and decided to put this idea aside until there was a solution. But for now, he was not thinking about killing Charlotte Linlin. Killing her and then trying to find the soul fruit would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be better to lock her up and use her as an experimental subject. Charlotte Linlin shuddered. She found that Chu Yang looked at her as if he was looking at an interesting toy. Impolite guy. Charlotte Linlin was very angry, but the fear on her face lingered. Such a strong conqueror's haki, you can actually catch Prometheus with your bare hands. Among the people I know, only a few can do that. Prometheus, who was constantly whipped by the conqueror's haki lightning, seemed to be in pain and kept shouting Mom to save it. "You're so noisy, get out." Chu Yang threw it back. Prometheus turned into a flame and flew into Charlotte Linlin's hands. He acted like a child and complained about his grievances. "You actually gave Prometheus back. What is this guy planning?" Charlotte Linlin became more fearful. She didn't think Chu Yang was kind-hearted. "I'll only give you one chance. If you lose, you'll stay forever." As he spoke, Chu Yang's domineering color surged wildly. The sky above Wano country was covered with dark clouds, and the pressure was extremely terrifying. Just standing under the dark clouds, Charlotte Linlin felt Chu Yang's power. She didn't dare to neglect it at all, and directly took out her best moves. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, the power of the three combined into one. Flames and thunder wrapped around the sword, and with Charlotte Linlin's powerful domineering aura, it was very powerful for a while. Mingguang sword. The two people's domineering colors were vented without any scruples, and they collided wildly. The sea surged, forming waves of huge tsunamis, and the sky was torn in half. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and the source of breathing was running to the extreme. The sunlight and moonlight went in and out of his mouth and nose, and rotated repeatedly. He put on the tail beast coat, and the light it emitted was like a dazzling little sun. Charlotte Linlin's figure suddenly rose, as if it was inflated, and in the blink of an eye it became a giant with a sturdy body. Dark purple bones also appeared around Chu Yang's body, protecting him, and then some tissues continued to appear, gradually turning into a human figure like a samurai. Susanoo. The tail beast coat quickly covered the surface of Susanoo, evolving it into another appearance. 3 heads and 6 arms, with wings on its back. The armor on the whole body materialized. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin did not dare to continue to accumulate strength, and used all her strength to make a strong cut. Mingguang Jian Wei Guo. A giant shockwave that was nearly 10 times thicker than before, carrying strong thunder and flames, shot towards Chu Yang. This attack even illuminated the sea under the dark clouds. Facing the terrifying Wei Guo, Susanoo's 6 arms grabbed the void, and 6 lightsabers appeared at the same time. The power of the sun and the moon continued to flow between the 6 lightsabers, and the light fell, forming a light curtain in front of him. Wei Guo crashed into the light curtain, but it did not cause a strong impact. Instead, it seemed to be melted away, like snow under a clear sky. The light curtain continued to advance, swallowing up all the lives on the road. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, the three special homies that Charlotte Lingling was proud of, could not escape the bad luck, and were directly dissolved. Charlotte Lingling tried to resist, and condense the armed color on the surface of her body, but it didn't work. It was as if she fell into a meat grinder, and every inch of her skin was suffering from unspeakable pain. At the moment, when Charlotte Lingling fell into a coma, Chu Yang stopped attacking, held Susanoo in his hand, and turned to look at Doflamingo, who had been watching the show. Doflamingo was sweating coldly. He now regretted participating in this matter very much. Chu Yang's fighting power exceeded his imagination. He had not seen the Battle of Roger, the Pirate King, but he dared to guarantee that no matter how strong Roger was, he would not be stronger than the person in front of him. I think there may be a misunderstanding between us. I'm not a companion to this group of people. Doflamingo tried his best to explain, but Chu Yang's eyes looked at him more and more coldly, which made him shudder. I have seen many evil people, but there are still not many as bad as you. Let kind and loving people kill each other, and have fun from it. Such a bad taste is really unbearable. Hearing this, Doflamingo turned around, and fled without hesitation, pushing the power of the thread fruit to the extreme. Countless silk threads sprayed out, connecting the clouds, and building a ladder for escape. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Doflamingo, who was wrapped in great fear, cursed and fled madly. When Doflamingo thought he was about to escape, an arrow condensed from dark purple energy passed through his chest from behind, and pierced his heart. Doflamingo was suddenly stunned and looked down at the fist-sized hole in his heart. Only a small part of his heart was still beating. I'm going to die. I'm going to die like this? Exclamation mark. Doflamingo, who was filled with grief and anger, became more and more fuzzy. He even lost the strength to roar. He could only fall into the endless darkness with reluctance. As Doflamingo's body fell into the sea, the remnants of the Queen Mother's anthem were almost all locked by Seaston. A small number of them chose to jump into the sea in exchange for a glimmer of life. But they were obviously not smart enough. They actually played this trick under the nose of the fish man. Jinbei and his companions dived into the seabed and captured the escaped pirates. They also brought back Doflamingo's body and the unconscious Jin. When the latter woke up, his hands and feet were already shackled with Seaston. When he was sent to the quarry, Jin asked Chu Yang about Kado's whereabouts. After learning that Kado was dead, Jin looked at Hen and his eyes were lifeless. He often regarded Kado as a relative who was both a father and a brother, not a captain. Chu Yang, who was interested in the soul fruit, built a laboratory in Filio Pavilion with ease, and asked Quim from the Revolutionary Army as an assistant. Long did not object, but was worried that Chu Yang would go astray, so he secretly found Tiger and had a conversation with him. Although Tiger didn't know what Chu Yang was going to do, he absolutely believed that Chu Yang would not dare to do bad things, nor would he become the next tyrannical Sea Emperor. Perhaps infected by Tiger's resolute attitude, Long put this matter aside for the time being, and devoted himself to more important things. The Revolutionary Army's bounty order against the world government and the Navy, along with the subversive news of Kado and Charlotte Linlin's defeat, instantly swept the world. In Wano country, Filio Pavilion, Chu Yang was on the top floor of the attic, looking at the laboratory that was being renovated with great fanfare, and fell into deep thought. In recent years, the greatest achievement of mankind's research on devil fruits is artificial devil fruits. The creator of the world's first artificial devil fruit was Dr. Vegapunk of the former government science force. Quinn, Judge, and Caesar. The research directions of these three people are like three branches, and their source is Dr. Vegapunk's bloodline factor theory. If possible, Chu Yang hopes to directly capture Vegapunk to help him with his research. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone, so he could only settle for the second best, and get Judge and Caesar together. Let these three people work together to see if there is any progress. Chu Yang himself will also join the research, and he has Magic Chu Yang and Marvel Chu Yang behind him, and their research capabilities are no worse than these three people. Caesar's research institute in Punk Hazard. After the Vinsmoke family and the Don Quixote family failed in the fight, Judge led the mobile Germa kingdom to leave the North Sea and wandered in the sea. It took time to get the other party's movements. Just leave these things to the Revolutionary Army. Chu Yang helped them take such a good base. As an ally, he should show his appreciation. It is not a good habit to get something for free unilaterally. Long Yi was very cooperative. It doesn't matter whether he really trusts Chu Yang. In a normal cooperative relationship, reciprocity is the most basic thing. Since gaining the support of Kazuki Hiyori and the samurai, the Revolutionary Army does not need to spend too much manpower to protect the base. They are not worried about external invading enemies, because the other party can't even get through Chu Yang's Filio Pavilion. Therefore, the free manpower can run for Chu Yang's affairs with all their strength. Half a month later, Chu Yang received intelligence from Caesar and Judge one after another. The former still stayed in Punk Hazard, where a large number of naval forces were stationed in the research institute, while the latter returned to the North Sea. With the demise of the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, the news of Doflamingo's death also spread rapidly. For the world, this is another big earthquake. The Don Quixote family has come to the brink of collapse, and the power they have established in the North Sea has fallen apart, and Judge has become the biggest beneficiary. The German kingdom has once again become the overlord of the North Sea, and returned to its former territory. In addition to intelligence, the Revolutionary Army also gave Chu Yang 2 permanent pointers, one pointing to Punk Hazard Island and the other pointing to the German kingdom. Interestingly, Chu Yang has been to the German kingdom on land, which is where he stole the bloodline factor technology. It feels like you are always catching a sheep to pluck the wool. Before leaving, Chu Yang went to the laboratory, where Quinn, wearing ceased and shackles, was working honestly. Another big boss, Jin, was digging diligently in the mine. As animal-type ancient seed fruit ability users, their physical fitness is very excellent and very durable. Both of them are enjoying the 007 blessing tendered for them by Chu Yang. Long had to praise Chu Yang as a devil when he saw it. After explaining some construction standards of the laboratory to Quinn, Chu Yang also thoughtfully left a shadow clone to supervise Quinn's work. Secondly, it was to avoid the riots that would be caused if he was not there. After arranging everything properly, Chu Yang used the dust release to fly high in the sky and soon disappeared. No one even noticed that he had left Wano country. The permanent pointer is a good thing. It saves Chu Yang the energy to observe the terrain in the air. He only needs to identify the direction and keep flying forward. Between 2 points, the straight line distance is the shortest. A few days or even a month of sailing distance can be completed in just a few hours here. The pointer swings down wildly, which means that Chu Yang has reached his destination. Punk Hazard, Aokiji and Akano have not yet started a battle for the position of marshal here. The whole island is still peaceful and beautiful. There aren't many creatures on Punk Hazard, but they are of many types. Some are native to the island, while others are brought here by scientists for experiments. Chu Yang Wang flew around the island casually and saw no less than 100 kinds of animals. The laboratory was built in the center of the island, attached to the mountains on the island, and some buildings were embedded in the mountains. The location of the laboratory at this time was different from the location more than 10 years later. The explosion caused by Caesar destroyed the laboratory, and the laboratory that Luffy and his friends saw in the future was actually rebuilt. Using the observation haki to cover all nearby buildings, Chu Yang quickly found the location of Caesar through the sound of conversation. He landed directly on the top of the building and punched a hole in the ceiling. Woo woo woo, a shrill alarm sounded, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. Chu Yang jumped down from the gap, and his eyes changed into the state of the samurai. The navy guards who came to stop Chu Yang according to the instructions suddenly became dull and numb after seeing his eyes, and instantly fell into illusion and couldn't extricate themselves. Illusions will constantly transform their memories, and when Chu Yang leaves here, they will not have any information about Chu Yang in their minds. He chased after Caesar all the way. The guards and researchers along the way fell into the illusion world he created as long as they looked at him. After a while, almost everyone in the laboratory lost their ability to resist, leaving Caesar alone to face Chu Yang. Caesar felt creepy when he saw his companion's strange behavior, and without thinking, he prepared to escape from here by elementalization. At this time, a wooden stick wrapped in armed color pierced Caesar's shoulder like lightning, nailing him to the wall. Then more wooden sticks were nailed to his limbs, each of which was deeply embedded in the wall behind him. Bright red blood flowed slowly with Caesar's screams. "I don't mean to take your life, Mr. Caesar. I just want you to do me a small favor, okay?" Chu Yang smiled, but Caesar was terrified. With such a cruel style of behavior, it was a joke to say that he would not take anyone's life. Caesar cried, "What do you want me to do? You can just say it directly. There is no need to do this." Chu Yang liked Caesar's attitude very much. Smart people are easy to talk to. He waved his fingers, and the wooden sticks that nailed Caesar's feet immediately came off. Caesar groaned in pain, and nodded to Chu Yang with a grateful look. "I'm very interested in the research of bloodline factor technology. I hope you can help me. By the way, your former colleague Quinn is also in my team." Hearing Chu Yang's words, Caesar was suddenly stunned. He remembered the news he had read not long ago. Wasn't the Beast Pirates, where Quinn was already destroyed? Could it be that this person in front of him killed Kaido and the Beast Pirates? Caesar suddenly shuddered, and some of the little thoughts in his heart immediately disappeared completely. He said eagerly, "No problem, I can agree to any request you have. It's my honor to be able to bring you a little help." As soon as the voice fell, the last few wooden sticks nailed to Caesar fell together, and he fell to the ground, and knelt on the ground without hesitation. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. With the help of Caesar, Chu Yang used the space created by the Traceless extension spell to move all their useful instruments and file data in the laboratory. A few weeks later, the world government sent people to inspect Punk Hazard, and all they had left was an empty laboratory. After leaving Punk Hazard, Chu Yang took Caesar to the North Sea. "Boss, where are you taking me? Can you tell me the destination?" Caesar didn't know Chu Yang's name, and didn't dare to ask, so he used the boss as a pseudonym. Anyway, from today on, he was Chu Yang's employee. Chu Yang liked this title very much, and his tone became softer. "Go find your old colleague." Excluding Quinn, who was mentioned by the boss, Caesar immediately thought of another old colleague who had a lot of disputes with him. Vince Smoke Judge. "I didn't expect that we would reunite in this way." Caesar sighed. "Since we haven't seen each other for so long, we will have a chance to reminisce in the future, but it has to be after we finish the work." Chu Yang smiled and joked. Caesar was embarrassed and couldn't speak, so he could only echo Chu Yang and pull out a smile that was uglier than crying. Chu Yang, flying at high speed, was like a meteor streaking across the sky above the North Sea in the dark night sky. After driving away the remnants of Don Quixote, Judge was sitting on his throne, enjoying the joy of victory. The only drawback was that when he left, Judge was unable to take away all the laboratory instruments and data. When he came back this time, the laboratory was already a mess. Not only was a lot of precious data lost, but the laboratory was severely damaged and could not be reactivated. Not only the laboratory, but the entire palace was messed up by the Don Quixote family, and there were traces of burning everywhere. Judge was very angry, but when he thought that Doflamingo was dead, the anger on his face quickly turned into joy. What was lost will be taken back sooner or later. There is no need to get angry over a small matter, isn't it? Judge, who was in high spirits, got up from the throne and was about to return to the palace to rest, but his heart suddenly palpitated, as if something was going to happen. Judge, with a chill on his back, looked around, and the empty palace suddenly became dark and terrifying. Who is it? Judge never ignored his occasional whim. In fact, such a premonition has saved his life several times. His voice echoed in the palace, but no one answered. The silent palace seemed to laugh at him for making a fuss. But the uneasiness in Judge's heart did not diminish, but became stronger. At this moment, he suddenly found that the dark part of the entire palace was expanding silently, and the shadow in the corner was like a living creature, slowly approaching him with its fangs and claws. Judge immediately launched an attack, picked up the high-tech spear he carried with him, and released a strong electric current straight ahead. However, the shadow was just a shadow, not the monster that Judge thought it was. When he tried to attack again, he found that the surroundings had returned to their original state. The floor tiles of the palace were destroyed by him, revealing a large pit several meters wide. Could it be that I'm too tired recently? Judge repeatedly stroked his forehead, trying to confirm whether his state was normal at the moment. The illusion just now was real and did not seem like an illusion. Suddenly, the shadow behind Judge seemed to have life again and pounced on him. In a flash, Judge's keen instinct saved him again, allowing him to escape the attack by a hair's breadth. But when Judge looked back, the surroundings became quiet again. The silence was filled with an indescribable weirdness. No, we have to leave here first. Judge looked up at the palace exit, only to find it was pitch black. This place had already been invaded by darkness without him noticing, and Judge had no idea. Darkness and shadows were like a tide, rushing in from all directions, instantly drowning Judge. Real world. Judge sat on the throne with a dull look in his eyes, and did not get up. In front of him were Chu Yang and Caesar. Seeing Judge fall into hallucinations without resistance, Caesar felt terrified. What is more terrifying than hearing ghost stories is seeing ghost stories with your own eyes. So far, Chu Yang has used many abilities in front of Caesar, and the other party can no longer tell which ones are the abilities of the devil fruit. Caesar's fear of Chu Yang is deepening as more abilities are revealed. Originally, Chu Yang was going to use the Imperious Curse on him, but judging from the current situation, there is no need to do that. Caesar's fear is gradually turning into loyalty. In order to make the fear more effective, Chu Yang let Caesar watch the whole process of Judge's inner torture by illusions. Caesar trembled as he watched until the end. Chu Yang used the Imperious Curse to control the other party's mind. When all this was done, Caesar had already knelt down in submission, with his head pressed firmly against the ground. He looked devout, like a fanatical believer. So far, Chu Yang's purpose of this trip had been achieved. He got Caesar and Judge, and also got the Germa Kingdom, which was once the overlord of the North Sea. Judge's 4 children are valuable in themselves. Clone soldiers are dispensable. These people have no independent thinking ability and average combat power. At best, they are just moving toys, far inferior to the shadow clone technique. It will take more than a month for the Germa Kingdom to return to the Grand Line from the North Sea. Chu Yang didn't have time to wait for them, so he took Caesar back to Wano country first. It is always a pleasure to meet old acquaintances, especially when Caesar saw the huge cistern shackles on Quinn's neck. He seemed even happier. Hey, isn't this Quinn? How come you've become like this after so long? Caesar winked and mocked him. When they were in the government scientific corps, they looked down on each other's research. You're not dead yet? Quinn got a cigar from somewhere, put it in his mouth, and puffed out smoke, looking at Caesar with contempt. I won't die even if you die. Caesar sneered in response. Chu Yang came from outside and saw the 2 people at loggerheads. He smiled and said, stop arguing. We'll see each other every day. Complete the tasks I assigned to you. Caesar immediately fell to the ground and said respectfully, as you wish, boss. Boss. Quinn looked at Caesar in surprise, turned his head, and glanced at Chu Yang again, and immediately said, boss, after the laboratory is completed, should we add more people here? Chu Yang snapped his fingers, and a person who looked exactly the same suddenly appeared behind him. One after another. Quinn and Caesar stared in amazement as the laboratory was filled with Chu Yang's shadow clones. Is it enough? Quinn and Caesar looked at each other. Enough. It's too much. Chu Yang nodded, and then reminded, from today on, no outsiders can enter the laboratory, including the fishmen and the Revolutionary Army. Try to let them know my secrets later. Caesar replied solemnly, boss, don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can get in. Chu Yang verbally praised Caesar a few words, and then walked into the deepest room. Opening the door, the dying Auntie Charlotte Lingling was hung in the center of the room by cistern chains. Boy, there is no deep hatred between us. Why torture me like this? The tattered clothes and dirty hair made the former Sea Emperor look particularly miserable. Coupled with her resentful eyes, Charlotte Lingling looked like a devil from hell. Chu Yang sent her to hell himself. Like you said, there is no hatred between us. I'm just interested in your fruit ability. Chu Yang waved his hand to create a wooden chair and then sat in front of Charlotte Lingling. You can't get the power of the soul fruit this way. It's better to kill me. In a few years, a new fruit will appear. You are so young, this time doesn't matter at all, right? Charlotte Lingling was very excited and begged Chu Yang to kill her. In just a few weeks, she had been in Chu Yang's illusion space for several years, and her mind was almost broken. Even so, the Soul Reaper curse did not work on her. I don't know if it was because of the tenacity of the top strong men, or because of the soul fruit of the aunt. To be honest, I'm seeking the essence of the devil fruit, not a fruit with obvious side effects. Although I'm very sorry, I can only ask you to bear it for a while. Chu Yang smiled kindly, stood up and walked out of the room, ignoring Charlotte Lingling's hysterical abuse behind him. On the other hand, the world government was busy with the bounty order. Pirates on the sea were tempted by the high bounty and began to gather forces to attack the Navy's branch base. 4 naval branches were destroyed, officers below the rank of Major General were wiped out, and countless soldiers were injured. This was the worst incident that had never happened before. The Navy headquarters suddenly realized that those overwhelming bounties would bring more violent turmoil than the Great Pirate Era. The world of martial arts. After passing Zangnan Mountain, you will leave the Southern Song Dynasty and reach the border of the Northern Song Dynasty. When the carriage passed the border between the two countries, Chu Yang stood by the boundary marker in a daze. After coming to this world for so long, he still hadn't gotten used to treating the Southern Song Dynasty and the Northern Song Dynasty as two countries. Thinking that after leaving the Northern Song Dynasty, the next stop would be the Ming Dynasty, Chu Yang felt confused. What a mess. Huangrang and Munianzi were making a fire to cook. Hearing Chu Yang's mumbling, Munianzi looked at Huangrang in confusion. What's wrong with brother Chu? Don't worry about him. He was like this before. He always said crazy things. It's probably the side effect of cultivating immortals. Now it seems that not having the opportunity to cultivate immortals is a good thing. At least his brain won't have any problems. Roger, brother Chu is not that serious, right? Humph. You've only known him for a few days. Just wait and see. When he gets crazy, see if you can still call him brother Chu. Munianzi blushed and stopped talking. She lowered her head to help Huangrang. Not long after, the meal was ready. Huangrang was clever and skillful, and the carriage was well stocked with food. This meal had chicken, fish, vegetables, and meat. The rich dishes didn't seem like they were on the road, but more like a picnic. Xiaochu, when we were in the city just now, I heard that there was going to be a big meeting in the Northern Song Dynasty. Let's go and take a look, okay? Huangrang's eyes moved around. She was particularly mischievous at the age of 15. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. No wonder you cooked so many dishes today. You had other intentions after all this time. Huangrang put her hands on her hips and retorted angrily. I cook so many dishes every day, okay? Look at you. You're almost getting fat. Chu Yang found it a little funny. How could he get fat? The energy provided by the food was not enough for his body circulation. Go. Chu Yang thought that he had been taking them to camp in the wilderness recently in order to hurry on the road, and he felt a little embarrassed. Although the carriage was huge and had everything, it was not crowded after all. After a long time, he would still miss the fireworks of the world. Not to mention the two of them. Chu Yang himself wanted to go around the city. After being a teacher for so long, he missed the time when a group of children were noisy around him. Huangrang and Munianzi held hands and cheered. After lunch, the carriage continued to move forward, but this time, they were going to a place with more people. Huangrang asked along the way and finally learned a place name. Juxianzhuang. After storing the carriage at the inn, Chu Yang and the other two came to the street. They didn't need to ask passers-by. They just followed the surging crowd and found Juxan Manor. Today, many heroes gathered. A group of guys who claimed to be knights gathered together to discuss how to deal with Kao Feng, who had turned into a kitten. A righteous gang fight. Chu Yang smacked his lips and complained meaningfully. My father always sneered at those guys who were called heroes, but he admired this Kao gang leader very much. I think he should not be a person who got the reputation for nothing. Huangrang had heard the rumors about Kao Feng. A generation of heroes became a street rat that everyone wanted to beat in just a few months, which made her sigh. Kao Feng has a lot of bad deeds. It is an ironclad fact that he has killed many martial arts predecessors one after another. Your father is a bit blind. The sneer came from far away. Huangrang heard someone scolding her father and immediately turned her head and glared at him. The man dressed like a beggar, but his clothes were spotless. He looked very sinister with his eyes raised, and he was still talking nonsense to Huang Rang. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a yellow-haired girl. No wonder she was so careless. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Rang flashed in front of the beggar and slapped him in the face, sending him flying. Ouch. The beggar fell heavily to the ground. The next second, a group of beggars rushed out of the crowd, surrounded him, and helped him up. Elder Quan, are you okay? Elders, I'm fine. That stinky girl was ruthless, and should not be a righteous person. The beggar named Elder Quan looked at Huang Rang with gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, one of the beggars stepped out of the crowd, and indignantly bowed to Huang Rang, saying, Miss, Elder Quan just made some mistakes, but you won't be so cruel next time. Huang Rang sneered. Who told him to scold my father? He deserves to be beaten. Upon hearing this, the other elders of the beggars sect glanced at Elder Quan with disdain. In ancient times, filial piety was emphasized, and it was disrespectful for a son to scold his father. No wonder he reacted so strongly. But the next second, Huang Rang's words offended them all. Judging from your clothes, you should all be disciples of the beggars sect. Cao Feng is obviously your leader. Even if he is the former leader, he has given you a lot of favors on weekdays, and maybe even saved your life. You came to this conference today, which is a bit ungrateful and heartless. You can still call yourself a hero? I think this is a bear conference, right? The faces of the elders of the beggars sect were iron fists, and Huang Rang's sharp counterattack just hit their sore spot. It would be a lie to say that they didn't feel any shame in their hearts. Chu Yang finally couldn't help laughing. It has to be my sister Huang, who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Wonderful, wonderful. Quan Guan King had just been humiliated by Huang Rang, and now he heard Chu Yang's laughter. He immediately flew into a rage and took out 3 poison darts from his arms and shot them at Chu Yang. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air, it was too late for several elders of the beggars sect to stop them, so they could only shout loudly. In a flash, Chu Yang directly reached out and grabbed the 3 poison darts in his hand and spread out his palm. Surprisingly, there was no damage. Quan Guan King's pupils suddenly shrank, knowing that he had stepped on a hard spot. Just as he was about to find some excuse to deal with it, he heard a familiar sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 poison darts penetrated Quan Guan King's body at lightning speed. Chapter 105. Before you came, others had already started killing people, asking for monthly votes. The 3 poison darts shot out just hit Quan Guan King's Kahei acupoint, Shiman acupoint, and Guanyuan acupoint. The damage to these 3 places meant that Quan Guan King's Danshan was completely destroyed. What frightened Quan Guan King more than the pain was that his internal strength was rapidly draining away. Ah! He destroyed my martial arts. Quan Guan King wailed in pain, staring at Chu Yang with resentment. Chen, Wu, Song, and Zi, the 4 elders changed color when they heard it and couldn't help but glared at Chu Yang. They thought that even if Quan Guan King had just spoken rudely, it wouldn't be so serious that his martial arts would be destroyed. Huang Rang was also startled and quickly turned back to look at Chu Yang. Elder Quan was wrong first, and it's fine if you teach him a lesson, but why do you have to destroy the martial arts that others have worked hard for decades to practice? You are so cruel. Don't you take our beggars sect seriously? Elder Z clenched his fists, burning with anger. Poor Elder Quan has just been promoted from the helmsman to the elder. Elder Chen sighed, turned his head to look at Quan Guan King, and shook his head helplessly. Quan Guan King helped Kang minimum frame Cao Feng, and later took some shortcuts to get the title of elder. He was very proud recently, but he did not expect to meet Chu Yang, the evil star. You guys are quite interesting. He shot me with a poison dart, and I returned the poison dart. He suffered the consequences of his own actions, but you blamed me. Heroes are so unreasonable. The bear conference is worthy of its name. Chu Yang said with a smile, but you are right about one thing. I really don't care about the beggars sect without Cao Feng. As soon as these words came out, all the people watching the excitement were shocked. That is the largest gang in the martial arts world. They were humiliated like this. The 4 elders of the beggars sect were so angry that they trembled all over, pointing at Chu Yang and unable to speak for a long time. Xiao Chu, have I caused you trouble? Huangrang quietly retreated to Chu Yang's side, feeling a little uneasy. She knew that Chu Yang always hated trouble. You're overthinking. In my place, the threshold for trouble is not that low. At best, they are just drags on the roadside. Chu Yang's voice was not loud, but anyone with hearing impairment could hear him clearly. Everyone was talking about it. Chu Yang's behavior was completely shitting on the head of the beggars sect. Who could tolerate this? If they tolerated this, how could the beggars sect have the face to survive in the future? The hot-tempered Elder Z took a step forward and stared at Chu Yang with burning eyes. The other onlookers quickly retreated for fear of being implicated. Elder Z is an external master of our gang. He is good at using steel sticks and specializes in restraining hidden weapons. If you beg for mercy now, Elder Z can spare your life. The upright Elder Wu specially reminded Chu Yang before Elder Z took action. He saw that the other party returned Quan Guan King's hidden weapon with a clever method, so he was sure that the other party was a side door master. Seeing that he was a good person, Chu Yang nodded and smiled. Since you reminded me, I won't kill him. Little thief, you are so brave. Elder Z tightly grasped the steel staff in his hand, jumped out, drew a silver arc in the air, and smashed it into Chu Yang's face. His arms were even trembling because of excessive force. Since he was an external master, his strength was naturally extraordinary. A full strength blow was enough to smash a person's head to pieces. Some passers-by with poor tolerance could not bear to watch this scene, so they turned their heads to the side silently. Chu Yang's face was calm, and his every move exuded strong confidence. He just slightly deviated his body, and at the critical moment, he passed by Elder Z. Elder Z was short and strong, and his body was not agile. He suddenly couldn't turn around. When he turned his back to Chu Yang, he was kicked in the lower back by Chu Yang. So, in full view of everyone, Elder Z fell flat on his face. The scene suddenly became quiet, and the onlookers burst into laughter. Elder Z quickly got up. The kick just now didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting. As a well-known master in the martial arts world, he was a little embarrassed. Huangrang clapped her hands and cheered. Dog eating shit and your identity as a beggar gang disciple are simply a perfect match. Why don't you thank my little Chu quickly? Muniancy hurriedly covered her mouth. Hearing this, Elder Z's temples were bulging with blue veins. His face flushed, and he quickly entered the red temperature state. Even without relying on the observation haki or the Samsara, it would be easy for Chu Yang to avoid Elder Z's attack. The speed of the two sides was very different. Elder Z continued to wield the steel stick to attack. The original powerful and heavy moves seemed even more cumbersome against the backdrop of Chu Yang's elegant figure. After a few encounters, Wu Changfeng knew that Elder Z was no match for Chu Yang, and he was ready to make a move. Group fighting has always been an excellent tradition of the beggars sect. If 10 can beat 1, then 9 will never fight. Everyone in the martial arts world knows this, and the beggars sect has no grudges against it. After waiting for a long time, Elder Z did not force the opponent to make a flaw. Wu Changfeng did not wait any longer, and sacrificed his ghost head knife. Wu Changfeng is as his name suggests. He is as swift as the wind, and has superb knife skills. He has known Elder Z for many years. The cooperation between the two in the battle complements each other, just making up for the disadvantage of the opponent's clumsy moves. However, the two of them together did not seem to change the situation of the battle much. They were still beaten by Chu Yang, as if they were playing with them. Elder Chen, Elder Song, if you two don't take action, the beggars sect will lose face today. Quan Guan King, who was lying on the ground, wailed loudly. Hearing this, Elders Chen and Song no longer held back, and took up their weapons to join the battle. The 4 elders of the beggars sect are considered masters in the martial arts world. Those who can make 4 people fight at the same time, and have an absolute advantage are even more first-class masters. The problem is that with so many people from the martial arts world present, no one knows who the scholar who fought with the 4 elders is. I have never heard of such a person in the martial arts world. He doesn't dress like an outsider and looks so young. For a while, the onlookers were more interested in Chu Yang's identity than the fight between the few people. Muniancy watched for a while, and whispered in Huangrang's ear, Brother Chu could have defeated them a long time ago. Why didn't he use his full strength? Huangrang chuckled and said, he usually doesn't want to practice the martial arts of the 9 Yin manual with us. for fear of hurting us. Now that we have these sandbags to practice, of course we have to use them sparingly. Omunyansi suddenly realized that Chu Yang was using Wu Changfeng and others to verify the martial arts of the 9-yin manual, and she couldn't help but look at them with pity. The ghostly figure kept wandering between the four people. After a long time, no matter how stupid Wu Changfeng and others were, they understood Chu Yang's intention. A strong sense of humiliation suddenly came to my heart. At this time, the Heroes Conference of Jukes and Manor was about to be held, and more heroes who were invited to the conference had arrived. However, these people were outside watching Chu Yang's fight with the four beggars sect elders. The huge Jukes and Manor was deserted. The two heroes of the Yu family looked at each other in bewilderment after not seeing anyone come to the hall for a long time. Brother, could it be that we remembered the date wrong? Nonsense. If you can remember the date wrong, hundreds of people in this manor have remembered it wrong. After saying that, the two brothers were silent for a while. If they didn't remember the date wrong, it meant that no one came to attend the heroes conference they held. How embarrassed were the two heroes of the Yu family. Master, second master, there is a fight outside the manor. The housekeeper ran in from outside the hall in a panic. Yuji looked unhappy. It was fine if no one came to the conference, but why were there people making trouble in Jukes and Manor? Could it be that the two brothers were really old and no longer famous? Who is causing trouble outside the village? At first, the four elders of the beggar gang, Chen, Wu, Song, and Zi, had a conflict with a young scholar. I don't know the specific reason, but I heard that the new elder Quan was disrespectful in his words, and his martial arts was abolished by the scholar. Has he abolished someone's martial arts just because of a verbal conflict? This scholar is too domineering, not like a decent person. I thought so too. However, the four elders are well-known masters. They should not join forces to deal with a junior. Did you make a mistake? My lord, I'm not mistaken. The four elders joined forces, but could not defeat the scholar, and their martial arts were abolished just like Elder Quan. Later, Shaolin Zuan Nan and Master Zuan Ji passed by, and seeing that the scholar was domineering, they stepped forward to argue, and the two also fought. Wait, what did you say happened to the four elders? Yuji shuddered suddenly. The housekeeper smiled bitterly and said, my lord, 3 of the 4 elders, Chen, Wu, Song, and Zi, were seriously injured and have lost all their martial arts skills. Only Elder Wu Changfeng is in a better condition. The two brothers Yuji and Yuju took a deep breath and asked in unison, is Kao Feng here? The housekeeper shook his head quickly. Yuju said in a deep voice, what a powerful master. Big brother, the 4 elders are not easy to deal with, let alone the 4 of them working together. 3 of them actually abolished their martial arts. Yuji nodded and couldn't help but exclaimed, so domineering. Then he asked again, you just said that Master Zuanan also fought with the scholar. What was the result? The housekeeper replied with a panic face, the 2 masters were defeated. After being captured by the scholar, they were hit on the head with a zen stick, just like the big monk in the temple knocking on the wooden fish. It can be said that they lost all their face. Later, Mr. Tan and Mrs. Aizen came and helped the masters escape. Yuji heard cold sweats and asked, the 2 masters are better than the 4 elders in martial arts. Together with Mr. Tan and Mrs. Aizen, they should be able to take them down. The housekeeper replied with a sad face, the 2 masters and the 3 predecessors were abolished by the scholar. Abandoning martial arts again. Where did this demon come from, so rampant? The 2 heroes of the Yu family felt cold in their hands and feet, and trembled all over. None of the martial arts masters they invited to the conference stepped into the gate of Jukesan Manor. All of them were crippled by people outside the manor. If this spread out, it would become a laughingstock for decades. Yuju was stunned for a moment, and suddenly asked, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, where are the father and son of the hero Shan? The housekeeper shook his head and said, the hero Shanzeng didn't fight with the scholar. Shanzeng, known as the Iron-Faced Judge in the martial arts world, was the main person who revealed Kao Feng's kitten identity in Xingzilin last time. His 5 sons are also known as the 5 tigers of the Shan family. Yuju was relieved immediately. That's good. At least the Shan family is fine. Something happened. the housekeeper explained in a crying voice. Although the hero Shan didn't fight with the scholar, several of the hero Shan's sons fought with the little girl next to the scholar, and their martial arts were also crippled. The hero Shan was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. Yuji closed his eyes and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Now it's good. There's no hero conference, and all the heroes have been crippled. Seeing that the housekeeper was hesitant and seemed to have something to say, Yuji's heart sank, and he angrily said, "If you have anything to say it quickly." At this point, what is there to be afraid of? The housekeeper trembled and whispered, "When Mr. and Mrs. Tan were fighting with the scholar, the hidden weapon accidentally shot Zu, the divine doctor who was watching the fight." Yuji suddenly opened his eyes and glared. What happened to Zu? The housekeeper didn't dare to breathe and continued to whisper, "Drive Zu died on the spot." Yuji's face was as hen. The reason why this hero conference could be held, in addition to the influence of the two heroes of the Yu family, was more due to Zumuhua's reputation as Yan Wangdi. As the saying goes, when you are in the rivers and lakes, you can't avoid being stabbed. No matter what level of master you are, as long as you are seriously injured, you have to ask Zhu Shenyi to save your life. But what about now? Alas, Yan Wangdi met the real Yan Wang. Duke Xianzhuang must be responsible for Zumuhua's death. In the future, the two heroes of the Yu family will become the target of criticism from many martial artists. Those people will not care about right or wrong, they just need an object to vent their anger. When thinking of this, Yuji's hands and feet were numb, his whole body was cold, and his blood was surging. Puff. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Yuji's eyes went black, and he fainted immediately. Brother. Yuji supported the unconscious Yuji sadly. After a while, Kao Feng brought Azu, who was accidentally injured by him in Shaoshi Mountain, to Juxan Manor. He came here to find Dr. Zhu to save Azu's life. Kao Feng knew that the heroes conference was being held here, and its purpose was to deal with him. But in order to save Azu, he could no longer care about many things, and could only go to the Tiger Mountain knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain. With Azu, Kao Feng went to Juxan Manor. The enthusiastic heroes conference ended dismally, and the owner of the manor vomited blood and fainted, which cast a haze over the entire Juxan Manor. Yuju heard the servants' discussions, but he could only pretend not to know with a bleak face. At this moment, a heroic voice sounded. Kao Feng is here to visit the manor. Yuju was shocked when he heard this, wondering why the evil star chose this time to visit the manor. It's over. It's over. Today's Juxan Manor is probably in turmoil. Then, a burly man with a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose and a wide mouth slowly walked out from the screen wall, holding a weak woman in his arms. The man walked like a dragon and a tiger, and his power was extremely terrifying. Who else could it be except Kao Feng? Yuju collapsed on the ground in despair, muttering, "You can kill me, or chop me up, it's all up to you. It's my bad luck at Juxan Manor that I have suffered such misfortunes in one day. Didn't you say that all the heroes gathered to take my head? Why are you the only one here? Where are the other heroes?" Kao Feng frowned, suddenly feeling insulted. Could it be that the two heroes of the Yu family think that they can get rid of him alone? Yuju broke down and cried, "It's over. It's all over. There is no such thing as a hero conference. Before you came, others had already started a massacre." Kao Feng. Killing people? Who are you talking about? Kao Feng was confused. This hero conference was originally held to deal with him. How could a Cheng Yaojin appear out of nowhere? Brother Kao, isn't Dr. Zhu here? RZHU, lying in Kao Feng's arms, shouted weakly. Kao Feng hurriedly asked Juju, "Where is Divine Dr. Zhu?" Kao Feng has something to ask for. I know he contributed a lot to this heroes conference, and he should be visiting your Juxan Manor. When Kao Feng mentioned Zumuha, Yuju felt as sad as if his mother had died, and cried breathlessly. Did Divine Dr. Zhu meet with an accident? Kao Feng was shocked and angry. If Zumuha had an accident, RZHU would be dead. Who in the world can save a dying person with damaged internal organs? Yuju's eyes were dull, until Kao Feng put RZHU down, grabbed his arms and shook them. He nodded subconsciously. Kao Feng's body trembled suddenly, and he didn't dare to turn his head to look at RZHU. For fear of seeing a look of despair on her face, RZHU took the initiative to reach out and hold his sleeve. "Brother Kaio, you don't have to worry about me. This is all destined." Kaio Feng clenched his fists. "We have been looking for doctors and medicine all the way, and finally found a little hope. God is too cruel." RZHU did not show a sad expression, but smiled and said, "God is not cruel at all. Otherwise, he would not let you accompany me." Kaio Feng was relieved when he heard this, but he felt more and more uncomfortable. "Brother Kaio, I'm very curious about who ruined the hero conference in Jujutsu Manor, and how does that person's martial arts compare to yours?" RZHU silently changed the subject. Kaio Feng thought silently, then looked at Yuju, frowned and said, "Please tell me the whole story of the matter, Master Yu." The destruction of the hero conference was a solution for Kaio Feng, but Zumuhua's death made their current situation worse. Kaio Feng really wanted to know who did it. At this time, Yuju's mood was finally a little more stable than before. Looking at the weak RZHU, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. The one who destroyed the heroes conference was a scholar. His target was Dr. Zhu, and he came here specifically to kill him. Many martial arts heroes had their martial arts abolished by that man in order to protect Dr. Zhu, but in the end, they still failed to save Dr. Zhu's life. Yuju exaggerated and blamed Chu Yang for Zumuhua's death, making it seem like Chu Yang did it on purpose, making Kaio Feng think that the other party was deliberately targeting him. RZHU was weak due to the deficiency of ki and blood, and although she felt that there was a loophole in Yuju's words, she didn't have the energy to think about it, and she could hardly open her eyes. Kaio Feng thought again and again, and felt that the mysterious scholar mentioned by Yuju might be related to the mysterious man who killed his parents' mentor. The targets of both of them seemed to be people around him. Thinking of this, Kaio Feng was furious and hurriedly asked Yuju for news about the scholar. Yuju had never seen Chu Yang in person, so he could only call the old butler who witnessed everything. The old butler trembled and described the appearance of Chu Yang and the other two, and Kaio Feng remained silent after listening. Since the three people have outstanding looks, such a combination should be particularly eye-catching, and not difficult to find. Kaio Feng picked up RZHU, and said goodbye decisively. The old housekeeper who survived the disaster almost wet his pants. Suddenly, he heard the second owner of the manor burst into laughter, and was immediately shocked. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. I'm really the reincarnation of Chu Yang. The old housekeeper looked at the complacent second owner of the manor. His pants were already wet, and his heart was sad. If the two evil stars didn't fight, it would be their Jujutsu manor that suffered. There were still many passers-by who had watched the battle on the street. Kaio Feng asked one by one, and soon found out the direction that Chu Yang and the other two left. RZHU, who was in very poor physical condition, was still persuading Kaio Feng not to go. The other party was obviously a master. Kaio Feng had already fallen into a disadvantage with her as a burden. Unfortunately, Kaio Feng didn't listen. At the same time, Chu Yang and his friends returned to the inn to take the carriage and prepared to continue on their journey. Originally, I just wanted to watch the fun, but I didn't expect to become the fun itself. What a pity, I didn't get to see Boss Kaio fighting with a speaker. Chu Yang pulled the reins and led the little red horse to the front of the carriage, sighing with regret. What is a speaker? Huang Rang blinked. A musical instrument. Chu Yang didn't know how to explain, so he just mumbled through with a few words. Brother Chu, the scene just now was so scary, and you still wanted to play music to liven up the atmosphere. Muniancy complained. Have we offended too many people? Especially the Shaolin Temple, which is said to be the largest sect in the Northern Song Dynasty. Huang Rang stroked the mane of the little red horse and snorted nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? We won't stay here for long. Let's just go. Who will care about them when we get to Mongolia? If you don't agree, come and chase us. I'll beat them to a pulp. Muniancy sighed. Okay, don't think too much. Get on the car quickly. After passing the Northern Song Dynasty, we have to pass the Ming Dynasty before we can get to Mongolia. The journey is long, so get on the road as soon as possible. Chu Yang adjusted the reins of the carriage and urged the two girls to get on the car. They had been walking around the city for most of the day and were just tired. Huang Rang yawned and walked into the carriage. Muniancy subconsciously wanted to take the reins from Chu Yang, but Chu Yang waved his hand to refuse. Go in, you can drive tomorrow. Muniancy nodded obediently. She was indeed tired. She was too nervous when watching the battle. Now that she relaxed, fatigue came over her like a tide. The little red horse was very human. After the two girls entered the carriage, it pulled the carriage slowly out of the inn without Chu Yang urging it. Chu Yang sat sideways on the shaft of the carriage with his eyes closed. In today's battle, he used the martial arts outline in the 9-yin manual to dismantle the martial arts defects of various sects, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Not only can he find the flaws, but he can even reverse the complete routine of martial arts. With the help of the Samsara Eye, to see the operation of internal force, the martial arts in the world are like test papers with answers already written in his eyes. Just fighting with others, you can learn the corresponding martial arts. This is not stealing, it is clearly robbery. Chu Yang smiled happily, and the main point was to harm others and benefit yourself. Shaolin Temple's Zuan Nan is good at Vajra Palm and Vajra Finger, Zuan Ji is good at Indian Buddha Finger and One-Shot Palm, and one of Tan Gong and Tan Pio is good at palm and the other is good at boxing. These boxing and kicking skills have become Chu Yang's possession, and Chu Yang doesn't like the martial arts of others, except these 4 people. It seems that the matter that GUI asked me to find superior swordsmanship is not very difficult now. I just need to find some swordsman masters to fight. Most of the swordsman masters are concentrated in the swordsman, which is set in the Ming Dynasty. I guess we will have some clues when we get there. As for the Northern Song Dynasty, it seems that except for the 6 Meridian's divine sword, the others are of no reference value. While thinking, Chu Yang suddenly heard a loud shout in his ears, like thunder from the ground. Don't run away, thief. A big sweaty man with a sturdy back and waist fell in front of the carriage. His eyebrows were weathered, his eyes were sharp, and he was very powerful. Chu Yang, sitting on the shaft of the carriage, scratched his slightly numb ears. Good guy. I thought someone was setting off firecrackers in my ears. This guy has a really loud voice. Chu Yang's first impression of Kao Feng was not very good. He was impolite and liked to shout. Who do you think looks more like a thief? Chu Yang pointed at his clean and tidy clothes, and then pointed at Kao Feng's beggar's clothes. Kao Feng looked down at his tattered clothes, and couldn't find a word to refute for a while. My ragged brother, please make way. What you are doing now is not begging, but highway robbery, and you will go to jail. Chu Yang waved his hand to signal Kao Feng to move away. Kao Feng said in a deep voice, you made a scene at Juxin Manor and killed Dr. Zhu. What on earth do you want to do by doing this? Chu Yang asked in confusion. It's none of your business. Kao Feng choked when he heard this, and then angrily said, did you know that I was going to ask Dr. Zhu for help, so you deliberately killed him? Is the death of my parents and mentor also related to you? Chu Yang was even more puzzled, and looked at him sincerely and asked, are you sick? Kao Feng was furious, leaped up, and performed palm techniques in the air. His strong internal force instantly turned into a golden flying dragon, and rushed towards Chu Yang. The dragon roared loudly. 18 dragon subduing palms. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood the identity of the big man in front of him. He stood up, and also pushed forward a palm. A golden palm appeared in front of Chu Yang, and the lines on the palm were clearly visible, lifelike. It was the Vajra palm that he had just learned from Master Zuanan of Shaolin. The golden palm suddenly slapped the flying dragon, and the fierce palm force directly smashed the flying dragon, and the golden palm also became broken and continued to fly towards Kao Feng. Kao Feng slapped again, and the airwaves surged around him, and the violent palm force smashed the golden giant palm. Just a simple test made Kao Feng shocked. The move just now seemed like Shaolin's Vajra palm, but why is it so powerful? Kao Feng's expression was stern. The Vajra palm was powerful, but it could never be more powerful than the 18 dragon subduing palms. The only explanation was that the user's strength was too strong. You are not a Shaolin disciple. Why do you know the Vajra palm, one of the 72 Shaolin unique skills? Kao Feng gathered power in both palms, ready to deal with Chu Yang's attack at any time. The 2 bull donkeys in Juxian's Huang used this move to deal with me before. I thought it was interesting, so I learned some, and it was quite useful. Chu Yang jumped off the carriage and walked towards Kao Feng step by step. Since he met the leader Kao, he was sure to get the wall today. He had already disassembled the move in his mind, and he needed the Samsurai to record the root of the internal force. Boss Kao didn't waste any words and directly sent out his moves to warm Chu Yang, one move after another, fearing that Chu Yang would not be able to learn. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Huang Rang popped her head out, staring at Kao Feng angrily. "You are so unreasonable, you thick-browed man. It was those guys who claimed to be heroes who besieged us. How did it become us who made trouble in Juxianzhuang? And that Zhu guy, he was obviously killed by their own people with hidden weapons in the chaos. What does it have to do with us? Don't slander me." Kao Feng was stunned for a moment and was almost hit in the face by Chu Yang and quickly stretched out his hand to block. He wanted to ask, but Chu Yang's move was so urgent and fast that he didn't give him a chance at all, so he could only fight hard. Huang Rang was not idle either. When Chu Yang was fighting, she helped to curse him in the carriage. The power of the strange magic skills was extraordinary, and Kao Feng was almost in a state of rage. He was not good at talking, so he could only swallow his anger, and the strength of his hands became heavier and heavier. Chu Yang always looked calm, like a deep pool of water in front of Kao Feng, leaving him helpless. The hard and soft 18 dragon subduing palms was actually resolved by Chu Yang with the most basic force releasing technique. Seeing this, Kao Feng used the dragon claw hand and the demon subduing palm, 2 of the 72 Shaolin Kung Fu, one by one, but was restrained by Chu Yang's Vajra finger. The Teizu long fist, the dragon capturing skill, the Peian double palms. Kao Feng used all his best skills one by one, but they were all slowly dismantled by Chu Yang with the martial arts outline of the 9-yin manual. After fighting for a long time, the two were still in a stalemate, and Kao Feng began to get anxious. In order to prevent RZHU from being affected by the battle, he placed her in the woods 5 miles away. If he didn't go back, she might be in danger of her life. Kao Feng didn't know that Chu Yang had whispered to Muniancy where RZHU was before the fight began, asking her to bring RZHU over. Zhu Muhua was dead, and Kao Feng couldn't find another person to treat RZHU's injuries, so Chu Yang understood his anxiety. Seriously speaking, although they didn't initiate the fight that led to Zhu Muhua's death, they were somewhat responsible. Just when Kao Feng was about to be exhausted by Chu Yang, Muniancy brought RZHU back and handed her over to Huang Rang for inspection. Huang Yaoshi was a brilliant man, a rare all-rounder, and a top-notch doctor. As his daughter, Huang Rang had been influenced by him since she was a child, and her medical skills were equally good. After a quick inspection, Huang Rang saw that RZHU's internal organs were severely damaged. Under normal circumstances, she would have been beyond help. "Roger, how is it? I can't heal her, but Xiaochu can definitely. Hurry up and tell them to stop and save her first." Muniancy hurriedly shouted to the two people who were fighting fiercely, "Brother Chu, stop fighting and come and save her." Kao Feng looked back and saw RZHU lying in Huang Rang's arms. He was immediately shocked and angry, fearing that they would hurt RZHU. Chu Yang smiled slightly, jumped up and stepped on Kao Feng's shoulder, and flew back to the carriage. Kao Feng was about to chase after her, but suddenly he fell forward. He looked down and saw that his feet were firmly bound by large tree roots. Chu Yang put his hand on RZHU's forehead, and the pure life energy flowed into her body like spring water, helping her repair her damaged organs. His pale face quickly turned red. After a few breaths, Kao Feng broke free and ran towards the carriage. "You two get off the carriage." Huang Rang and Muniancy obeyed and jumped off the carriage. Chu Yang put one hand on RZHU's forehead, turned sideways to face the attacking Kao Feng, knelt on the shaft of the carriage, and fought with one hand. In the blink of an eye, there were several more moves. Kao Feng's fists were as fast as lightning, making bursts of thunderous sounds, which were terrifying, but he couldn't get close at all. Instead, he was exposed because of his anxiety and was pushed off the carriage by Chu Yang. At this time, RZHU woke up and felt that her body was wrapped in a warm current, and she felt comfortable all over. She immediately realized what happened and hurriedly said, "Brother Kaio, stop it." Hearing RZHU's voice, Kaio Feng stopped attacking and asked worriedly, "RZHU, how are you?" RZHU looked at Chu Yang gratefully and said excitedly, "Brother Kaio, I'm fine. This gentleman cured my injury." "What?" Kaio Feng was shocked and hurried forward to check. He knew RZHU's injury better than anyone else. Even doctors who could never cure RZHU in an instant. As soon as he touched RZHU's wrist, Kaio Feng's expression immediately became shocked. The pulse was steady and strong. How could it be like the pulse of a dying person? It was clearly a normal person who was unharmed. How could such a miraculous thing exist in this world? Kaio Feng let go of RZHU's wrist and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. While fighting with him, the other party could actually save people. Your methods are really amazing. Kaio Feng admires you. The convinced Kaio gang leader bowed to Chu Yang. He knew that, since Chu Yang was willing to treat RZHU, it was impossible for him to kill Dr. Zhu just to target him. Now you admire me. Where did the murderer Sora you had just now go? I was so stupid that I spoke well of you in front of those bears, and I got into a lot of trouble for no reason. After hearing Kaio Feng's introduction, Huang Rang was furious and looked down on him. RZHU was smart and had already seen the clues. She pulled Kaio Feng and bowed her head to whisper in his ear, "Brother Kaio, let's apologize first." Kaio Feng nodded, then clasped his fists and bowed, apologizing to Chu Yang and others in a sincere tone. Chu Yang, who had already taken away the 18 dragon subduing palms and many other unique skills from Kaio Feng, was particularly magnanimous at this moment, and said with a smile, "It's all a misunderstanding. Boss Kaio, don't take it to heart." RZHU began to ask about the whole story. Huang Rang did not explain, but turned her head aside with a cold snort, obviously still holding a grudge. At Chu Yang's suggestion, Mu Nyan took the initiative to talk about the conflict outside Jujutsu Manor, and RZHU also talked about Juju deceiving the two. After a while, both sides understood what was going on. Kaio Feng clasped his fists to Huang Rang with guilt and said, "Miss Huang, it was Kaio who was reckless. I never thought that it was you who argued for me that caused such a disaster. If you are still angry and want to beat or scold me, Kaio will never say anything. Forget it, forget it. Seeing that you are affectionate and righteous, it is also worthy of my father's high regard for you. I don't care about your previous rudeness." Huang Rang was still a girl after all. When she heard that Kaio Feng was willing to break into Jujutsu Manor for RZHU, she was very moved. This reminded her of Chu Yang's single-handed fight against Wan Iron Hongli to save her. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Huang Rang's eyes suddenly became gentle, and her deep eyes were like the stars in the night sky. All the starlight was sprinkled on Chu Yang. "Mr. Chu, you helped to save RZHU. This kindness is beyond my ability to repay. If you need me for anything, please speak up." Kaio Feng said sincerely, "It's just a small favor. Boss Kaio, you are too kind. Since Miss RZHU is fine, we should leave." Chu Yang bowed and smiled. "Let's say goodbye now. We will meet again, if we are lucky." RZHU smiled and said, "I wish Mr. Chu a smooth trip." Kaio Feng clasped his fists and said, "Take care." "Ah, just leaving like that?" Huang Rang asked with gritted teeth. "I still want to beat up that guy surnamed you." Chu Yang rubbed her head. "I have seen the faces of the two brothers. They are not long-lived. There is no need to go back and cause trouble for them." Huang Rang was confused. She thought that they had not even entered Jujutsu Manor and did not know what the two heroes of the Yu family looked like. But since Xiao Chu said that the two of them were short-lived, they should not live long. Thinking of this, Huang Rang's mouth corners slowly rose and her mood improved again. "Miss Huang, don't worry. Kaio will go to Jujutsu Manor again." Kaio Feng carried RZHU down from the shaft of the cart. The latter's cheeks were slightly red, and she lowered her head and did not speak. Actually, RZHU's body has recovered, but Kaio Feng is used to taking care of her, so he didn't react for a while. Seeing RZHU's happiness, Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, asked Huang Rang to take a piece of letter paper, wrote a paragraph on it, and then sealed it in a wooden box, and handed it to Kaio Feng. Boss Kaio, if you encounter something you are not sure about in the future, or if you are in a dilemma because you know something, you might as well open this wooden box and take a look. Kaio Feng took the wooden box with curiosity in his eyes. What is in this wooden box? You will know when the time comes. As he spoke, Chu Yang and the other two had already boarded the carriage, and the little red horse snorted and dragged the carriage away. After Kaio Feng and RZHU watched them leave, the former couldn't wait to open the wooden box, but was stopped by the latter. Brother Kaio, since Mr. Chu asked you to watch it later, don't mess around. RZHU stretched out her hand and pressed on the wooden box, her expression serious. I think Mr. Chu is not an ordinary person. When he treated me, he didn't use medicine or needles. I don't even know how I was cured. It doesn't seem right to say it's internal energy. This kind of internal energy that can cure a dying person in an instant is unheard of. Kaio Feng was terrified. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and looked at the wooden box in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he put it in his arms. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The carriage stopped by a stream. Chu Yang got off the carriage and loosened the reins for the little red horse. The little red horse rubbed the back of Chu Yang's hand affectionately, walked to the river, and lowered his head to drink water. Huang Rang and Muniansi were resting in the carriage. Chu Yang estimated that they would probably sleep until dawn. He had no intention of stopping here, just taking a short rest and letting the little red horse drink some water. He simply didn't wake them up. He sat by the river, listening to the gurgling sound of the water, thinking about the next plan. The effect of the 9-yen manual plus the Samsara is terrifying. Even the advanced martial arts such as the 72 Shaolin Kung Fu and the 18 dragon subduing palms can be easily mastered. This was beyond Chu Yang's expectations. It seems that there is a chance to learn Teikai through the same method. Should I visit Wudang Mountain on the way to Mongolia? I seem to have overlooked one thing. When was Teikai born? The background of this world is so chaotic that time has no reference value at all. What if Zhang Sanfeng has not created Teikai yet? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Chu Yang thought about it and decided to proceed according to the original plan. First go to the Mongolian esoteric sector, get the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, and then go to Wudang Mountain on the way back. Even if Teikai is not obtained by then, it will not be a waste of time. Having made up his mind, Chu Yang crossed the territory of the Northern Song dynasty in the next half month, and then went to the border between Mongolia and the Ming dynasty without stopping. On the other hand, a few days after Kaio Feng and Chu Yang parted ways, he returned to Juxianzhuang again, to cause trouble for the two heroes of the Yu family. He originally wanted to teach them a lesson, but he didn't expect that the two heroes of the Yu family were not very capable, but they had a lot of temper. After their weapons were broken by Kaio Feng, they immediately chose to commit suicide and died at the speed of light. They didn't even give Kaio Feng a chance to save them. After the two brothers died, the Tibetan national teacher Jiamozi took Duanyu and Wang Yuan hostage to Juxianzhuang and ran into Kaio Feng head on, and the two sides fought. Kaio Feng was inspired by the battle with Chu Yang, and his martial arts moves became more and more simple and natural. Jiamozi, who had learned part of the Six Meridians divine sword, thought he was invincible, but he met Kaio Feng who had just upgraded and was beaten to spit out a few mouthfuls of old blood and fled in panic. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for the monthly ticket. The first day of the month. Please guarantee the minimum monthly ticket. Chapter 106. A sudden change in style. Bad news for the Tomb Clan. 10,000 word update. Please read on. Fate has gone around in circles and seems to have returned to the starting point. After saving Duanyu and Wang Yuan, Kaio Feng and Azu went to Yanmenkao to explore their own life experiences. They saw the Northern Song soldiers slaughtering the Liao people and saw the tattoos on the Liao people's chests. The truth is cruel. Even if Kaio Feng finds it hard to accept, he can never deny the fact that he is a Liao person. In order to pursue more truths, Kaio Feng keeps looking for those who participated in the Yanmenguan massacre. But wherever he goes, people who know the truth will be killed. After searching for a while, the only ones who died were Master Zigwang of Shiante Mountain and Kang Minimum, the widow of Ma Daelan. Kaio Feng had no choice but to take Azu to Shiante Mountain. The result was smooth. They met Master Zigwen and got the suicide note left by Zhao Yuanshan, knowing the ins and outs of the matter. Now there is only one mystery left. Who was the leader back then? Facing Cao Feng's questioning, Master Zigwen sighed, said a prophecy, and then committed suicide by taking poison. So far, the only person who knew the true identity of the leader was Kang Minimum, the vicious woman. The two rushed to Xinjiang again to meet Kang Minimum. Kang Minimum, the slut, started to flirt when she saw Cao Feng and wanted to spend the night with him in exchange for the true identity of the leader. With Cao Feng's character, how could he do what she wanted? Of course, he refused sternly. Kang Minimum also proposed that Cao Feng kill Azu, and even promised to help him restore his position as the leader of the Beggars sect. This request finally touched Cao Feng's bottom line. Cao Feng, furious, slapped Kang Minimum in the face and left angrily with Azu. At night, Azu pretended to be Beishijing, the elder of the Beggars sect, to get Kang Minimum's words, but Kang Minimum had already seen through her disguise and gave her false information. So Cao Feng and Azu mistakenly thought that Duan Zhengchen, the king of Zenin in Dali, was the leader. The two inquired all the way and came to Xianjing Lake. After some entanglement, they met Duan Zhengchen and his 4 retainers, as well as Az who had just escaped from the Xingqiu sect. The hatred between parents is irreconcilable. Looking at the enemy in front of him, Cao Feng is in a dilemma. Duan Zhengchen is the father of his sworn brother Duan Yu. If he wants to take revenge, it means that the brotherhood will be severed from now on, and they will be mortal enemies when they meet again. RZHU is in a more difficult situation than Cao Feng, because she just found out that Duan Zhengchen is her biological father, and RZ is her sister. When she was suffering in her heart, RZHU suddenly remembered the wooden box that Chu Yang left for them, and an amazing idea came to her mind. Could it be that Mr. Chu had already calculated what would happen today? If it is true, then isn't this Mr. Chu a god? With the idea of just in case, RZHU reminded Cao Feng to open the wooden box. Cao Feng was stunned when he heard it and took out the wooden box with doubts. After opening it, he saw a folded letter paper. When he spread out the letter paper, there were only 2 sentences. Kang Minimum and Duan Zhengchen hated each other because of love. Duan Zhengchen is not the leader. This is really the case. Cao Feng and RZHU looked at each other, and suddenly the hair on their bodies stood up, and they were terrified. Who is Mr. Chu, and why does he know so many things? If it was really Kang Minimum who framed him, how did he know that Kang Minimum would say Prince Duan's name? You can frame anyone. This is the most frightening part. Whether it's calculating or knowing God's will, neither is humanly possible. RZHU took a deep breath and tremblingly held Cao Feng's hand. Brother Cao, I'm a little scared. What should I do now? Cao Feng pondered for a moment. I still want to believe that Mr. Chu. After all, he saved your life. If he has bad intentions towards us, there is no need to do this. Besides, when I fought with him that day, I vaguely felt that, if he wanted to kill me, it would not be difficult. RZHU thought of Chu Yang's unpredictable ability, and she was still a little scared. She suppressed her fear and said, why don't we talk to Prince Duan in person, and be frank with him? Cao Feng nodded. For now, this is the only way. Just as the two were about to confront Duan Zhengchen, the 4 evil men suddenly came to Xianjing Lake, and their target was Duan Zhengchen. Duan Yanqing, the leader of the 4 evil men, was the former prince of Dali. Due to the civil strife in Dali, he fled from Dali after being plotted against by the traitor Yang Yizhen. Later, when Dali was restored, all the ministers thought that Duan Yanqing was dead, so they supported Duan Zhengchen's brother Duan Zhengming to succeed the throne of Dali. From then on, Duan Yanqing regarded the 2 brothers as enemies and deliberately wanted to regain the throne. It stands to reason that Duan Yanqing wanted to kill Duan Zhengchen. This was an internal matter of the Dali royal family, and outsiders should not intervene. But now Cao Feng can't control much. Before Duan Zhengchen made a move, he stood up alone and fought the 4 evil men. After a while, the 4 were defeated. Duan Yanqing could only leave a few harsh words to Cao Feng and left angrily. Thank you, brother Cao, for your help. Duan Zhengchen had sword eyebrows and star eyes, and he was in high spirits. He was handsome and didn't look like a middle-aged man. Duan Yu is my sworn brother. How can I just stand by and watch? Lord Duan, to be honest, I came here today to ask Lord Duan for confirmation. Xiao Feng looked serious and bowed slightly. If it is a serious matter, please go to the forest with me to discuss it. Duan Zhengchen saw Xiao Feng's expression and guessed that the matter was urgent. He took Xiao Feng and left the others behind to talk quietly in a secluded place. RZHU stood in the distance waiting anxiously until she saw Xiao Feng slowly shaking his head at her. She finally couldn't hold back her tears. Turning around, looking at Ruan Xingzu who was caring about RZHU walked over tremblingly. Thank you, Lord Duan, for being frank. Brother Xiao, you are so kind. If you were not so open-minded and could speak to me frankly, I'm afraid that both of us would have fallen into the trap of that vicious woman Kang Minimum. I'm ashamed that it was only with the guidance of Mr. Chu that Xiao could eliminate the misunderstanding of Lord Duan. Mr. Chu? Can Brother Xiao introduce him to me? Mr. Chu has done me a favor. I don't know where Mr. Chu is going. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely invite Mr. Chu to drink. Hahaha, please be sure to invite Duan then. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the two had a good chat. As soon as they walked out of the forest, they saw Ruan Xingzu crying again, while holding RZHU. Ruan Xingzu saw Duan Zhengchen, and couldn't help shouting again, Duan Lang, RZHU is also our child. Duan Zhengchen was overjoyed and hurried forward to hug the mother and daughter. Xiao Feng suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. The father of his sworn brother suddenly became his father-in-law. The next time he saw Duan Yu, he didn't know whether to call him the second brother or the brother-in-law. But the next moment, Xiao Feng suddenly fell into an ice cave, and he was extremely scared. If RZHU had known that Prince Duan was his father, and he regarded Prince Duan as the leader, and had to kill him to avenge his parents, what would have happened? RZHU was caught between him and his biological father, and faced a dilemma between life and death. Most likely, she would resolve the hatred between the two in her own way, and RZHU was best at disguise. After thinking of a certain possibility, Xiao Feng's face showed a thankful expression, and he murmured to himself, RZHU, Mr. Chu saved you twice. The desert was filled with smoke, and the long river was setting with a round sun. Although Wang Wen's envoy to the frontier was not written about Mongolian style, it was very appropriate to describe the beautiful scenery that Chu Yang saw in front of him. After crossing the border of the Daming dynasty and coming to the endless Mongolian grassland, Chu Yang suddenly discovered the vastness of this world. Unlike the graceful and delicate scenery of Jiangnan, the grassland scenery is rough, just like a girl who has just left the boudoir and is not wearing makeup, with a fresh breath. The wind blew, and the half-human high grass swayed like green waves. The setting sun fell on it, covering the entire grassland with a layer of light golden veil. Huangrang naturally didn't want to miss such a beautiful scenery, so she volunteered to sit next to Chu Yang and act as a temporary driver. On the contrary, Mu Niancy, who always took the initiative to take on the duties of a driver, hid in the carriage and refused to come out. No matter how Chu Yang called her, she would find an excuse to refuse. In the end, Huangrang still dragged her out to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the grassland, but Mu Niancy still habitually lowered her head and seemed to be in a bad mood. When we get to Mongolia, shouldn't Sister Mu go to find the mother of that silly boy, that is, Sister Mu's future mother-in-law? Seeing this, Huangrang rolled her eyes and showed a sly smile. Sister Mu is shy, right? Mu Niancy rolled her eyes at her. The little girl was obviously making fun of her. Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully and said, that should be the case. After all, she is a girl. It would be a bit awkward for her to meet her mother-in-law without her family. Mu Niancy sighed deeply and frowned. Hehe. Huangrang smiled like a little fox. She had already guessed Mu Niancy's intentions, and guessed that Mu Niancy's visit to her future mother-in-law was an excuse she made up. Seeing her in a dilemma, Huangrang, who was born eccentric, was so happy. In terms of relationship, Huangrang and Mu Niancy got along well, and were already very good friends. But Huangrang still felt uncomfortable when she thought that the other party was trying to get close to Chu Yang. Then how about this, Miss Mu? We will send you to find Jiuo Jing's mother first, and then set off. How about that? As the saying goes, you can send a Buddha to the west. Chu Yang couldn't do such a thing as taking a little girl to such a far place in Mongolia and just abandoning her. They have already reached the foot of Lingshan Mountain, so a little shiver is not a big deal. Muniancy wanted to muster up the courage to confess to Chu Yang, but once she met Chu Yang's eyes, she was inexplicably discouraged and could only thank him listlessly. Sorry for bothering me, Brother Chu. Jiyojing was not only the sworn brother of Temujin's son Talu, but also the Golden Sword Prince consort of his daughter Huazeng, so Li Ping's residence was quite special, close to Temujin's royal tent. Chu Yang, who was wearing Central Plains clothing, had a hard time finding out where Temujin's royal tent was from the herdsmen, so he had to use illusion to confuse them. For the dragon elephant Prajna, Chu Yang learned a little Mongolian in advance, so communication was not a problem. After encountering several waves of herdsmen in succession and getting Temujin's location, the carriage never stopped again. It galloped all night. In the morning of the next day, Muniancy took the reins from Chu Yang and sat down to drive the car without saying a word. Miss Mu doesn't seem very happy. Nothing, just a little nervous. Chu Yang looked at her pale face, thought for a while and said, "You don't like this marriage?" Muniancy's expression was stiff. She wanted to nod, but she didn't know whether to nod or not. There seemed to be no place for her between Chu Yang and Huang Rang. If you don't like it, you can actually say it clearly. Uncle Yang is a little stubborn, but he is not a person who does things his own way. Chu Yang thought that Muniancy fell in love with Yang Kang like in the original book and had to come to Mongolia because of filial piety. To be honest, Jiyojing is much more reliable than Yang Kang. If Chu Yang is Yang Cixin, he would be more willing to see Muniancy and Jiyojing together. The premise is that Muniancy likes it. Emotional matters cannot be forced, otherwise there would not be so many crazy men and women in the world. If I really don't like this marriage, what do you think, Brother Chu? After a long time, Muniancy asked slowly in a mosquito-like voice. It's your freedom to like whomever you want. No one else can interfere. You can decide whatever you want. At this point, Chu Yang paused slightly. However, I think Jiyojing is a better match than Yang Kang. Even if you don't like Jiyojing, it's better not to choose Yang Kang. Muniancy looked confused and didn't understand what Chu Yang meant at all. What does this have to do with Yang Kang? Huang Rang's cough suddenly came from the carriage, interrupting their conversation. Muniancy quickly sat up straight, her cheeks slightly red, and she felt a little sorry for Huang Rang inexplicably. She didn't dare to say another word for the rest of the journey. With the blessing of magic, the carriage drove on the grassland, as if it were flat ground. It took one day and one night to reach the vicinity of Temujin's royal tent. The three got off the carriage and found that a banquet was being held here, and it seemed that they were entertaining important guests. Xiaochu, they are all dancing. I want to dance with them too. Forget it. Be careful that people will mistake you for a spy. Not really, I'm just a girl. There's no spy like me. Stop it. Hurry up and find where Jiyojing's mother is. While the two of them were arguing, they took Muniancy to find Li Ping's yurt. There were Mongolians singing and dancing everywhere around. Most of them were drunk. Chu Yang caught a few drunken Mongolians and used magic to make them tell him where Li Ping was. But just as they were about to go over, Chu Yang suddenly heard some Mongolians discussing Tantric Buddhism. After carefully investigating with his observation haki, he realized that the protagonist of this banquet was Tantric Buddhism. It's really fate. I thought it would take a long time to find it. Chu Yang was overjoyed, turned around and said to Huang Rong, "Take Miss Mu to find someone first. I'll come to find you later." After that, he disappeared in front of the two of them. Huang Rong and Muniancy looked at each other. They still couldn't adapt to Chu Yang's immortal methods. Arriving at the center of the royal court, Chu Yang used his observation haki to quickly lock onto Temujin's yurt and heard him talking to a tantric monk. Chu Yang walked over leisurely, and wherever he went, the soldiers were shrouded in illusions, standing still like puppets. After opening the tent, Chu Yang saw Temujin sitting upright, with llamas in red robes on both sides. Temujin also saw Chu Yang in Central Plains clothing, and was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted, "Who is coming?" Chu Yang ignored him, and snapped his fingers, and then Temujin and several llamas' eyes became dull. Chu Yang walked towards the tantric lama and interrogated him about the practice formula of the dragon elephant prajna kung fu. At the same time, Huangrong and Muniansi stood in front of Li Ping's yurt, and Muniansi gritted her teeth and hesitated to go in. Huangrong saw this, and a sly smile flashed across her lips, and then she turned cold. Tell me the truth, System U, do you like Xiaochu? Muniansi, who was already at a loss, was exposed by Huangrong, and she shouted out subconsciously. You are so nervous, you must like Xiaochu, System U, don't pretend. Huangrong said angrily. Ronja. Miss Huang, don't talk nonsense, I don't. Muniansi's tongue seemed to be tied, and she couldn't speak clearly. Her face was red, and she felt ashamed of being caught by her original wife. Huangrong wanted to continue to attack Muniansi's psychological defense line, but a female voice suddenly came from the yurt. Who is outside? Li Ping's voice was a little excited. She hadn't heard anyone speak Chinese for a long time. Hearing Li Ping shouting, Muniansi's face turned pale. Could it be that she really wanted to let her go in to recognize her mother-in-law? System U, if you don't admit it, I will take you in to find your future mother-in-law. Huangrong threatened with a cold snort. Ronja, I was wrong. I really like Brother Chu. Muniansi's eyes turned red, and she cried in a low voice in a hurry. At this moment, Li Ping opened the tent curtain and saw two beautiful girls standing at the door. She was stunned. Who are you? Huangrong smiled. Auntie Li, your daughter is here to see you. On the other side, Chu Yang was using magic to get the practice formula of dragon elephant prajna from the lama. Suddenly, a strange wave came from the air, abruptly interrupting his magic, which made Chu Yang feel incredible. The youngest of the lamas in red robes suddenly opened his eyes, stared at Chu Yang in very standard Chinese and asked, the donor's methods are mysterious, but they are a bit mean. Chu Yang looked at him curiously. How did you break the magic? It's just a trick. As a Buddhist, how can I not see through it? The young tantric monk smiled and suddenly chanted the Buddhist mantra, and a vast and majestic power instantly stirred in the yurt. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, I thought it was a martial arts film, but I didn't expect the painting style to suddenly become fantasy. I wonder what level this practitioner is at. The young monk made a seal with one hand, and a ball of Buddha light appeared behind his head. He stretched out his hand and pressed it forward. A swastika appeared in his palm and swelled up in the wind. Chu Yang circulated his internal energy and made several Vajra palms in succession. The huge handprint and the swastika collided and annihilated in an instant. The two were worlds apart. Mundane martial arts can't compare to my tantric true method. Donor, put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Why don't you repent quickly? The young monk looked indifferent, and his whole body exuded a sense of majesty. He actually had the illusion that the Buddha was coming to the world. The huge swastika was about to press on Chu Yang. The dazzling lightning shot up into the sky and directly shattered the golden swastika. The young monk's pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt an extremely terrifying aura on Chu Yang. Looking again, the scholar in front of him had undergone a terrifying change. The golden feather cloth was draped over his body, and the lightning was like a ribbon wrapped around him. Especially the eyes with Magatama that kept rotating, which was not something that a mortal could possess. The monk stared at Chu Yang in disbelief. He originally thought that the other party was just a martial arts master who practiced some kind of magic, but he didn't expect that he was such an inhuman existence. Monster! The young monk shouted in horror. Thinking of the source of the power of the tailed beast coat, Chu Yang felt that there was nothing wrong with the other party's words, and grinned. Then please master, subdue this monster of mine. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yang's figure flashed and appeared in front of the young monk, and one hand pressed on the other's head covered by the Buddha's light. How dare you? The young monk put his hands together, and a Buddha with 1,000 feet of Buddha's light appeared behind him, and put his palms together in the same posture. The small yurt could not withstand such a big fight at all, and was swept away by the Buddha's palm, and it was directly reduced to ashes. Temujin and several lamas were not hurt at all, and were protected by the Buddha's light on the young monk, and sent to a distance. Chu Yang was caught in the huge hands, like a weak fly. Donor, you are full of murderous aura. I must influence you today. The Buddha's light on the young monk became brighter and brighter. There was no trace of panic on Chu Yang's face. A tall figure also appeared behind him, slowly wrapping him up. The Buddha's palms were stretched open by the terrifying force. The young monk looked closely and saw that the figure of the scholar disappeared, and a huge monster with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Susanoo drew his bow and shot an energy arrow, piercing the Buddha's head behind the young monk. The vast Buddha light suddenly dimmed. Puff! Blood spurted out of the young monk's mouth. He felt that his internal organs were hit hard by this heavy blow, and he was about to faint from the pain. Susanoo walked in front of him, and after dissipating, Chu Yang's body was revealed. He still stretched out his hand and placed it on the monk's head. Monk, do you still want to save me? Amitabha, I'm a poor monk with low magical power. I'm really sorry that I failed to exorcise the demon. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you for saying this? Monks have long put life and death aside. You are quite enlightened. Chu Yang patted the monk's forehead. He had just obtained the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, and during the battle, he also obtained a set of unknown tantric true methods. Since he had made a profit, why bother to kill him? He had no grudge against him, and he was in the wrong first. He also understood that illusions were only useful for people with lower realms, and were a bit useless for determined practitioners like the young monk. The young monk waited for a long time, but Chu Yang did not send him to the Western Paradise to see the great Sun Tathagata Buddha. He opened his eyes and found that the other party had disappeared. Isn't it the devil who has just been born? The young monk was puzzled and murmured, Amitabha, there are such strange people in the world. The battle just now woke up many drunk people. Seeing that the Buddha was killed by the monster with an arrow, everyone knelt on the ground in panic, praying to the devil not to kill them. As Chu Yang walked along, no one looked up at him, or no one dared to look up. There was a feeling in the dark telling them that this scholar who walked out of the king's position was a devil with 3 heads and 6 arms. Although no one looked up, they still knelt devoutly in the direction of the footsteps. The 2 little girls were also frightened by the scene of the devil fighting the Buddha. They left Liping's yurt tremblingly and saw countless herdsmen and soldiers kneeling to worship Chu Yang. Xiaochu, did you kill the Buddha? Huang Rang's face turned pale. It's not the Buddha, it's just the image of a monk. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. Are you okay? Huang Rang anxiously stepped forward to check Chu Yang's body, touching here and pinching there, fearing that he was missing something. If you touch me again, I will sue you for indecent assault. Chu Yang slapped Huang Rang's little hand away in anger. He was furious. What if something went wrong? Miss Mew really plans to venture into the world alone. Well, Brother Chu, thank you for your care during this period. You're welcome. Take care of yourself. Brother Chu, I have explained this marriage to Aunt Lee. I will turn it down with my father when I go back. Well, it's good that you have your own ideas, but you don't have to explain to me. Brother Chu, do you think we will meet again? If you are bored, you can come to the private school to find Huang Rang at any time. She will definitely be very happy. Muniancy, who was standing in front of the carriage, suddenly stopped talking and looked down at her toes. An ant crawled from the ground to the back of her foot. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Chu Yang didn't know what to say as a farewell for a while, so he turned his head to look at Huang Rang. Xiaochu, you are so stingy. It's already this time, and you still don't give me a farewell gift. Huang Rang rolled her eyes and took out a rag doll from her arms. It was dressed very similar to Muniancy. Sister Mew, this is for you. Huang Rang handed the rag doll to Muniancy, who took it and looked at it carefully, with a smile on her face. Chu Yang scratched his head. He had never thought of giving Muniancy anything. After receiving the gift, Muniancy stared at Chu Yang with anticipation. I'll give you a hairpin. The branches were entwined in Chu Yang's palm, with a glittering green light. It was very beautiful in the middle of the night, like countless fireflies circling around. A green wooden hairpin appeared in Chu Yang's hand, and was handed to Muniancy by him. Muniancy took the hairpin, stroked it gently, and her eyes were gentle. Okay, Miss Mew, let's say goodbye. Chu Yang and Huang Rang got on the carriage. The little red horse snorted, and slowly turned around and left. Muniancy stood there blankly, waving her hands constantly, watching the carriage go farther and farther away. Huang Rang, who was sitting on the shaft of the carriage, was unhappy. Chu Yang thought she was disappointed because of Muniance's departure, so he comforted her. Miss Mu didn't want to go back with us. She must have her own things to do. We have to respect her choice. Huang Rang shook her head. She is not in trouble. Chu Yang had no idea what happened to them and asked in confusion, did you two quarrel? Were you fine just now? Oh. It's not a quarrel. I can't explain it to you. Don't ask. Huang Rang glared at Chu Yang angrily. Problem. Chu Yang smacked his lips. If you quarrel, then quarrel. We can make up next time we meet. Otherwise, I will leave you here and we can have a good chat and travel the world together. I can go back first. Before Chu Yang finished speaking, Huang Rang suddenly hit his forehead hard with her forehead, which hurt Huang Rang herself so much that tears kept rolling in her eyes. This is the end of not following martial ethics. Chu Yang smiled proudly. Just kidding. Although his current body is not as tough as being invulnerable to swords and guns, fire, and water, it is not something that can be bitten with teeth. Huang Rang was so angry that she rushed towards Chu Yang with her teeth bared and opened her mouth to bite him. Her small tiger teeth shone coldly. Chu Yang pinched her mouth and warned, if you keep making trouble, your teeth will break. Thinking that her teeth might really be broken by Chu Yang's flesh, Huang Rang immediately gave up the idea of biting him and glared at Chu Yang angrily. In the future, when Miss Mu is not here, you have to be responsible for driving. Chu Yang said, handing the reins to Huang Rang. Although Huang Rang was very angry, she still took the reins obediently because she was afraid that Chu Yang would really leave her here. However, after handing over the reins, Chu Yang did not return to the carriage, but sat with his eyes closed, muttering, don't be lazy, I'm watching. Strangely, Huang Rang stopped making trouble and instead showed a barely noticeable smile. After the two left, Muniancy stayed at Li Ping's place for one night and said goodbye the next day, setting off on her own journey. Having followed her adoptive father Yang Tixin in the martial arts world for 18 years, Muniancy had learned everything she should learn, so she was not afraid. In addition, she also learned the 9-yin manual from Chu Yang, and even if it was not the complete version, she had made great progress in martial arts. It would be absolutely impossible for the top masters of the major dynasties to defeat her in a single fight, unless the master took action. This was why Chu Yang easily agreed to let her go alone. Muniancy said goodbye to Li Ping, and just as she walked out of the yurt, she saw a very young monk standing outside, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The young monk wore a plain white monk's robe, his face was clean, his body was spotless, and he always had a kind smile, with a sense of kindness beyond his age. Seeing the monk looking at her with a smile, Muniancy asked softly, Master, who are you? I'm Sangjizuol, a Tibetan tantric monk. When I was young, I used the Dharma name Yunshin. You can call me that. Yunshin, who was dressed in a plain white monk's robe, nodded and smiled. His words and deeds gave people a polite feeling. Hello, Master Yunshin. I'm Muniancy. I see that you seem to be waiting for me. Is there something? Muniancy put her hands together and saluted in a proper manner. Excuse me, is the master with great magical power last night Miss Mu's friend? This Master Yunshin was the tantric practitioner who fought with Chu Yang. Hearing the monk in front of him mention Chu Yang, Muniancy immediately became alert and silently pressed the whip wrapped around his waist without saying a word. Miss Mu, don't worry. I was no match for that master in the fight last night. He spared my life, so I can live to talk to Miss Mu now. Master Yunshin spoke the fact of his miserable defeat without any resentment on his face. Seeing that he had no intention of seeking revenge, Muniancy asked in confusion, then why did you seek Brother Chu? To ask for the truth. Master Yunshin replied straightforwardly. As the most gifted practitioner of Tantric Buddhism, he entered the Dao through Buddhism and martial arts. He looked young, but he was already over 100 years old. Today, his Dao path has come to an end, without any progress. Chu Yang's strength was something he had never seen before, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a land immortal. After fighting with Chu Yang, Master Yunshin had an epiphany, and his bottleneck was somewhat relaxed, so he wanted to ask for the truth. Muniancy did not understand the specific meaning of asking for the truth, but she could feel that the other party had been convinced by Chu Yang, and there was no hostility in her heart. Master Yun-shen is late. Brother Chu and the others left last night. I did not go with them, and I don't know where they went. Muniancy said embarrassedly. It's because I don't have enough predestined dharma, so you can't blame me, the donor. Yun-shen couldn't help but sigh. Seeing him like this, Muniancy couldn't bear it, so she whispered, I know where Brother Chu lives, but I don't know when he can return home. If you don't mind, I can tell you. Yun-shen glanced at the kind girl, and the red dust thread was wrapped around her body, one of which was connected to a small city in the southern Song dynasty. This is a Buddhist magical power that Yun-shen awakened after 100 years of practice, the fate seeing. Yun-shen's fate seeing belongs to the entry level, which can see a person's future for a short time, but generally can't see specific things. It is very ethereal, like a dream. The reason why Muniancy is so clear is that her fate is involved with Chu Yang. Miss Mew will go there in the future. If you don't mind, can I go with Miss Mew? The little red horse galloped on the grassland for more than a month, and Chu Yang and Huangrang returned to the land of the Ming dynasty. They had seen enough scenery and suffered a lot. When they were about to leave, Huangrang was still shouting that she would never come again. According to the plan, Chu Yang had to go to Wudang Mountain to meet Master Zhang. Through the battle with the tantric monk, Chu Yang was certain that Zhang Sanfeng in this world was definitely an immortal cultivator. Illusion should not work on Zhang Sanfeng, and the best way was to force him to take action. After entering a small town on the border, Chu Yang and Huangrang found an inn to rest for a while. When they went up to the second floor to order food, they heard the storyteller talking about the recent events in the martial arts world. In just over a month, the martial arts world was in turmoil. Everyone has heard about the Tomb Clan incident a while ago, right? It is rumored that the most amazing book in the martial arts world, the 9-Yin Manual, is hidden in the small Tomb Clan at the foot of Mount Zannan. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. After the news spread like wildfire, many martial arts sects and martial arts masters went to Mount Zannan to fight for the 9-Yin Manual. What they were thinking was also very simple. If they couldn't afford to offend Wang Changyang's Quansin sect, could they afford to offend the unknown Tomb Clan? So, the Tomb Clan suffered a great disaster and was occupied. The only 2 disciples left in the sect escaped with difficulty after an old servant risked his life. The old servant was also loyal and righteous. He was tortured in every way, but didn't reveal the whereabouts of the 2 disciples. The porcelain white bowl fell heavily to the ground and broke into pieces. Huangrang looked at Chu Yang in panic. Chu Yang had a gloomy face. The Tomb Clan had always been a peaceful sect and didn't deal with outsiders. He never thought that the news of the 9-Yin Manual would leak out. Xiaochu, the 2 of them are now. When she thought of the delicate baby who might have been killed, Huangrang couldn't help crying, and her tears fell on the table, making a clattering sound. Don't cry yet, the storyteller hasn't finished yet. In the hall, the diners stared at the storyteller nervously. After he took a sip of hot tea and took a long breath, they heard the next part. What I'm going to say next is some unconfirmed gossip. You can just listen to it for fun, and don't take it seriously. It is said that after the 2 disciples of the Tomb sect escaped, they came to us for some reason, and happened to be involved in the dispute between the Demon sect and the 6 major sects. They were abducted by the Demon sect and taken to Guangmingding. The 6 major sects have had a grudge against them for a long time, and with this incident, they decided to join hands to besiege Guangmingding this time. The storyteller was talking excitedly, and suddenly a young man who looked like a scholar appeared in front of him, and his voice stopped abruptly. The scholar bowed and said, Mr. Storyteller, I would like to ask, why did the 2 disciples of the Tomb sect run to the Ming dynasty? The storyteller scratched his head and smiled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I heard that they actually wanted to go to Mongolia, but they were intercepted by the people of the 6 major sects halfway. The scholar closed his eyes, his face expressionless, and a chill spread in the hall. The storyteller, who had traveled all over the country, was also well informed. He realized that the scholar in front of him was not easy to mess with, so he silently stepped back a few steps and wanted to leave quietly. At this moment, the scholar suddenly opened his eyes, bowed to the storyteller with a smile, and then asked the girl to leave. The girl's face was full of murderous intent. After the 2 left, all the porcelain in the restaurant exploded. Chu Yang returned to the stable to lead out the carriage and then told Huang Rong, I will go to Guangmingding first. You drive the carriage and follow. Pay attention to safety. Huang Rong nodded obediently. After speaking, Chu Yang did not bother to cover up and flew directly into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Bright Summit is located on the border of the Ming Dynasty. It is built on the endless mountains. Because of the bad geographical environment, basically no one has set foot on it. But this time, the 6 major sects came from afar to besiege Bright Summit. There was a lot of noise. Chu Yang could see a long and narrow crowd of people from the sky. There was a long line of foreshadowing. Following the direction of the crowd, Chu Yang quickly found Bright Summit on the top of the mountains. The battle seemed to have started for a while. The whole Bright Summit was a river of blood. Perhaps because of some changes in the plot, Chu Yang did not see the scene of Zhang Wuji fighting the 6 major sects alone. There was only a crazy fight between the two armies. The blood flowed like a river. Chu Yang stood in the void, looking at these people fighting indifferently. He didn't care about their life or death. He just wanted to find Xia Longnu and Li Mochao. Soon, someone discovered Chu Yang's existence and subconsciously shouted, look, there are people in the sky. As soon as the man shouted, he was chopped to the ground by someone. Before he died, his eyes were still staring at the sky. Everyone on the Bright Summit was bloodthirsty, so who would care what he said? In the chaos, Chu Yang landed beside the unlucky guy, looked down at him, and then crushed his throat with one foot, ending his lingering pain. Chu Yang walked slowly forward in the pool of blood. Those who wanted to kill him fell in the pool of blood inexplicably in the end, and they were no longer breathing. No one paid attention to how Chu Yang killed people, but before they knew it, too many people died, leaving a vacuum area next to him. Chu Yang grabbed a Mingjio disciple who was still breathing and asked, where are the 2 disciples of the Tum sect? The Mingjio disciple did not answer, but instead spit out a mouthful of blood. The invisible airwave blocked the spit. Chu Yang frowned, dragged the Mingjio disciple into the illusion space, and began to interrogate him. After knowing the answer, his face was more surprised. This Mingjio disciple was under the 5-element flag. In his memory, the Mingjio did not kidnap Li Mochao and Xia Longnu, but rescued them from the 6 major sects. Looking at the chaotic Bright Summit and the disciples of the 6 major sects, Chu Yang was furious. With a roar, he activated his domineering aura. Invisible waves spread out. Except for a few masters, most of the disciples of the 6 major sects and the followers of the Ming cult fell to the ground and fainted. The remaining masters looked at Chu Yang in horror. I have a fever. I don't know if it's Yang. I have been typing for more than 13 or 14 hours a day recently. My body can't stand it. Since the 3rd day of the release, I actually haven't saved any manuscripts. The performance of this book is okay at present. In order to ensure the quality, I will update at least 300,000 words this month. I will work hard to ensure the quality and quantity. Chapter 107. Destroy the 3 sects. Target Zhang Sanfeng. 10,000 words please read. The 6 major sects and the Ming cult were fighting, and there were at least 7,000 to 8,000 disciples on both sides, all of whom fainted under Chu Yang's roar. Many masters were shocked and angry. Chu Yang looked at them coldly, and the killing intent swept through everyone like a biting cold wind. Among the masters of the 6 major sects, the most powerful martial artists were Master Kangwen of the Shaolin sect and Master Miju, the head of the ME sect. When they faced this killing intent, the fear of death made their bodies tremble instinctively, and they couldn't control it at all. Master Miju struggled to hold the Yishan sword tightly, trying to give herself courage. Master, this scholar is very evil, we should be careful. Master Kangwen slowly walked to Master Miju, and stood side by side with her. Master Miju turned her head, and looked at him, just in time to see Master Kangwen's hand holding the Zen stick trembling. Nun Miju took a deep breath. Master, judging from the age of this scholar, he should not be any of the left and right emissaries of the demon cult, the 4 Dharma kings, or any of the 5 scattered people. I hope he is not here with ill intentions. Master Kangwen sighed lightly, stepped forward, stared at Chu Yang and asked, the demon cult is evil and everyone can kill it. May I ask who you are, and why you want to intervene in the dispute between our 6 major sects and the demon cult? Chu Yang did not answer him, but walked silently to the Ming cult hall, leaving only a word before entering. Before I come out, if any of you make any unusual moves, I guarantee that no one from your 6 major sects will be able to walk out of Guangmingding alive. As soon as these words came out, the masters of the 6 major sects all showed indignation, and even Master Kangwon, who was a monk, had a gloomy face. Who in the world dared to speak such arrogant words in front of them? You little yellow-haired boy, you are so sharp-tongued. Today, your grandpa Tang will teach you what etiquette is. The 5 elders of Kang Tang had extremely hot tempers, and Tang Wenlian was the worst. He was like a barrel of explosives, and could be ignited at any time. How could he bear this? Tang Wenlian set up his fists, and rushed towards Chu Yang with big strides. Chu Yang put his fingers together as a sword and swept forward. The invisible energy turned into a slash and flew out. The slash came so fast that Tang Wenlian couldn't react at all. He blinked and suddenly felt dizzy. Looking carefully, he found that his body was actually running forward. Above the neck, he was bald, and after running a few steps, blood gushed out like a spring. Tang Wenlian's consciousness gradually blurred, and his last thought in the world was only 4 words. Ah, am I dead? Junior brother. Tang Wenlian died, and the other 4 of the 5 elders of Kang Tang were indignant, but no one dared to step forward. Such a strange death is enough to serve as a lesson for the past. After all, he is the head of the sect. No matter how stupid he is, there is a limit. The masters of the 6 sects watched Chu Yang walk into the hall. No one dared to act rashly, including Master Miju, who was holding the heavenly sword. It was not that she did not dare, but except for her, all the disciples of the Emoi sect were lying on the ground. If they angered this unknown guy, they might lose their lives. Shaolin and Wudang had similar thoughts. In the hall of the Ming cult, the lights flickered, and the vision was extremely poor. If Chu Yang did not have a pair of good eyes, it would be difficult to see the Ming cult leaders lying on the ground. Yang Xiao, the left envoy of the light, Wei Yixio, the green-winged Bat King, and the 5 scattered people. The internal discord of the Ming cult was a fact known to everyone. With the war imminent, these people could actually fight. At the critical moment of the internal struggle, they were ambushed by Chen Kun, who was hiding in the secret passage, and were all seriously injured. Chu Yang saw Chen Kun hiding in a dark corner, ready to go. But Yang Xiao and the others thought Chu Yang did not see it. Just when they were about to remind him, they did not expect Chu Yang to have already made a move. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and aimed at Chen Kun. A terrifying suction force came from his palm. All things are attracted by the sky. Chen Kun suddenly felt that his body could not move. He felt something was wrong. In a blink of an eye, he was already pinched by Chu Yang's neck. Donor, I am Yuan Zhen of Shaolin sect. I'm not a bad person. My master is the monk Kang Jian. In the face of danger, Chen Kun hurriedly reported his sect, hoping that the strange master in front of him would let him go for the sake of the reputation of Kang Jian of Shaolin sect. But he didn't expect that. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force came from his neck, which was extremely decisive. With a snap, Chen Kun's neck was crushed by Chu Yang, and he threw Chen Kun's body aside like throwing away garbage. Yang Xiao and others were delighted when they saw Chu Yang kill Chen Kun. Good kill. Good kill. This bastard killed our Yang cult leader. He deserved this fate. God has mercy on him. Even if our Ming cult is destroyed today, we have an explanation to our cult leader in the underworld. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dan, one of the 5 scattered men, laughed out loud, and the others were infected by him, and laughed at the same time. Brother Zhao is right. It is Yang Xiao's honor to be able to go to the underworld with you today. Yang Xiao smiled, put down the airs of the acting cult leader, and spoke from the heart. In just a few words, the grievances accumulated within the Ming cult for many years seemed to disappear at this moment. Are you done? Chu Yang watched coldly and asked directly, where are Li Mochao and Zhao Langnu? The faces of several people changed. Yang Xiao sighed. I didn't expect that my daughter's soft-heartedness in saving those 2 people would actually cause such a big trouble for our sect. Yang Xiao feels ashamed of the Ming cult and my brothers. You have saved our lives. If you just want the 9-yen manual, then Yang can get it for you. But if you come for those 2 people, I'm sorry that Yang can't obey your order. Even in a desperate situation, Yang Xiao still maintained his demeanor and replied to Chu Yang in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. In fact, the reason why Yang Zhao did this was because Li Mochao first saved Yang Buhu in the conflict between the Ming cult and the 6 major sects, and then Yang Buhu returned the favor and used the power of the Ming cult to save the two people. Yang Zhao's attitude made Chu Yang feel relieved, at least proving that Li Mochao and Zhao Longnu were not in danger here. Chu Yang is here to thank the Ming cult for the great kindness of my two friends. Chu Yang bowed to Yang Zhao to express his gratitude, and then stepped forward and put his hand on Yang Zhao's shoulder. Yang Zhao, who was sitting on the ground, subconsciously wanted to resist, but he felt a warm current flowing to his limbs and bones, and his internal injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. After a few breaths, Yang Zhao stood up, and his blood circulation was no longer stagnant, and his whole body was relaxed. Yang Zhao looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Will Yang Zeduoshi allow me to see them?" If Chu Yang was an enemy, there was no need to heal his injuries. After understanding this, Yang Zhao immediately replied, "Young Master Chu, please wait a moment. Yang will let my daughter bring them out." During this time, Chu Yang also cured the 5 scattered people and were EXO one after another. The sound of iron chain sliding on the ground rang out. Yang Zhao reappeared in the hall, followed by a group of girls. There was his daughter Yang Buhu, and there was also an ugly girl with shackles on her hands and feet. Behind the two was Li Mochao, who was holding Zhao Longnu tightly. Li Mochao's willow-shaped eyebrows, starry eyes, and fair face were covered with several hideous scars, which made people afraid. Li Mochao was disfigured. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Although this girl was very reckless and had several conflicts with him, she was ultimately protecting the people around her. Protecting the elderly grandma son and the young Zhao Longnu. As the eldest disciple of the tomb school, Li Mochao, who was younger than Huanrong, shouldered a heavy responsibility that was difficult for her age. Chu Yang did not hate her, but admired her courage. The scars on Li Mochao's face were proof of her efforts to protect Zhao Longnu. "Mr. Chu." Li Mochao remembered that Grandma Sun asked her to find the man in front of her before she died, so she took Zhao Longnu and fled here desperately. It was just because she vaguely heard Munai and Si mention that they were going to Mongolia. The moment she really saw Chu Yang, Li Mochao's hard-built psychological defense collapsed. The girl, who was less than 15 years old, helplessly hugged the girl who was younger than her, standing there and crying loudly. "Mr. Chu, it's all my fault. I accidentally leaked the news that the 9-yen manual was hidden in the ancient tomb, and I killed Granny Sunday. Granny Sun and you clearly warned me not to tell." As if she wanted to vent the depression hidden in her heart in one breath, Li Mochao cried very hard and was a little breathless. Zhao Longnu wiped Li Mochao's tears with her hands, and her tender childish voice "Yeah." Chu Yang heard that her voice was a little strange, so he went forward to check and found that Zhao Longnu's throat had been poisoned. Chu Yang, whose eyes gradually turned red, asked in a deep voice, "Who did it?" Li Mochao only said, "Many people." Chu Yang took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and his expression became soft from anger. He said softly, "Don't worry, I can treat this little injury." Li Mochao was stunned for a moment, and then cried again, tears pouring out. Wei Yixio didn't know whether he was annoyed by the crying or worried about the war outside. He said in a loud voice with a sad face, "Young Master Chu, you stay in the hall and reminisce with your friends. I, an old bat, will go out for a walk to see if the brothers outside are alive or dead. If they are lucky enough not to die, I will definitely repay you for your kindness today." The others finally reacted and said similar words, following Wei Yixio's rapid strides out. Yang Zhao looked at his daughter Yang Buhu reluctantly, turned around and bowed to Chu Yang. "I hope that young Master Chu can agree to one more thing for me. Take my daughter Buhu away from Guangmingding." Yang Buhu was immediately anxious, crying and shouting, "Dad, what are you talking about? The word young master is awkward for me. I'm just a teacher." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Yang Zuoshi, I'm sorry that I can't help you. I still have grievances with the 6 major sects. Mochao, come with me and take revenge if there are grievances." Chu Yang took Zhao Longnu from Li Mochao's arms, then took Li Mochao's hand and walked out. "Please put the grievances aside for a while and wait for Chu and the 6 major sects to settle the accounts first." The 6 major sects have many people and power, and young Master Chu alone will probably suffer a great loss, so let us take the lead in the Ming cult. No problem. Wei Yixio and others wanted to persuade him again, but they didn't expect Chu Yang's figure to disappear in the blink of an eye like a ghost. Zhao Dan wiped his eyes and said in shock, "This King Gang is even better than that of Wei Fuan." Bude Monk touched his shiny head and said, "This young Manchu is really an incredible person. Not to mention anything else, at this age, it is impossible for him to be so strong, even if he has been practicing martial arts since his mother's womb." Len Qian nodded indifferently, admiring him in his heart. "Let's go out and support Mr. Chu, so that those hypocritical and upright people will not take advantage of him." Yang Xiao caught up from behind and reminded everyone. "Mr. Chu? He said he was a teacher. Which teacher is so powerful? And so weird? Haha, if the teacher I had when I was a child was like Mr. Chu, he would have been the top scholar long ago." "Okay, Zhao Dan, don't make it difficult for Mr. Chu. If you were a student, Mr. Chu would have changed his career long ago." Several people laughed, but Zhao Dan was the only one who looked very angry. Yang Xiao was the first to walk out of the Mingjiao Hall. After seeing the scene outside, he was stunned. The 5 wanderers and Wei Yixio who followed up were also stunned one after another. Bright Summit was densely packed with people lying. At first glance, it was no exaggeration to describe it as a field of corpses. When Yang Xiao approached, he found that most of the people were breathing steadily and just fainted. Wei Yixio and the 5 wanderers looked at each other. They had seen a lot of storms in their lives, but the scene they saw was really the first time. Whether it is Arming Geo followers or the disciples of the 6 major sects, they don't look like they are poisoned. It's really weird. Zhao Dan was puzzled and almost scratched his head. It should be the work of Mr. Chu. No wonder he dared to say that he wanted to settle accounts with the 6 major sects. Yang Xiao sincerely admired Chu Yang's methods. Although he didn't know how the other party did it, he had already, or in his heart. At the same time, Chu Yang and Li Mochao stood in front of Nanmiju and others. Master Kanwen, Nanmiju, and the 7 heroes of Wudang. They just showed surprised expressions. The 4 elders of Kantong, the head of Kunlun sect, Hite Chang and Banshugsun, and Zion Yutang of Huashan sect, all looked panicked. Which of them has a role? Li Mochao pointed at the 4 elders of Kantong, Hite Chang and Banshugsun, and Zion Yutang in turn with a look of resentment on her face. Chu Yang was a little surprised that the hot-tempered Nanmiju did not join them in persecuting Li Mochao and Xia Langnu. Come to think of it, the Emily Hart method was derived from the 9 Yang Divine Art, which is no less than the 9 Yin Manual, and with the Heaven Sword in her hand, Nanmiju, who thinks highly of herself, certainly would not disdain to do mean things. In the final analysis, it was because of her wealthy ancestors. Tang Wenlian died at the hands of Chu Yang. The 4 elders of Kantong had a blood feud with him, and when they saw that he had a close relationship with Li Mochao, they could not sit still. The 4 looked at each other, and they knew each other's thoughts without saying anything, because of their tacit understanding over the years. "Do it." Guan Neng, who had the highest martial arts skills, took the lead and shouted, "Everyone, this demon has extraordinary martial arts skills. After he kills us, it will be your turn. Do you really want to sit and wait for death?" The second brother Zhang followed closely behind, and did not forget to fan the flames at the remaining leaders. Hite Chang and his wife and Zion Yutang knew that they and the 4 elders of Kantong were grasshoppers on the same line, so they followed the 4 people and attacked without hesitation. Master Kanwen and Nanmiju did not move their troops. Both of them were experienced and shrewd people. They wanted to see how deep Chu Yang was. The 7 Wudang heroes led by Song Yuan Kyo sneered at the behavior of the 5 elders of Kantong, but they had to help because of the alliance oath. More than 10 top martial arts masters surrounded Chu Yang alone. Seeing this, Yang Xiao and others could not help but curse these shameless martial arts masters. They were about to help, but suddenly saw Chu Yang suddenly hit a few palms, and the roar of dragons suddenly sounded on Guangmingding, deafening. The shocking palm power turned into several golden dragons flying in the sky, rushing towards the 3 sect leaders with overwhelming momentum. The 4 elders of Kantong resisted with a 7 injury fist, but their bones and muscles were broken, and 4 of them died on the spot. Chang, Banshugsun, and Zion Yutong. The three of them drew their swords to kill the dragon, but their swords broke, and their heart veins were broken by the strong palm power. In just one round, the three sect leaders died at the same time. The four elders of Kantong, who had previously clamored to kill Chu Yang, now turned into cold corpses. Accompanying them were Chang and his wife and the leader of Huashan sect, Zion Yutong. Nun Miju, who was still hesitating whether to take action in the last second, now had an extremely ugly face. If she had known that the scholar opposite was so powerful, she should have joined Chang and the others. Now that he had killed 7 people in a row, and his combat power was reduced by half, she was already at an absolute disadvantage. Master Kanwen, a great monk, kept chanting the Buddha's name. The Buddha beads in his palm were crushed by him, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his bald forehead. The 7 Wudang heroes who survived by chance formed the Zenwu 7 section formation, but they did not dare to move without authorization. Who else? Chu Yang lowered his head and asked Li Mochao. These monks have never made things difficult for us. Li Mochao replied. In this case, I will not pursue others except for these Taoist priests who took action. Chu Yang moved his eyes to Song Yuan Kyo and others. Several people trembled at the same time. All of them were angry and ready to fight to the death. Amitabha, Master He and his men were obsessed with money and suffered misfortune. Don't blame others. Why should the Don't vent your anger on Hero Song and others? Master Kangwen saw that Chu Yang did not look like a rude person, and the monk's habit of trying to lead people to do good began to occur. Monk, why didn't you say this when they intervened? Chu Yang's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said in a cold voice, if you say one more word, you can't run away. Master Kangwen sighed deeply. How dare you? Master Kangwen is a senior monk of Shaolin. How can I allow you to humiliate me like this? The sword of heavenly sword was unsheathed angrily, and Guang Mingding became even colder. Nun Miju stared at Chu Yang coldly. How could she tolerate Chu Yang's nonsense here with her arrogant heart? In her life, she could kill gods and buddhas with the sword of heavenly sword. When did she ever grovel for others? Old nun, since you didn't embarrass them, I have given you enough face. Chu Yang's expression became more and more indifferent, which meant that his patience was about to run out. You little brat, you think you are invincible, just because you killed those useless Kantan 5 elders? The 6 heroes of Wudang, Master Kanwen, if we don't get rid of this kid today, he will definitely be a big trouble in the future. Nun Miju wanted to kill Chu Yang, so she encouraged Song Yuan Kyo and others not to sit and wait for death. Old Nun Miju, what's the matter with the majority bullying the minority? Are you living a dog's life at your age? If you want to besiege Mr. Chu, you have to see if our Ming cult agrees. If you invade our Guang Mingding today, don't even think about getting out alive. Yang Zio and Wei Yixio used their King Gang skills to come to Chu Yang's side, staring at Nun Miju with a sneer. The 5 scattered people arrived later, and all of them had a common hatred for the enemy. You, the scholar, are indeed colluding with the demon cult. Everyone, even if you die here today, you must die with them. Nun Miju roared indignantly. Master Kangwen showed a compassionate look, with a sense of sacrifice to feed the demon, while Song Yuan Kyo and others looked like they were ready to die heroically. Chu Yang glanced at Wei Yixio with disdain. He was the one who shouted the loudest, making others think that he was in the same group with the Ming cult. Noticing Chu Yang's eyes, Wei Yixio immediately smiled and said, I'm worried about Mr. Chu's safety. I hope you won't blame me. Do it. Master Miju used the 9 Yang Gong of Emery, and the strong internal force condensed on the sword of heavenly sword, and the sword suddenly burst out with amazing sword energy. She slashed forward, and the sharp sword energy turned into silver light, slashing towards Chu Yang with the force of thunder. The power of the sword of heavenly sword, who in the whole martial arts world does not know, no one has ever dared to take it head on. Even Yang Zio and Wei Yixio subconsciously avoided the edge of the sword of heavenly sword. Chu Yang was the only one who did not retreat but advanced. His palm slapped like thunder, creating ripples in the air and shattering the sword light. What a fierce palm power. The invincibilization sword finally failed. Miju felt the terrifying momentum of Chu Yang and felt a little scared. On weekdays, those famous disciples who boast of their literary talent all play with swords, but this Mr. Chu, who is obviously a scholar, has a strong external martial arts. It's really interesting. Wei Yixio whispered in Yang Zio's ear, and the 5 scattered people behind him nodded and smiled knowingly. Knowing that there was no way out, Song Yuan Kyo and others immediately set up the Zenwu 7 sections formation after Miju made a move and surrounded Chu Yang in an orderly manner. Chu Yang smiled slightly, and the Samzurai quietly emerged. The 7-injury fist of the 5 elders of Kantong, the Kunlun swordsmanship of He Chang, and the Huishan swordsmanship of Zion Yutong were all not worthy of Chu Yang's attention. On the contrary, the 9 Yanggong that Zhang Sanfeng and Jiuo Xiang each obtained was quite good. The combination of Wudang 9 Yanggong and Emily 9 Yanggong may not be able to complete the complete 9 Yang magical art, but at least most of it is there. If we use the martial arts outline of the 9 Yin manual to deduce, we may be able to complete the missing parts. If it really doesn't work, wait for Zhang Wuji to find out his whereabouts, and then catch him, and beat him up. The Wudang sect's Zenwu 7 section formation is really well deserved. Mr. Chu was actually trapped by them. Zhao Dan stared at Chu Yang who was moving around in the formation, and was full of praise. Zhang Sanfeng is indeed a man of heaven. He can actually create such a peerless formation as the Zenwu 7 section formation. Yang Zhao was sincerely impressed. Don't praise me. The old man and the old monk are going to join forces to bully Mr. Chu. Should we fight? Wei Yixio jumped up and down anxiously. I say you old bat, your mind is really not clear. Didn't you see Mr. Chu's attitude just now? Does he need your help? Just watch honestly, and don't annoy Mr. Chu. Bude monk Shuo Buden Peng monk Peng Ying Gai who mocked Wei Yixio at the same time. After Chu Yang was trapped in the Zenwu 7 section formation, Kong Wen and Miju joined the battlefield at the same time, and assisted Song Yuan Kyo and others. Chu Yang was busy and happy. The Shaolin sect where Kong Wen belonged had 11 of the 72 unique skills of the Orthodox Shaolin Temple, which was worth Chu Yang's observation. There were Shaolin temples in the Northern Song Dynasty, the Southern Song Dynasty, and the Ming Dynasty. Among them, the Shaolin Temple of the Northern Song Dynasty was the orthodox one, while the Shaolin sect of the Ming Dynasty was similar to a branch temple. On the surface, they were of the same blood, but secretly they competed with each other. Everyone wanted to become the world's authentic one. During the siege of Chu Yang, Yin Liting, one of the 6 heroes of Wudang, kept his eyes on Yang Zio. His Fin Kg Ziofu was abducted by this demon, and there has been no news of her for many years. For a moment, all the past events came to mind, and Yin Liting fell into a frenzy again. He broke away from the Zenwu 7 section formation, and attacked Yang Zio, who was watching the battle, with a sword. Demon, take your life. 6th brother, don't be reckless, return to the formation quickly. Liting, calm down. The other 5 people were surprised and angry at Yin Liting's unauthorized departure. The power of the Zenwu 7 section formation was greatly reduced due to the absence of Zhang Qishan, and now without Yin Liting, it was even more incomplete, and the power was reduced by another 3 points. Song Yuan Kyo was anxious and kept calling Yin Liting to return to the formation, but the other party didn't listen at all and fought with Yang Zio. Yin Liting's swordsmanship was good, but without the blessing of the Zenwu 7 section formation, he was no match for Yang Zio, who used the first level of Kyankan Great Shift to pin him down. Neither kill nor let go. It was not that Yang Zio deliberately humiliated Yin Liting, but Yang Zio was afraid that he would offend Chu Yang if he disrupted the battle without authorization. You bastard, I must avenge Ziofu today. Yin Liting was like a madman, and he had no rules at all when he drew his sword, just slashing randomly. Yin Liting of the Wudang sect. Yang Zio's eyes flashed with understanding. He finally remembered the identity of the man in front of him, and a trace of guilt surged in his heart. It was both for Ji Ziofu and Yin Liting. Yang Zio acted unruly, but only in this matter did he feel that he had harmed these 2 people. If Ji Ziofu had not met him, she would have married Yin Liting and lived a comfortable life. How could she have died at such a young age? With distracting thoughts, Yang Zio's movement slowed down, and Yin Liting, who was red-eyed, seized the opportunity and stabbed him in the heart with a sword. Yang Zio, who felt pain, subconsciously grabbed the sword and broke it with all his strength and then kicked Yunliting away. Dad. Yang Bu rushed to Yang Zio and anxiously checked his injuries. Yunliting, who was lying on the ground, looked up and his ferocious face froze because he saw a face that was very similar to Ji Ziofu. He was stunned for a moment. In just a short while, Chu Yang memorized the roots of the Wudang 9 Yang Gong and the Emily 9 Yang Gong. He also learned a finger technique and a grappling technique from Kang Wen. Because they were worried about Yunliting, the Zenwu 7 section formation led by Song Yuan Kyo and others gradually became chaotic. Seeing this, Chu Yang was too lazy to perform again and broke the formation. Chu Yang covered his hands with armed color domineering, grabbed the long swords of Song Yuan Kyo and Yu Lian Sao, broke them, and threw them to Zhang Sangxi and Mo Shengu behind them. With two swish sounds, the broken sword went straight through the right shoulders of the two. Zhang Sangxi and Mo Shengu, whose muscles and bones were bruised, could not hold the swords, groaned in pain, and retreated. Yu Dayan, who had already circled behind Chu Yang, thrust his sword at Chu Yang's back, but before he could penetrate deeply, he felt blocked by an invisible force of qi. Shen Luo Xian's Heng. The terrifying repulsive force created a wave of qi, knocking Song Yuan Kyo, Yu Lian Sao, and Yu Dayan, who were beside Chu Yang, flying away. The three vomited blood in the air, and their meridians were injured. After breaking the formation, Chu Yang strode towards Miju and Kangwen. With every step, the ground was shaking slightly. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, with the momentum of a mountain pressing down on his head. Miju's eyelids jumped, gritted his teeth, and swung the Ishin sword, but every sword energy was forcibly dispersed by Chu Yang's fist. It was so rude. After decades of wandering in the martial arts world, he had never met such a freak. Miju wanted to retreat, but so many disciples of the Emoi sect were still lying on the ground, in a coma. Amitabha, it is my destiny to suffer this disaster today. Thinking of Chu Yang leaving on his own again and again, Kangwen was almost regretting it. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang and Miju were only a few steps apart. Miju used the last of her inner strength and struck with all her might. As soon as the sword of Heavenly Sword was thrust out, it was held in Chu Yang's hand. The true energy vibrated violently. With a snap, cracks appeared on the sword of Heavenly Sword. No. If the sect's sacred weapon was destroyed, Miju would become the eternal sinner of the ME sect. She frantically wanted to pull the sword of Heavenly Sword back. The sword of Heavenly Sword was held in Chu Yang's hand, not moving at all. The cracks spread slowly like a spider web. Kang Wen took action and slapped Chu Yang with the Weichou palm, trying to help Miju take back the sword of Heavenly Sword. Chu Yang used the Mafinger he learned from Kang Wen to directly cut off the meridians in Kang Wen's right arm, crippling his arm. Mafinger, how do you know my Shaolin secret skills? Kang Wen hugged his broken arm in pain and retreated in shock. Seeing this, Miju was in a state of panic. Chu Yang took the opportunity to crush the sword of Heavenly Sword and slap Miju's right shoulder with a palm. The terrifying palm force shattered the bones of her entire arm. Like Kang Wen, Miju lost one arm and became disabled. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't bully Li Mochao and Zhao Langnu, Chu Yang would have killed them long ago, and there would be no need to go to such lengths. You two are finally quiet. I won't make things difficult for you. When the disciples wake up, take them away. Kang Wen lowered his head, as if relieved. No matter what, the disciples finally had a glimmer of hope. Miju stared at the fragments of the Sword of Heaven with a dull look in her eyes. When the sword was broken, her heart of Taoism was broken as well. Chu Yang turned and left, and Li Mochao followed him with Zhao Langnu in her arms. Oh, by the way, please tell Master Zhang of Wudang Mountain to come to Guangmingding in person and take away his unworthy descendants. Miju was shocked. This man was not satisfied with winning against them, and he actually wanted to challenge Zhang Samfeng! Exclamation mark. Boy, don't think that you are invincible just because you beat us. Zhang Zhenren is not like us ordinary people. He is a world apart from ordinary warriors like us. If you want to catch his attention, your end may not be good. Chu Yang sneered. Old nun, think about it first. If ME sect didn't have your protection, what would happen to all those delicate and beautiful girls in that sect? Miju immediately shut her mouth and said no more. In the evening of that day, Miju and Kangwen led a large group of disciples to leave Guangmingding in disgrace. As for the other disciples of the sects who lost their masters, they also received the warnings of the two and quickly withdrew. Only the disciples of Wudang Mountain were stationed at the foot of the mountain and were unwilling to leave, silently waiting for the founder Zhang Sanfeng to find a place for them. The 6 Wudang heroes were not locked up in the cell, but found a few cleaned houses for them to stay temporarily. Chu Yang had no intention of making things difficult for them from the beginning. Everything was just an excuse to lure Zhang Sanfeng out of seclusion. Otherwise, with Zhang Sanfeng's character, even if Chu Yang went to Wudang Mountain to cause trouble, he might not come out to see Chu Yang, unless Chu Yang went on a killing spree in Wudang Mountain. But this touched Chu Yang's bottom line. So, the current situation is the best. Huang Ran came to Guangmingding to meet Chu Yang the next morning. After seeing Li Mochao and Xiaolongnu, she cried out of breath. Especially the cute baby Xiaolongnu made her throat hoarse, which made Huang Ran feel extremely distressed. But fortunately, Chu Yang could treat their external injuries. For the next half a month, Yang Xiao and other high-ranking members of the Ming cult served Chu Yang, and the courtesy was beyond the scope of benefactors. Chu Yang knew what they were planning, and clearly told them that he would not succeed the position of the leader of the Ming cult. The Ming cult was ambitious, and had the intention of competing for the Central Plains. Instead of associating with them, it would be better to return to the private school in the small town and fight with those naughty kids. But Yang Xiao and the others obviously would not give up easily, and they still stuck to Chu Yang until Zhang Sanfeng arrived. As the rumors of the 6 major sects' disastrous defeat at Guangmingding intensified, the entire Ming dynasty was in turmoil. The Kangtong sect and Kunlun sect, which had lost their leaders, fell into a long-term factional struggle because they had not arranged a specific successor. The situation of Huashan sect was better. After Xian Yutong's death, Yu Buguan, the representative of Qizang, took over the position of the leader as the oldest management class. After the righteous sect suffered a major blow, the Sun and Moon sect, which was also known as the Demon sect together with the Ming cult, began to stir. The doctrine dispute between the two major demon sects has kept the Ming cult and the Sun and Moon sect in a state of struggle for a long time, and the Ming cult, which lost its leader Yang Dingshan, is at an absolute disadvantage. If it were not for its remote location, the Ming cult might not have been able to support it until now. The struggle between the two sects was also the main reason for the strength of the righteous forces in the Ming dynasty. But the encirclement of Guangmingding by the 6 major sects made the Sun and Moon sect vigilant. When did the Ming cult become so powerful? In the face of the Ming cult, which was in the limelight, should we avoid its edge? The 6 major sects can encircle and suppress Guangmingding today, and they can attack Himu Cliff tomorrow. Thinking of this, the Sun Moon cult gradually shifted its focus, while reducing friction with the Ming cult, and looked at the upright people who were a threat to itself. The first to bear the brunt was the Wuyu Sword sect, which was adjacent to the Sun Moon cult. The leader of the Sun Moon cult, Ren Wuxing, and the deputy leader Dong Fangbubei came out together in a very rare way, pointing their spearheads directly at the Wuyu Sword sect. The huge pressure forced the Wuyu Sword sect to form an alliance. Even so, the Sun Moon cult swept the allies of the Wuyu Sword sect with an invincible momentum. The Jianghu forces such as the Qingcheng sect and the Golden Sword sect were not spared. More and more righteous sects were lost, making people miserable, which indirectly affected the court, and the Mongolian army invaded the border of the Ming dynasty. In the crisis, Zhang Zhenren of the Wudang sect broke through the pass and climbed Himu Cliff alone. After only one day, the Sun Moon sect quickly gathered its forces, held the Blackwood Cliff, and stayed inside. It is rumored that Zhang Zhenren realized the peerless martial arts during this retreat and fought 1 against 2, seriously injuring Ren Wuxing and Dong Fangbubei. The 5 mountain sword sect cheered. Whether it was the righteous sect or the common people, they all worshipped Zhang Sanfeng as a god. Amid the shouts of Voldemortal, Zhang Sanfeng did not stop. The safety of the world was important, but the lives of his disciples were also important. Guangmingding. The Wudang 6 heroes were arranged clearly by the Ming cult. They were not treated inhumanely and lived in ordinary guest rooms. In the end, these people still had chivalrous hearts and deserved respect. But the 6th one, Yan Liting, did not appreciate it. Although he already knew Yang Buhu's life experience and knew that Ji Fu died at the hands of Miju, he still felt uncomfortable when he saw Yang Zio. Yang Buhu was a little interested in her mother's former fiancé, but Chu Yang was more important than Yinliting at the moment. On the one hand, Yang Zio and his team's purpose was too obvious, which made Chu Yang gradually impatient, so he had to let the little girl be a mouthpiece. On the other hand, Yang Buhu was amazed by Chu Yang's style of fighting against the 6 major sects alone, and there were still some ripples in her heart. Huang Rong, who had learned from the previous experience, keenly noticed Yang Buhu's little thoughts. This time, she had to take precautions in advance and guard against her strictly, not letting Yang Buhu cross the line. During the time when the 2 little girls were fighting, Chu Yang went to play chess with Song Yuan Kyo and others every day. His room was next to the Wudang 6 heroes. To put it nicely, they were neighbors, but to put it bluntly, they were actually surveillance. Before Zhang Sanfeng came, Chu Yang would not let these people escape from Guangmingding. After a period of getting along, Song Yuan Kyo found that Chu Yang's personality was not as violent as he imagined, but rather quite easygoing, like a young man next door. This made Song Yuan Kyo curious about Chu Yang. The strength of his martial arts is unprecedented in his life. If nothing unexpected happens, he is a master of the same level as Master Zhang, but his master is already over 100 years old, and the scholar in front of him looks less than 30 years old. Mr. Chu left us here not because he was angry that we helped Master He Taechang and others, but for our master, right? Song Yuan Kyo asked softly, after holding the black chess piece. Chu Yang placed the white chess piece and nodded. Song Yuan Kyo sat upright and asked sincerely, Mr. Chu, can you help me solve my doubts? Chu Yang smiled and said, Master Zhang has been in seclusion for many years. He will not come out rashly for a word from me. I don't want to embarrass Wudang sect for this. If I don't use this method, I'm afraid it will be difficult to see him, let alone exchange ideas. Song Yuan Kyo was a little confused and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. From what I see, Mr. Chu is not a martial arts fanatic. Why did you go to such trouble to exchange ideas with my master? With your ability, I'm afraid you don't need to do this to gain fame. Chu Yang suddenly remembered the battle with the young tantric monk in Mongolia. He was a little absent-minded and whispered to ask for the Tao. Song Yuan Kyo trembled, asked. He remembered the sigh of his master before he went into seclusion. The strength of a warrior lies in his flesh and blood, and when human power is limited, the way of martial arts will eventually have its limits. Now that I'm old and weak, I have another understanding and plan to find another way. If I succeed, it will be a new way of martial arts, and I will reach the peak from the beginning. Song Yuan Kyo sighed. Perhaps this is also a good thing for my master. After that, Song Yuan Kyo clasped his fists and said, May I ask, sir, when you discuss martial arts with my master, do you stop at the point? Chu Yang knew that he was worried and shook his head helplessly. Fists and feet have no eyes. Song Yuan Kyo's expression was gloomy, and he stopped talking. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Chu Yang answered it, and then Li Mochao walked in. The scar on her face was much lighter than before, and it would take some time to fully recover. Song Yuan Kyo and others were also used to it, as if anything related to Mr. Chu was normal, no matter how magical it was. Mr. Chu, there is a kind-looking old Taoist priest outside. Yang Zuoshi is dealing with it, so let me come to invite you. Li Mochao glanced at Song Yuan Kyo, who was full of surprise. Master is here. Song Yuan Kyo stood up suddenly. I have admired Master Zhang for a long time, and finally I can meet him. Hero Song, you can leave with your fellow disciples. Chu Yang walked out of the room with an expectant look on his face. Song Yuan Kyo followed closely behind him, still a little bit unbelievable. He didn't expect Chu Yang to release them as he said, and he didn't embarrass them at all in the past half month. Yu Liansao and Yu Dayan also heard the news. They walked out of the room one by one, and just happened to see Chu Yang and Song Yuan Kyo. They followed them directly, and headed to the Mingjio Hall. In the hall, a group of Wudang disciples who had stayed at the foot of the mountain for more than half a month were glaring at Yang Zio and other Mingjio people with a fierce look. and right in front of them stood an old man with a tall figure, silver hair and beard, and wearing a green Taoist robe. As soon as Chu Yang stepped into the hall, their eyes met. Chapter 108. Talking about the real person in front of the real person. The temple is too small to accommodate the big Buddha. 10,000 words please read. Master. Mo Shengu, the youngest of the 6 Wudang heroes, was the first to shout. The others were excited. However, when they saw the relief in Zhang Sanfeng's eyes, the guilt in their hearts came like a tide. Master, I have embarrassed you. Song Yuan Kyo lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Haha, it's good to be alive. Don't be like Kishan, who made me send off the young. That's the best thing. As for whether it's embarrassing or not, it doesn't matter at all. Zhang Sanfeng saw that their faces were ruddy, and they didn't look like they were injured. His expression was much more relaxed. He clasped his fists towards Chu Yang and said, "Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoist." Chu Yang bowed and smiled. "I have admired Master Zhang for a long time. Today I finally get to see him." Zhang Sanfeng shook his head and said, "How dare I call myself a master in front of Master?" As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Even the leader of the demon cult, Ren Wuxing, and Dongfang Bei were completely subdued by the old man. He actually called the scholar opposite Master. Doesn't that mean this scholar is even more powerful than Zhang Sanfeng, who is almost the best martial artist in the world? The Wudang disciples who were so arrogant just now were terrified. Yang Xiao and Wei Yixio looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. From this moment on, they decided to make Chu Yang the leader of the Ming cult. Master Zhang is really powerful. Chu Yang sighed. Zhang Sanfeng was the only one who could tell his strength without fighting him. He was definitely a cultivator. "Mr. Chu, the Taoist priest is here. Can you please release my disciples?" The name Mr. Chu was known to everyone in the Ming dynasty because of the spread of Meiju and Kangwen, but they didn't know Chu Yang's real name. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes were solemn. His fists were hidden in his huge Taoist robe, ready to attack at any time. In his eyes, although Chu Yang looked harmless, he should be a difficult character, since he was involved with the demon cult. If the other party made a request that he couldn't accept, he might have to fight to see the truth. But Zhang Sanfeng didn't expect that Chu Yang just nodded, and Song Yuan Kyo and the others walked to his side without any hindrance. The process of delivering the hostages was so smooth that Zhang Sanfeng was confused and puzzled. Song Yuan Kyo whispered in Zhang Sanfeng's ear to explain the whole story, and the latter showed a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. After listening, Zhang Sanfeng sighed and said with emotion, "During the time when the old Taoist was in seclusion, I didn't expect so many things to happen in the martial arts world. Mr. Chu has an old relationship with the disciples of the Tomb sect. He Taechang and others killed innocent people for martial arts and wanted to die. It can be regarded as Mr. Chu's justice." At this point, Zhang Sanfeng bowed to Li Mochao and saluted. "This girl, the Wudang sect should have a chivalrous heart to save you from the water and fire, but the disciples of the sect did nothing in order to successfully eradicate the Mingjiao for the 6 major sects. It's the old Taoist who is incompetent." Tears welled up in Li Mochao's eyes. This was the first time she heard someone apologize for her experience. In fact, long before Wudang sect joined the coalition forces to attack Mingjiao, Li Mochao had experienced harsh interrogation methods. All the pain was a foregone conclusion, and had little to do with them. In addition to feeling guilty, Imo Shengu felt a little embarrassed and explained in a low voice, "Master, at that time we put the overall situation first." Zhang Sanfeng glared at him, his hair and beard stood up, and his voice was like thunder. "The overall situation? What is the overall situation? The lives of all people in the world are the overall situation, so you can sacrifice one person's life for the sake of all people. Have you asked that person for his consent?" Mo Shengu was immediately silent. Zhang Sanfeng's roar was deafening, and even the people in Mingjiao couldn't help but secretly admire his demeanor. Zhang Sanfeng is indeed Zhang Sanfeng. He is worlds apart from those sanctimonious and self-proclaimed upright guys. Like father, like son. The Eagle King's daughter loves Wudang Zhang Wuxia. Now it seems to be a good marriage. If that's the case, my Ming cult is still a relative of Wudang sect. Don't be ridiculous. The Eagle King has been gone for many years. What's the big deal? At most, I will shamelessly invite the Eagle King back in some time. Yang Zero, Wei Yixio, and the 5 scattered people hid in the corner and whispered. After Zhang Sanfeng and the Wudang sect apologized to Li Mochao, he looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, Mr. Chu went to so much trouble just to discuss Taoism with me. In this case, I can only accompany you. What do you think? Chu Yang took a step forward, and his figure was like a dream bubble. The next second, he appeared outside the hall. Zhang Sanfeng's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "What a beautiful body movement." After saying that, he was like a white crane spreading its wings, lifting and leaping, as if stepping on flowing clouds, and flew out of the hall. Most people were still in a daze, and Yang Zero, who was the first to react, rushed out. 2 masters are fighting, such a grand event, how can I, an old bat, be missing? Wei Yixio, who had the strongest King Gong, came back to his senses and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed Yang Zero. Now everyone understood the meaning of discussing the Tao, and rushed out one after another, leaving only Huangrong, Li Mochao and a few other girls in place. Yang Buhu asked curiously, "Why don't you go out and take a look?" Huangrong rolled her eyes. "I'm tired of watching it every day, and I'm not interested in joining in the fun." Since the tomb school was destroyed, Li Mochao has developed a resistance to the so-called superior martial arts. Not to mention watching, she doesn't even want to listen. She silently guarded Xiao Longnu, her eyes full of guilt. Huangrong shook her head. This kind of psychological trauma will take a long time to heal. Seeing that they really didn't plan to leave, Yang Buhu called her maid Xiao Zhao to run out of the palace. Xiao Zhao looked back at Li Mochao. The shackles on her body were removed because of Li Mochao's plea. She wanted to stay and comfort her, but she couldn't disobey Yang Buhu. On the top of Guangmingding, Chu Yang and Zhang Sanfeng fought very quickly. Except for a few people including Yang Ziro, everyone else could only see their after images. Zhang Sanfeng knew that ordinary martial arts were of little significance to Chu Yang, and he didn't want to waste this opportunity to discuss the Dao, so he directly showed his best skills. An indescribable aura emanated from Zhang Sanfeng's body, and his moves became extremely strange. Yin and Yang met, and hardness and softness were combined. Chu Yang concentrated, and held his breath. The blood-colored jade in the eyes of reincarnation spun wildly, and Zhang Sanfeng's every move was firmly engraved in his mind. Not sure if it was an illusion, Chu Yang vaguely saw a huge stake-eye formation diagram appear under Zhang Sanfeng's feet. There was white in black, and black in white. He and Zhang Sanfeng stood on 2 black and white dots, respectively. Slowly rotating, the world seemed to overturn suddenly in an instant. It is so. Chu Yang, who felt himself being dragged into another space, was sure that Zhang Sanfeng had entered the Dao through martial arts, and reached the level of martial arts godhood. Teikai was no longer a top martial art, but a martial arts supernatural power. A veritable earthly immortal. Chu Yang admired sincerely that Zhang Sanfeng might be the strongest person he had ever met in this world. At this time, using the 18 dragon subduing palms against the enemy seemed a bit disrespectful to the master Zhang Sanfeng. Chu Yang clenched his hands, and the grass and trees in his hands slowly condensed into 2 wooden swords. Zhang Sanfeng, who was performing Teikai, had his eyes lit up. Magic? I thought the magic was just a rumor, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. After that, Zhang Sanfeng's palms were filled with black and white energy, and his arms were wrapped around his chest, and his wrists turned to form a bull-holding shape. This is the classic boxing stance of Teikai, Kyankan Pan Kyu. It was just that Zhang Sanfeng really had a black and white sphere formed by Ki in his arms. He pushed forward suddenly, and the black and white sphere smashed towards Chu Yang. The 2 swords in Chu Yang's hands exuded the light of the sun and the moon. As he swung his swords, a large area of brilliant light burst out and collided with the black and white sphere. At the same time, the Teikai formation diagram under the feet of the 2 people was also spinning wildly. The people watching the battle outside the formation diagram stretched their heads anxiously to look around. Since the Teikai formation diagram appeared, they could no longer see the 2 people inside, as if some kind of sleight of hand blocked their naked eyes. Everyone had the same idea in their hearts. Is it really something that mortals can do? Master Zhang's methods have long transcended the scope of martial arts. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a living immortal. The unruly Yang Xiao's eyes were full of envy and jealousy, and there was a trace of unwillingness. He is also a child of destiny, but he can't compare with him. Others besides Yang Xiao didn't sigh so much. They were only shocked in their hearts, because the gap was so big that they couldn't have other emotions. Mr. Chu won't lose. Yang Buhu's face flashed with worry. Nonsense. Huang Rang glared at her unhappily. Xiao Chu even killed Buddha when he was in Mongolia. What's that, old man? The horrific scene of the battle between Buddha and Evil still lingers in Huang Rang's mind. In her opinion, no matter how strong Zhang Sanfeng is, he is just a flesh and blood body. But Huang Rang's unintentional words made all the disciples of Wudang sect couldn't help but sneer. He also killed Buddha. Hahaha. Why don't you say he killed Guanyin Bodhisattva and Tathagata Buddha? It's understandable to daydream at this age, but it's ridiculous to take fantasy as reality. Little girl. Boast a little more. Why don't you say he is a devil lord incarnated? Hahaha. Just an ordinary person. Ridiculous. The laughter became louder and louder, and the Wudang disciples' rolling eyes made Huang Rang's face pale. Zhang Sanfeng's strength seemed to give them confidence again, allowing them to ridicule others unscrupulously. Shut up. Song Yuan Kyo glared at the Wudang disciples who were laughing at Huang Rang. They were startled, and immediately lowered their heads, trembling and no longer speaking. The atmosphere in our Wudang sect really needs to be cleaned up. Yu Dang looked at the group of disciples and sneered. You ridiculed Mr. Chu, but have you ever thought that he could easily imprison the 6 of us? Why? In your eyes, the 6 of us are just ordinary people, or even worse than ordinary people. The Wudang disciples were panicked and knelt on the ground, saying in fear, disciples dare not. Mo Shengu came out to smooth things over and appease the anger of several senior brothers, and the atmosphere improved a little. Miss Huang, I hope you don't take it to heart, my disciples. Song Yuan Kyo bowed and apologized. Huang Rong, however, did not appreciate it. She looked past Song Yuan Kyo and stared at the young disciples of Wudang sect. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Open your eyes and watch carefully later. Some disciples were not convinced and were about to refute, but were glared back by Song Yuan Kyo with a stern look. Miss Huang, let's not argue with them. I believe Mr. Chu is the one who killed Buddha. Yang Buhu said firmly that she and Huang Rang would stand on the same side. Huang Rang moved aside a few steps without making a sound, as if to say that we were not very familiar with each other. Yang Buhu. Just as the two were secretly competing, the range of the Teikai formation covering Chu Yang and Zhang Sanfeng suddenly expanded and spread outwards quickly. Everyone back off. Yin Liting, who was closest to the Teikai formation, backed away while reminding everyone to leave. When he passed by Yang Buhu, he subconsciously took her hand and wanted to take her out of danger. Yang Buhu. She was immediately anxious and shouted at Yang Xiao, "Dad, this stinky hooligan molested me." Yang Xiao turned around and his eyelids jumped. Yin Liting was silent for a moment, then looked up at Yang Xiao with a sincere look. Listen to my explanation. Unfortunately, the Teikai formation did not give him a chance, and in the blink of an eye it extended to the feet of the two. Seeing this, Yang Xiao immediately performed the great shift of the universe and sucked the two to his side. Although he had only learned a little bit, it was enough to do this. The next moment, the Teikai formation suddenly stopped rotating and was constantly shaking. The yin-yang fish was getting bigger and smaller, and it seemed that something was running rampant inside. A faint aura leaked out, but it was as heavy as a boulder pressing on everyone's heart, making it difficult to breathe. Even the sky above Guangmingding, no one knew when the sun was blocked by dark clouds. A feeling of impending storm was vividly expressed on the paper. The Wudang disciples stared at the blurry interior of the Teikai formation and suddenly had a premonition that a demon god was about to be born. Boom. A flash of thunder passed by, and Guangmingding suddenly began to rain heavily. The Teikai formation was stretched to its limit and was forcibly broken by something. After a violent shock, it suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was a demon who was dozens of feet tall, with wings on his back, 3 heads and 6 arms. Demon. He is really a demon. Monster. Taishang Laochen, Zenwu Emperor, all the gods, please show up and save us. Many Wudang disciples fainted on the spot due to the impact. Others had their crotches wet, and only a few were able to maintain their sanity. The 6 Wudang heroes looked at Wang Rang in horror. They had thought that this girl was bragging before, but now this demon who was dozens of feet tall was right in front of them, and killing gods and immortals was indeed a piece of cake. Since even Buddha can be killed, then Master can't. Mo Shengu was frightened and lost his mind and kept muttering to himself. Yang Zio's heart was beating fast and his legs were a little weak. Wei Yixio's bitter smile came from the side. Yang Zeduoshi, Arming Jiao temple is too small. It seems that it can't accommodate Mr. Chu, a big Buddha. In fact, Zhang Sanfeng had already lost the moment the Teikai formation was broken, but looking at Chu Yang who was like a god and devil, he suddenly felt proud. I want to compete with the gods. The strong wind and heavy rain whipped Zhang Sanfeng like a whip, but he seemed to be unconscious and laughed happily in the rain. He started the Teikai start again, holding the wind in his left hand and the rain in his right hand. The wind and rain turned into the Teikai yin yang fish in his hand. Chu Yang looked down at Zhang Sanfeng on the ground with admiration. As expected of Zhang Sanfeng, he was so charming that he could break through in the battle and raise the Teikai boxing to a higher level. The tall demon also stretched out his hand to hold the wind and rain, transformed into a long spear, and threw it out. The long spear collided with the Teikai yin yang fish, and the terrifying shock wave swept around, and the wind, rain and dark clouds disappeared in an instant. Zhang Sanfeng was not spared, and was blown away by the shockwave. So far, the two sides discussed martial arts and Taoism, and Zhang Sanfeng was defeated. The demons were defeated. Chu Yang slowly fell to the human world. Everyone looked at the scholar infatuatedly, and no longer had any blasphemous thoughts in their hearts, especially the Wudang disciples, who looked at Chu Yang with respect, as if he were a god. After a while, Zhang Sanfeng and the Wudang disciples were ready to leave Guangmingding. It is my luck to be able to discuss Taoism with Taoist friends today. I didn't expect that at this age. I can still reach the top. Zhang Sanfeng laughed, and his eyes sparkled. I also have a lot of insights. Chu Yang also had a happy face. He had firmly grasped the charm of Teikai about Taoism. Now he just needed to calm down and comprehend it. I hope we can meet again in the future, Mr. Chu. Zhang Sanfeng bowed, and then took Song Yuan-kyo and a group of Wudang disciples down the mountain. Now that we have finished our business here, it's time for us to leave. Chu Yang asked Tuang Rang and Li Mochao to lead the carriage out and bid farewell to the people of Ming Cult. I know that the leader of Ming Cult is not worthy of a godlike figure like Mr. Chu, and we dare not have such extravagant hopes, but as the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. After all, Mr. Chu saved the lives of so many people in Ming Cult. Yang Zio looked hesitant. If Mr. Chu has any instructions, the people of Ming Cult will go through fire and water without hesitation. I hope Mr. Chu will not despise it. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and nodded, which was regarded as accepting this incense. Wei Yixio and others were overjoyed. After this incident, the reputation of the Ming Cult in the martial arts world has greatly increased. There will definitely be many people with unknown origins who want to join. I hope you can keep yourself clean and don't randomly recruit some scum and do evil things. In the future, you must always take the fate of Hite Chang and others as a warning. Before leaving, Chu Yang left a few warnings, which made Yang Zio and others feel cold. The meaning was very clear. Whether to save or destroy the Ming Cult was all up to him. After leaving Guangmingding, Chu Yang did not rush back to the Southern Song dynasty. Instead, he went around the Ming dynasty and executed those who had participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Tum sect. Among them, there were many people who were called heroes by the righteous sects. While the Ming martial arts world disliked the bloody storm, after Zhang Sanfeng returned to Wudang Mountain, a shocking news instantly swept across major restaurants across the country, where rumors gathered. Zhang Zhenren personally admitted that he lost to the mysterious Mr. Chu. Even older mortal Zhang lost. What should we do? Who else in the world can be a match for that devil? Zhang Zhenren also said that Mr. Chu is a Taoist master who has a history with the ancient Tomb sect and is not a member of the demon sect. This time he attacked those who participated in the encirclement and suppression of the ancient Tomb sect. I see. That's why I said that the 6 major sects went to Guangmingding, but the other 3 sects were fine. Shaolin, Emri, and Wudang are all monks, and did not participate in the fight for the 9-yin manual. But, how did Nanmiju and Master Kangwan get their arms broken? I heard that Mr. Chu had clearly let them go, but they still fought, and annoyed Mr. Chu, and the 2 of them each one arm was cut off. Isn't this asking for trouble? But I have to say, that Mr. Chu has a bad temper. Haha, if I had such powerful martial arts, I would have a worse temper than him. By the way, fewer and fewer people have died recently. It has been a long time since I heard of any master being killed by Mr. Chu again. Oh, not everyone is going to grab the 9-yin manual. Those who can join in the fun are all masters, so why would it be our turn? The latest news. Feng Qingyang, an old senior who has been in seclusion for many years in the Huishan sect, came out and fought with Mr. Chu at a ferry somewhere. The 2 of them flattened the mountains on both sides of the river. After Feng Qingyang was defeated, he left a poem and left. Like the Lord of Demons from heaven, he is truly the Tsui god on earth. The noisy restaurant suddenly fell silent, and then a violent uproar broke out. At the same time, Zhang Sanfeng, who was preaching to his disciples on Wudang Mountain, also heard the news. He was silent for a while. He laughed. Lord of Demons? Tsui. Deserving of the name? Huang Ran drove the carriage and quickly returned to the territory of the Northern Song dynasty. After the dramatic changes in the Tum school, Li Mochao became much more sensible. Although she could not drive, she often accompanied Huang Ran to learn and try to learn this skill. Chu Yang felt vaguely that she was afraid that he would abandon her. This was a demon in his heart, and it was difficult for Chu Yang to solve it with a few words. He could only leave it to time. Xia Longnu often hid in Chu Yang's arms to sleep, as if this was the only way to get enough sense of security. Looking at this delicate baby, Chu Yang could not refuse. After leaving for a month, some changes also occurred in the Northern Song dynasty. Qiao Feng disappeared, and few people mentioned him again. Kang Minimum, wife of Ma Dayan, former deputy leader of the Beggars sect, died suddenly at home due to illness. The Zenlong chess game that attracted the attention of heroes all over the world has just ended, which makes Huang Rong, who always likes to join in the fun, very regretful. Keep going, there are even bigger fun waiting for you. Where to go? Xianshan, Biomio Peak, Lingjiu Palace. Huang Rong turned her head and stole a glance at Li Mochao, as if she remembered something. The owner of Lingjiu Palace, Xianshan Tangleo, also joined the battle for the 9-yin manual, but for some reasons, she did not go there in person. The 36 cave masters and 72 island masters under her command served her. The reason why Xianshan Tangleo robbed the 9-yin manual was also very simple, that is, she wanted to refer to this martial arts method known as the general outline of the world's martial arts, to solve the shortcomings of her own eternal and eternal Changchen Gong. Xianshan Tangleo has been practicing this kung fu since she was 6 years old. It took 30 days to regain her youth at the age of 36, 60 days to regain her youth at the age of 66, and 90 days to regain her youth at the age of 96. The disadvantage is that every time she regains her youth, her power is completely lost. 1 day of practice can restore her power at the age of 7, and every day thereafter is 1 year. In addition, she needs to drink blood at noon every day to practice. During this period, if she encounters revenge from her enemies, she will basically sit and wait for death without the power to fight back. Moreover, because of Li Qiushu's conspiracy, Xianshan Tangleo went wrong when practicing, causing her body to permanently stop at the age of 8 or 9, which has always been her heart disease. But for Chu Yang and Li Mochao, no matter what the motivation of Xianshan Tangleo is, and how she participates, the due punishment will eventually fall on her head. The moon is dark and the wind is high. At the foot of Xianshan Mountain, Lingjiu Palace sent a large number of palace maids to wait in a vigilant battle. The masters of the 36 caves and the masters of the 72 islands also led their disciples to guard here. Such a big battle would give any power in the world a headache. The reason why this group of people was so nervous was because a carriage entered the sphere of influence of Lingjiu Palace. It was a very ordinary carriage, except for the BMW pulling the carriage, which was quite magical. There was no other feature. What everyone was afraid of was the man sitting on the shaft. Recently, some people called him the Demon Lord, and some called him Tsui. But the most common name was Mr. Chu. In the past few months, in the martial arts world across several countries, if you want to say who has the most limelight, it must be this Mr. Chu. He swept through the 6 major sects alone. He first defeated Zhang Zhenren of Wudang, and then defeated Feng Qingyang, the peak sword master. There are countless famous sects that have been broken up by him, and countless heroes and strange people who are as famous as thunder have died in his hands. His brilliant achievements are like a fairy tale, which makes people shudder. Wherever he goes, there is a river of blood. Anyone who has anything to do with the destruction of the Tomb sect will die 100 times. Unfortunately, the Lingjiu Palace was such an unlucky guy. Not only did they fail to snatch the 9-yen manual, but they also provoked a huge evil star. If you stick your head out, you will be stabbed. If you hide your head, you will be stabbed. When will this kind of life end? Don't be afraid of eggs. There are so many of us, and he is alone. Everyone can drown him with a spit. If more people were useful, we wouldn't have been enslaved by the Shianshan child father for so many years. Shut up. If the maids of the Lingjiu Palace hear us, we will all die. Have you forgotten the taste of the life and death talisman? As soon as these words came out, the cave masters and island masters were suddenly silent. The pain when the life and death talisman took effect was so deep that it penetrated into the bone marrow. In comparison, perhaps dying in the hands of Mr. Chu would be a relief. While everyone was thinking wildly, the sound of horse hooves pierced through the night and echoed in their ears. Under the moonlight, a very ordinary carriage was looming. The carriage was walking on flat ground in the mountains and fields. I don't know if it was because the vision was too dark. They didn't realize that the carriage was actually floating on the road. Everyone held their breath and looked back at the representative of the Lingjiu Palace, the maid of Shianshan Tangleo. The 4 swords of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Mei-Jian, dressed in a red shirt, stood out from the crowd, looked at the scholar sitting in the carriage, and said loudly, "My grandmother learned that you were going to pass by Shianshan, so she asked us to send you off. I have prepared a small gift, which is not a respect, but I hope you can accept it. The meaning is very simple. Anyway, I didn't get the 9-yen manual, so I gave you a little gift as an apology, and we are even now." Mei-Jian glanced at Wu Laodan in the crowd and motioned him to deliver the prepared gift to the Demon Lord. Wu Laodan immediately had a bitter face and cursed in his heart, but he immediately put on a smile, respectfully carried a pile of golden treasures, and walked towards the carriage. When he got closer, Wu Laodan carefully looked at the scholar in front of him in the moonlight. He originally thought that the other person would look very dangerous, but he didn't expect that what he saw was a face with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, exuding a gentle temperament like jade. He was obviously a Confucian scholar who looked very kind and had nothing to do with words like Demon Lord and Taesu. Boss Wu was in a daze until he felt that the other person was looking at him with a playful look. He suddenly came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, it's a small gift. I hope you don't mind it." Boss Wu's hands and feet were cold, his tongue was like a knot, and he spoke incoherently. There were 4 or 5 fist-sized night pearls in the pile of treasures. It is no exaggeration to describe it as priceless. But Chu Yang didn't even look at it. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the carriage and whispered, "Little girl." Li Mochao stuck half of her head out, glanced at the treasures, said "I don't want it," and then retracted her head. Chu Yang shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, "She said she doesn't want it. What should I do?" Wu Laoda sweated profusely and grinned awkwardly. "Just accept it. Don't take the words of children seriously. The problem is that I don't want it either." Chu Yang said faintly, "How about taking something more valuable?" Wu Laoda swallowed his saliva. "What is more valuable?" Chu Yang did not answer, but looked at him with a kind smile. Wu Laoda's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had guessed what was more valuable than the treasure. He trembled and stepped back step by step, not daring to turn his back to Chu Yang, for fear that his head and body would be separated in the next second. Mei-Jian saw Wu Laoda carrying the treasure back again, frowned and said, "Wu Laoda, what are you doing?" "Miss Mei, Mr. Chu wants something more valuable." Wu Leoda replied with a sad face. Mei-Jian was confused. Wu Leoda could only make it clear, the devil wants our lives. Mei-Jian's face was as hen. The faces of others were not much better. He is so arrogant. I don't want to be his enemy, but he is so arrogant. Does he really think that Lingjiu Palace is afraid of him? All departments of Lingjiu Palace, listen to my orders. Form a battle array and surround the carriage for me. I want to see how powerful this Mr. Chu is. Masters of the 36 caves and 72 islands, I order you to lead the charge. Whoever catches him can remove the control of the life and death talisman. Xianshan Tangleo seemed to have anticipated the worst result and made arrangements long ago. The four sisters of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum gave orders on her behalf. Wu Leoda and others who received the death order were originally desperate, but after hearing that the life and death talisman could be removed, everyone's face flushed and their eyes became crazy. Compared with death, the pain of the life and death talisman is more terrible. The shouts of killing were deafening. A group of warriors rushed to the carriage without caring about their lives. Behind them, the palace maids from Lingjiu Palace formed a battle array. Chu Yang was really not interested in fighting with this bunch of scumbags, so he directly launched the domineering aura of the king. Invisible airwaves surged, and martial arts masters suddenly fell to the ground. After a while, only the four sisters of Mei, Lan, Zhu and Ju were left at the foot of the mountain. Mei-Jian, who was bossy just now, stood there trembling. She had never seen such a scene before. She only heard that the demon lord was very evil, but she didn't know how evil he was. Now she saw it with her own eyes. What are you going to do with these people? They didn't hurt me directly, and I don't want to take their lives. Okay, then follow the old rules and destroy their martial arts. Hearing that people's martial arts were going to be destroyed, Huang Ran got out of the car with great interest and began to destroy the meridians and anshan of Wu Leoda and others with ease. It was so skilled that it was scary. Chu Yang always paid attention to clear grudges. Xianshan Tangleo was the mastermind. Wu Leoda and others were accomplices, but the palace maids of Lingjiu Palace had nothing to do with this matter, except that they were master and servants with Xianshan Tangleo. On that day at Guangmingding, Chu Yang only killed the leaders of Kang Tang sect, Huashan sect, and Kunlun sect, and did not embarrass their disciples. Therefore, he planned to let these maids go. The carriage slowly approached the mountain road leading to Piomio Peak. Chu Yang turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, please make way. The four looked panicked and trembling, but they did not obey and make way. They knew that, if they made way, the Xianshan child grandma who was practicing in seclusion would definitely not be a match for the person in front of them. The four were raised by the Xianshan child grandma, and the grace of raising them alone was enough for them to sacrifice their lives. Loyalty is commendable. Chu Yang nodded. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju gritted their teeth and drew their swords, ready to fight to the death, but they fell to the ground at the same time before they could take a step. After all, they were not even first-class masters, so how could they withstand the impact of the domineering aura? Xianshan Mountain is steep and rugged, and Lingjiu Palace is located on a dangerous peak. Xiaohang is not going there immediately, so Chu Yang can only leave them at the foot of the mountain. Huang Rong wanted to go with her, but she was worried about the safety of Li Mochao and Xiaolangnu, so she gave up the idea. In this way, Chu Yang climbed the mountain alone. Xianshan Mountain is magnificent, adding a sense of mystery to the silent night. Most of the palace maids of Lingjiu Palace were arranged by Xianshan Tangleo at the foot of the mountain. Only the last small number of people were guarding the mountain, and they could almost be ignored. Whether on the mountain or down the mountain, Xianshan Tangleo did not care about the life and death of these people. As long as she could stop Chu Yang, she would die for a good cause. In Xianshan Tangleo's cognition, no master in the world can really fight against 1,000 people alone. Even her master's Aoyaozi is impossible. Perhaps she felt that Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang together were not her master's opponents, and Mr. Chu, who defeated the two, was just like that. There are nearly 1,000 disciples in Lingjiu Palace, plus Wu Leoda's gang. There is no reason why they can't stop Mr. Chu. Even a round robin battle can wear him out. Demon Lord? Tsui. I will deal with you after my magic power is perfected. You can be arrogant for a while. After practicing for a while, Cheyenne Shantangleo always felt uneasy. Saying a few harsh words seemed to give herself some confidence. After half a quarter of an hour of breathing, Cheyenne Shantangleo practiced again. The palace where she was in retreat suddenly trembled. Cheyenne Shantangleo suddenly opened her eyes. Boom boom, it seemed that there was some terrifying existence outside bombarding the entire palace. No, it was bombarding the entire Piomio Peak. Cheyenne Shantangleo was horrified. She didn't care about the danger of going crazy. She interrupted her practice again and hurried out of the palace. A young scholar was holding his sandbag-sized fist and knocking on the gate of Lingjiu Palace. Since he was avenging the extermination of the sect, there was no reason not to demolish this broken gate. Not only Lingjiu Palace, but also the sects that Chu Yang had broken up along the way were treated the same way. First demolish the gate, then kill the leader. Cheyenne Shantangleo's scalp tingled when she saw this. She could guess with her toes who the scholar in front of her was. So many people couldn't stop him? Just as Cheyenne Shantangleo was horrified, Chu Yang suddenly looked up and looked in her direction. The two looked at each other. Chu Yang grinned. Cheyenne Shantangleo's heart suddenly contracted, as if someone had grabbed it with their hands. She turned around and fled with her King Gong, but her body was controlled by a huge suction force in midair, and the surrounding scenery was rapidly reversed. The next moment, Cheyenne Shantangleo's neck tightened, as if it was clamped by a vice. You are also a pitiful person. For the sake of illusory love, you have become like this. Before you die, I tell you the truth. Your senior brother Wuaz's favorite person in his life is not you, nor Li Qiushu, but your junior sister. Hearing this, Cheyenne Shantangleo's body stiffened, and then she turned back suddenly, but her neck was pinched by Chu Yang. When she turned her head, she broke her neck. Even so, Cheyenne Shantangleo still stared at Chu Yang. What you said is true? Cheyenne Shantangleo's eyes widened with anger, holding on to her last breath, wanting to get a definite answer. Really? Chu Yang nodded. Hehehehe. Cheyenne Shantangleo laughed strangely, and her eyes became dimmer and dimmer. Chu Yang placed her body under the mountain gate, then shattered the mountain gate with a palm, and buried her body in front of Lingjiu Palace. After doing this, Chu Yang walked into the magnificent Lingjiu Palace and walked around. When he walked into the garden, Chu Yang found the mechanism with the glance of his sight. After triggering it, the rockery in the garden slowly moved, revealing a gap. Chu Yang followed the gap into the tunnel, which twisted and turned, spiraling downward. It was obvious that there was a huge hole inside the mountain of Piomio Peak. After an unknown amount of time, the scenery in front of him suddenly became clear. A wide cave came into view. The stone walls on both sides were polished smooth, like mirrors, with many pictures and texts engraved on them. The complicated lines were the roots for practicing martial arts, and many parts were missing. Nearly 1,000 pictures dazzled people. Some of them were the unique skills of the Zioyao sect left by the Xianshan child father, and more of them were from the original owner of this place. The Lingjiu Palace on the Xianshan mountain was originally an ancient site discovered by the founder of the Zioyao sect, Zioyaozi. Accidentally, it was a mysterious sect hundreds of years ago, and the Zioyao sect was just a latecomer who occupied the nest. The mysterious martial arts on the stone wall were far more sophisticated than the 9-yin manual. In Chu Yang's view, they could even be regarded as magical secrets. Ordinary people would lose their minds and have a splitting headache if they looked at it for a while. This was a sign of brain overload. Chu Yang had no such concerns at all. He just observed for a while and memorized all the pictures in his mind. Sitting on the ground, closing his eyes and deducing. After a while, Chu Yang showed a surprised expression. The martial arts techniques left by the mysterious sect have a very high reference value, no less than Zhang San Feng's Teikai, and have a natural Tao rhyme. When he was young, Zioyaozi probably referred to the techniques here to create so many wonderful martial arts in the Zioyao sect. Chu Yang looked at the murals, that work eroded by the passage of time, and felt regretful. If it were complete, he would now have a complete practice method. After leaving the cave, Chu Yang did not destroy the entrance and chose to leave directly. The predecessors planted trees and the descendants enjoyed the shade. Chu Yang was not interested in planting trees, let alone pulling out the trees, leaving no place for the descendants to enjoy the shade. It took only a blink of an eye to fly from Piomio Peak to the foot of the mountain. Mei, Lun, Zhu, Ju, Wu Laoda and others were still not awake. The little red horse snorted and disappeared into the night with the carriage. Not long after, the news of the destruction of Lingjiu Palace spread in the world. The major sects were immediately in a state of panic, and the disciples were in a state of panic. Under tremendous pressure, the martial arts world of the Northern and Southern Song dynasties decided to work together to hold a martial arts conference and invite the legendary Mr. Chu to negotiate with a peace talk attitude. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Number 1 Big Devil. 10,000 words please read. Shaoxi Mountain in the Northern Song Dynasty. The three kingdom Shaolin temples of the Ming Dynasty, Southern Song Dynasty, and Northern Song Dynasty gathered together, which can be said to be a wonder in the martial arts world for hundreds of years. People habitually call the Ming Dynasty Shaolin the Shaolin School, the Southern Song Shaolin the Southern Shaolin, and the Northern Song Shaolin the Northern Shaolin. In the past, when the three schools met, open and secret fights were inevitable, and they had to choose between martial arts and Buddhism to determine who was better. Unlike now, there is harmony. In addition to Shaolin, other sects with similar situations also showed an attitude of being of the same blood. The appearance of Chu Yang actually brought a rare peaceful atmosphere to the martial arts world that had been in chaos for hundreds of years. In the main hall, heroes gathered. There were nearly 100 sects participating in the martial arts conference alone. The heads of each sect were almost full, and the core senior leaders and true disciples could only stand at the door and watch. As the host, Abbot Zhuanzi did not sit in the first seat, but gave his seat to a Taoist and a martial artist. The Taoist was Zhang Sanfeng, and the martial artist was Feng Qingyang. As the only two senior masters who could escape from Mr. Chu unscathed, they are the confidence of the crowd and the support of the entire martial arts world. Even though they were praised to such a high position, they did not show any joy on their faces, but were very helpless. Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang knew very well that the reason they did not die was only because Chu Yang was not a person who killed indiscriminately. If it was really a matter of life and death, they might not survive. The reason why they came to participate in this useless martial arts conference was simply because they did not want to see these idiots annoy Chu Yang and increase the killing. Zhang Sanfeng is a monk, and Feng Qingyang is afraid that the Huishan sect will be cut off from inheritance. The hall was in an uproar. The many heads who came to participate in the conference were arguing, and they had a very serious disagreement at the beginning. The original intention of holding this martial arts conference was to negotiate with Mr. Chu and hope that the other party would stop killing the major sects. After seeing such a huge team, some people had thoughts that they should not have. Perhaps we should unite and defeat that demon who is at the peak of his power. So, another opinion suddenly emerged in the team, hoping that everyone would take a tougher stance against Mr. Chu. It is just as the old saying goes. The only lesson people can learn from history is that people cannot learn any lessons from history. Those who proposed to attack often had no intersection with Chu Yang, and their impression of him was hearsay. Those who really suffered, whose mountain gates were broken by Chu Yang, and whose sects were disbanded on the spot, were the active supporters of peace talks. The last time it was the head of the sect that was killed. If it happens again, who knows if they will really confiscate the family and destroy the whole family. Even a clay Buddha has a temper, let alone a man who acts recklessly and is dubbed the Demon Lord. Who dares to bet that he still has patience? Seeing that things were gradually getting out of control, Abbot Zhuanzi, the host, looked helplessly at Zhang Sanfeng who was sitting in the first seat. Master Zhang, what do you think we should do? Zhang Sanfeng turned his head and looked at Feng Qingyang, who nodded slightly. Then, Zhang Sanfeng stood up. The hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone focused their attention on Zhang Sanfeng. Everyone present was a smart person. Although they were arguing, their attention was always on the two with the highest martial arts. Hahaha, everyone continue. Don't worry about the old Taoist. Zhang Sanfeng laughed loudly and walked straight out of the hall, completely ignoring the surprised eyes of the masters. Yu Bukwon hurriedly walked in front of Zhang Sanfeng and stopped the old Taoist priest. Where is Master Zhang going? The meeting is not over yet. Isn't it all settled? Aren't we going to attack Mr. Chu and restore order to the world? Zhang Sanfeng pretended to be surprised. Although the masters are united, we still need the support of the two old predecessors. Yu Bukwon showed an embarrassed look. The reason why he was able to become the leader of the Five Mountains was because the original leader Zeduo Lengchen was killed by Chu Yang. Having just taken office and without popularity, Yu Bukwon urgently needed to do something to secure his position as the leader of the Five Mountains, so he shouted the loudest slogan to attack Chu Yang. Support. Zhang Sanfeng sneered and looked around. There were many people like Yu Bukwon who were ambitious and disregarded the safety of others just for their own reputation in the martial arts world. I have lived for more than 100 years, but I still covet the world. I will not go to the underworld with you. Next year, I will prepare more paper money for you. After Zhang Sanfeng finished speaking, he waved his Taoist robe to push Yu Bukwon away and walked out of the main hall. His words were like cold water poured on everyone's hearts. Yu Bukwon's face was at hen, and he was speechless. For a time, all the sects began to panic again, without the momentum they had before. Feng Qingyang felt that the time was almost right, so he jumped up and stopped Zhang Sanfeng, who was about to leave, and comforted him loudly. Brother, please be patient. Aren't you still discussing? They haven't seen the young man's strength, so it's understandable that they say a few big words. Zhang Sanfeng nodded, stood there, and watched them silently, as if waiting for their answers. If they were not satisfied, they would go their separate ways. Feng Qingyang did the same. At this time, a novice monk hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, and Abbot Zuance's face changed when he saw him. He sent the novice monk to contact Chu Yang. The other party's return meant that Chu Yang had arrived at the foot of Shaoxi Mountain. Abbot, the Donatchu, is here. The sound of gasping for air came one after another inside and outside the hall. Just hearing this name, everyone's scalp numbed. Those disciples whose sects were dispersed changed their color and trembled with fear. Seeing their fearful appearance, other disciples of other sects who had never seen Chu Yang suddenly became a little curious. Zhang Sanfeng said in a deep voice, if you want to walk out of the Great Hall alive today, then listen to my advice, and don't do stupid things. All the sect leaders, including Yu Bukwon, looked stern. After a while, a carriage went up the steps without any bumps, attracting the disciples of various sects standing in the square to stop and watch. The driveway of Shaoxi Mountain is broken at the incense hall below. How did this carriage get up here? Look, the wheels of the carriage are floating. You drank so much in the morning? How could the wheels of the carriage float? That's true. This is a flying carriage. That red horse doesn't look like an ordinary thing. A simple and honest voice rang out from the crowd. Master, isn't that my little red horse? The blind man with a piece of black cloth covering his eyes said in a deep voice. Shut up. The blind man's palms and forehead were sweating coldly. Last time, this silly apprentice disappeared inexplicably. They searched for most of the Southern Song dynasty and finally reunited. Along the way, they kept hearing him mention a strange man named Mr. Chu. They never dreamed that Mr. Chu mentioned by the silly apprentice was the same person as the young scholar in the carriage. Everyone's eyes were focused on the carriage. A man and a woman. The man was wearing a sky blue scholar's robe, as gentle as jade, while the woman was wearing a light yellow skirt, delicate and lovely. The two of them were like a couple from a painting. Many people who had never seen Chu Yang's appearance thought that the legendary demon lord would have a face full of flesh and a fierce look. Now that the real lord had arrived, the group of people were not as tense as before, but were as well behaved as rabbits. The crowd naturally made way for the carriage. The carriage stopped at the steps of the Great Hall. What should I say? It's easy to find it after searching everywhere. Chu Yang, who was sitting on the shaft of the carriage, looked around and saw many familiar figures. Yu Bukwon and other heads of the sect had stiff faces. Amitabha. Today, we invited Mr. Chu to come here with the idea of turning hostility into friendship. Abbot Zuanzi stepped out of the crowd, walked down the stairs, walked slowly, walked to the front of the carriage, and looked directly at Chu Yang. Monk, you are wrong. Whether hostility can be turned into friendship is not up to me. I'm not the victim. Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. Well, then, Mr. Chu, can you please ask that disciple of the ancient tomb sect to come out and talk and give us a chance to reconcile? Abbot Zuansi stared at the carriage with calm eyes. Huang Rang raised her eyebrows and wrinkled her nose. HMPH. Old monk, who wants to negotiate with you? If I didn't want to solve the problem once and for all, I wouldn't come to Shaoxi Mountain, even if you invited me. Whether it was Huang Rang or Chu Yang, their words were full of the intention to catch all the people in Shaoxi Mountain in one fell swoop, which made many people feel uneasy and whispered. Abbot Zuansi also felt it was difficult. He thought that, no matter how arrogant Mr. Chu was, he would be a little restrained when he saw so many fellow martial artists who knew that the other party's arrogance was far beyond his imagination. Hasn't Mr. Chu done enough to wipe out the family? Old monk, why don't you ask them why they are not satisfied with robbing the secret book and have to embarrass the women and children of the ancient Tum sect? Abbot Zuansi was speechless and could only look at Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang behind him with a look of help. Zhang Sanfeng was the first to step forward and laughed. Daoist friend, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you are still as elegant as ever. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Master Zhang seems to have made some breakthroughs, which is cause for celebration. Zhang Sanfeng rolled up his Taoist robe and bowed his head. I have to thank Daoist friend Chu for our discussion that day, which allowed me to make further progress. Chu Yang waved his hand. Master Zhang, don't be polite. If you want to stop me today, then show your real skills. You must be frank. I will not show mercy this time. Zhang Sanfeng pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, I admit that I'm no match for Daoist friend Chu. Even with the help of Daoist friend Feng, the result would be similar. But as a monk, I still hope that Daoist friend can commit fewer sins of murder. Feng Qingyang echoed, my little friend Chu, Master Zhang and I have no intention of being your enemy. We just hope that you can find another way to resolve the hatred between the two sides. I'm not the victim, so it is not my turn to say who to resolve the hatred with. But for the sake of your two faces, I can let Mo Chao come out. Chu Yang jumped off the carriage and walked in front of the two. One of these two old men provided Chu Yang with Teikai, and the other provided Chu Yang with Dugun 9 swords, which was a favor of some size. Huang Rang got into the carriage, and after a while, she appeared in front of everyone with Li Mo Chao. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as people were willing to come forward, there would be a possibility of peace talks. Amitabha Abbot Zuansi looked at Li Mo Chao with a look of compassion in his eyes. This donor, I feel deeply sorry for the disaster that your sect has encountered, but most of the main culprits have been executed, and only some small sects are left. Can you show mercy and spare their lives? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Li Mo Chao gritted her teeth and glanced at the several leaders behind Yu Buquan fiercely. Just seeing their faces, nightmare-like memories came flooding back like a tide. Grandma Sun's tragic death. Xia Longnu was poisoned and mute. Thinking of this, Li Mo Chao couldn't stop trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, and he said in a cold voice, spare their lives. What about me? I knelt on the ground and begged bitterly that day, but Grandma Sun still died. My face was still ruined, and Lonja was still mute. Old monk, tell me, who spared us? Li Mo Chao's shrill voice echoed in Shaoxi Mountain, like an evil ghost from the depths of the underworld. The deep hatred made people who heard it shudder. Abbot Zuansi wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't look directly into Li Mo Chao's resentful eyes. He could only close his eyes and show a compassionate expression. Little girl, don't be impulsive. We can discuss whatever you want. Miss Li Mo Chao, please forgive us and let us live. Yes, Miss Li, just ask for what you want. We will definitely find a way to get it for you. Begging for mercy came one after another. Some leaders even knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. They had just heard what Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang said, and no longer had any hope in their hearts. Li Mo Chao sneered, what I want has not changed from the beginning to the end, that is, your heads. Those leaders who beg for mercy looked at Hen. It seems that you can't convince the victim, which is a pity. Chu Yang shrugged helplessly, turned to Li Mochao and asked, recognize them and see which ones they are. Don't be embarrassed if you kill the wrong ones. Li Mochao stretched out her finger and pointed at the few people in the main hall. When she pointed, the people around her quickly pushed away, leaving a vacuum zone. There are indeed not many left. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction. Now that the matter is settled, he can go home and have a good rest for a while. Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. Every grievance has its perpetrator. You will suffer for your own sins. Zhang Sanfeng flicked his whisk and shook his head helplessly. He led the Wudang disciples to go down the mountain. Before leaving, he bowed to Chu Yang and said, this matter has nothing to do with Shaolin. I hope you can show mercy. Chu Yang smiled and said, that depends on whether Abbot Zuanzi is a sensible person. Feng Qingyang also led the Huashan sect to go down the mountain. Yu Buguan, who had shouted the most fiercely at first, lowered his head and did not dare to look at Chu Yang. Xian Yutong, the traitor, has been killed by you. The grievances between the two sides have been settled. I hope you will keep your promise and don't come to trouble my Huashan sect in the future. As if he was afraid of losing face, Feng Qingyang used the secret voice transmission and his tone was very kind. Chu Yang nodded. But just as the two old men were leaving with their disciples, rampant laughter suddenly sounded from the roof of the Great Hall. Heroes from all over the world gathered here, but they were actually frightened by a demon. Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang are all just seeking fame. If you don't want to die, join me in encircling this demon. As soon as the voice fell, a figure in a grey robe fell in front of Chu Yang. The man was masked, and his face could not be seen clearly. His temples were grey, and he was of a certain age. His index finger pierced Chu Yang's throat with strong force, as fast as thunder and lightning. Everyone was surprised that Chen Yaojin would appear halfway. Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang both admitted their defeat. Whose general was this, so brave? Chu Yang was also a little confused. The man in front of him used the flower picking finger, one of the 72 Shaolin unique skills, but the other party was obviously not a monk with a head full of white hair. His finger force was swift and his skills were quite profound. In Shaolin Temple, he was at least a senior monk of the first seat level. Chu Yang frowned and slapped back. The palm blocked the grey-robed old man's fingers, and then the 5 fingers stood up, turning into a claw shape, and clasped the grey-robed old man's fingers. The grey-robed old man wanted to pull away, but found that his fingers were tightly clasped, and he couldn't get away. With a crisp sound, the grey-robed old man's 2 fingers were broken. This man was also a ruthless person. Not only did his fingers not make any sound when they were broken, but he also used it to break free from Chu Yang's control. However, after suffering a loss, the old man looked at Chu Yang with more resentment. Who are you? Abbot Zuanzi looked at the back of the grey-robed old man, and always felt a familiar feeling. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that today we should work together to eliminate the devil and defend the way. We can't let this devil go rampant. The grey-robed old man avoided talking about his identity. A person who hides his head and shows his tail. Zhang Sanfeng stood on the long stairs of Shaoxi Mountain and looked at the mysterious grey-robed old man with cold eyes. Wudang Mountain and Shaolin are both known as the Taishan Bidao of the martial arts world and are respected by fellow martial artists in the 3 kingdoms. You, Zhang Sanfeng, are the leader of the martial arts world. Now that the demons are rampant, you sit back and watch these masters die. The grey-robed old man kept sneering. Many people heard his words and nodded silently, expressing their agreement. They had placed their hopes on Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang, hoping that the 2 of them could defeat Chu Yang together, but the result was disappointing. The discussion became louder and louder, and there was even a sense of public outrage. Zhang Sanfeng saw their expressions and suddenly felt oppressed and unable to defend himself. Unless these people witnessed Chu Yang's horror with their own eyes, they would not understand why he tried his best to avoid fighting. Feng Qingyang was originally tired of the entanglements and stupidity of the world, and then chose to avoid the world. These people successfully aroused his anger. A trace of expectation arose in his heart, looking forward to Chu Yang's expression of butchering their heads. Feng Qingyang's mouth corners slightly raised. After the old man in grey robe finished scolding, Zhang and Feng also became the target of public criticism. A young man in gorgeous clothes suddenly came out from the crowd. He was handsome and imposing. "I'm Gusu Mirangfu. I heard what the senior said just now and felt indignant in my heart. That's why I couldn't help but speak out." Mirangfu bowed to the people around him. "This senior is right. Our martial arts are not as good as this demon. We should unite as one. Only in this way can we eliminate the demon and defend the way. I want to see how powerful the demon that even Master Zhang dare not fight against is." The old man in grey robe laughed loudly and looked around. "Everyone, just stand by and watch. After I die in battle with this young Master Murang, you can consider whether to fight this demon or kowtow to him." The actions of the two were extremely heroic in the eyes of others. Many people were ready to make a move and were ready to join them. Chu Yang had been observing the old man in grey robe until Mirangfu appeared and stood with him. He suddenly thought of the other party's true identity. "Mirangbo, you old bastard are quite good at taking advantage of loopholes. You made up a false intelligence to fool Abbot Zuansi and a group of people, to kill Kao Feng's parents and family, and now you are here to incite these fools to be my enemy. TSK, it's a pity that you don't do pyramid selling." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. As soon as these words came out, Abbot Zuansi and the grey-robed old man's faces suddenly changed. Mirangfu was stunned. Many people who knew about this old story also had very interesting expressions. Mirangbo. This name sounds a bit familiar. Zhang Sanfeng twisted his beard and fell into deep thought. Song Yuan Kyo knew this person. He was not much different in age from him. When Mirangbo became famous in the martial arts world, he had been training at the foot of the mountain for several years and was deeply impressed. Moreover, he had heard some rumors about the past incident at Yan'an Pass. Song Yuan Kyo walked to Zhang Sanfeng and whispered a few words, and the latter showed a look of understanding. On the other side, Abbot Zuansi stared at Mirangbo and even completely ignored Chu Yang's existence. The biggest regret in his life was the Yan'an Pass tragedy that year. When Mirangbo faked his death, he put all the blame on himself, but now Mirangbo is alive and standing in front of him, which is enough to prove that the incident was a complete conspiracy. "Sir, are you really Mirangbo's old donor?" Abbot Zuansi took a deep breath. Mirangbo ignored Abbot Zuansi and frowned at Chu Yang, wondering how this kid could see through my identity. "Who the hell are you?" As the saying goes, the eyes of the Vajra are angry, and the Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows. Abbot Zuansi has been chanting scriptures and worshipping Buddha for many years, but he still has some anger. After hiding for a lifetime, Mirangbo was too lazy to pretend anymore and tore off the mask on his face, revealing his true face. When Mirangfu saw the other person's appearance, his body trembled and he shouted excitedly, "Dad, it's really you." Mirangbo laughed and hugged Mirangfu. TSK, the father is really kind and the son is filial. By the way, where is the other father and son? Chu Yang looked around with interest. The battle between the two fathers and sons was much more interesting than the martial arts conference. It felt like watching a holographic TV series. I had doubts about the incident at Yan'an Pass, but Mr. Mirang died without any evidence, so I had no other choice. Now that Mr. Mirang is alive and well, it seems that there is no need for us to confront each other, right? Abbot Zuansi clenched the Zen stick in his hand tightly. "That's right. It was me who deliberately led you to take the martial arts masters to ambush the Liao family. Why? Haha, if you and Song and Liao continue to be on good terms, when will our great Yang kingdom take the opportunity to rise and restore our country?" Mirangbo's eyes were bloodshot, and his tone and demeanor gradually became crazy. Restoring Great Yan was his obsession and his inner demon. Abbot Zuansi wanted to ask again, but the crowd burst into exclamations at this time, and a tall and strong man walked out slowly. "It's Kao Feng." Mirangbo's face was stern. "The real lord has arrived." Mirangfu licked his lips, a little nervous, and subconsciously drew his sword. The mortal enemy was right in front of him, but Xiao Feng did not look at them, but walked straight to Chu Yang, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the bottom. Xiao heard that Mr. Chu was here, and was afraid that Mr. Chu would be attacked by the villains, so he came to help. "I didn't expect to receive another favor from Mr. Chu. This time I really have no way to repay you." Everyone was shocked. Screams came one after another. The former leader of the beggars sect, Feng, was actually the thug of that demon. Chu Yang had thought that Feng would come back to join in the fun, but he didn't expect that he was doing it to help him. "How is Miss Azu these days?" "Thanks to Mr. Chu, Azu is doing well. She will go to the frontier with me in a few days." "Don't set this flag, it's unlucky." Feng. Abbot Zuansi, who was confronting Miranbo, showed a guilty expression on his face after seeing Feng and lowered his head to chant a Buddhist mantra. The kitten lackeys and the demon are really in cahoots. Everyone, compared to these two people, my Zion Boy tribe should not be considered a threat, right? If we don't get rid of them today, let alone anything else, how many sects can leave Shaoxi Mountain? Miranbo was still inciting all those who were hostile to Chu Yang and Feng. Feng's idea of coming to help Chu Yang was good, but he didn't realize that he was also a collection of hatred. Just by standing together, the two of them had offended almost all the sects in the Three Kingdoms. As more and more voices responded, Miranbo showed a satisfied smile, walked to the side of Abbot Zuansi and whispered, "Abbot, please put the overall situation first." Abbot Zuansi had a complicated look and remained silent. Feng stood in front of Chu Yang, with his whole body full of energy, ready for a fight to the death. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. "Brother," a young man in a long robe, who looked like a nobleman, struggled to squeeze through the crowd and stumbled to Feng. Feng shouted in surprise, "Second brother?" Duanyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "Brother, don't panic, I'm here to help you." The two exchanged a few words, and a few more people walked out of the crowd. The one in the front was elegant and graceful, and it was Duan Zengchen, the king of Zenin in Dali, and the rest were his retainers. Feng and Duan Zengchen looked at each other, with a little embarrassment on their faces. Duan Zengchen already knew that RZHU was his daughter, and Feng would most likely become his son-in-law. Because of RZHU, Feng didn't want Duanyu and Duan Zengchen to be implicated by him, so he advised, "Second brother, don't get involved in today's matter, go back with Prince Duan." Duanyu was anxious. Duan Zengchen reached out and held Duanyu, shaking his head with a sullen face. The current situation was indeed not something their Duan family could get involved in. In such a tense situation, Chu Yang yawned, walked lazily to Feng, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't get involved, go with them." Feng was stunned. He had just said this to Duanyu. Don't make things difficult for Lord Duan. RZHU is his daughter after all. It's unlikely that she will just stand by and watch. If something happens, RZHU will be the one who will be sad. And, to put it bluntly, even if everyone standing here is my enemy, they are nothing but chickens and dogs to me, and they are vulnerable. The strong self-confidence instantly infected Feng. He took a deep breath, clasped his fists, and stepped back a few steps. Instead of leaving directly, he stood beside the carriage like a guard. This was the biggest concession Feng could make. He could not intervene, but he had to do something to repay the favor. Helping Chu Yang take care of Huang Rong and Li Mochao in the carriage was the best choice. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to kill you all one by one?" Chu Yang sneered and waved at Miranbo and his son. After a pause, he made the same gesture in all directions. The uproar was deafening. Zhang Sanfeng and Feng Qingyang looked solemn. They felt the murderous intent on Chu Yang's body. Miranbo's eyes flashed with excitement. If he led the heroes to kill Chu Yang and Feng today, the reputation of his father and son would reach an awe-inspiring level. With this reputation, Great Yan could be restored. "Everyone, follow me to kill." Miranbo looked up to the sky and roared, turning into a grey shadow and attacking Chu Yang. He decided to fight to the death and leave the results to Miranfu. The crowd surged. Those sect leaders who knew they were going to die followed closely and followed Miranbo to kill Chu Yang. Their respective disciples also rushed forward with red eyes. Miranbo's fingers were broken by Chu Yang. He had no choice but to fight with the Weichou palm. Chu Yang did not dodge and let him slap his palms on his body. Dong dong dong. A dull sound rang out, and Miranbo felt that his palms seemed to be slapped on a bronze vessel, which was extremely hard. The recoil force made his finger bones and arms hurt, as if they were broken. I thought you would show me something interesting, but I didn't expect you to be so boring in the end. Mirimbo looked up and met the cold eyes of his opponent Chu Yang, and his heart jumped suddenly. He turned around and wanted to leave, but there was a terrifying suction behind him. Chu Yang pinched his neck. The shadow of death surged into his heart, and Mirimbo could no longer remain calm. He shouted for help and grabbed the air with both hands. No, don't. Crack. Mirimbo's body suddenly froze, and then his arms fell limply. Seeing this, Mirimbo's eyes were about to burst. Dat. But in the blink of an eye, Mirimbo, who was so arrogant just now, became a dead man, and the leaders were frightened to stop. Stop now, you will still die. Chu Yang smiled kindly, like a big brother next door. With one sentence, they suppressed their briefly recovered rationality again, and their eyes were bloodshot, with a sense of desperado. They continued to fight. More and more people died. There were corpses piled up at Chu Yang's feet. Since you like to call me a demon, I have to do something to live up to this title. Chu Yang said truthfully while killing people. At the end of the killing, no one dared to step forward. In front of the main hall, corpses were scattered all over the field and blood flowed like a river. I don't know whose weapon fell to the ground. With a clang, everyone was awakened. The remaining sect leaders and disciples dropped their weapons one after another, trembling and crawling on the ground, kneeling to Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at them indifferently. Don't you want to eliminate demons and defend the way? They didn't dare to answer and kept kowtowing. Some people didn't dare to stop even with blood all over their heads. Zhang Sanfeng closed his eyes in pain. He tried his best to avoid this scene, but it didn't go as he wished. Feng Qingyang sighed and turned to leave. Yu Buquan followed him in shock. Almost, just a little bit. Huashan sect would be the same as this group of people. Ling Huchang held the fainted little sister and walked slowly, a little absent-minded. The scene of Chu Yang killing people kept replaying in his mind. He wanted to stop him, but Feng Qingyang held him tightly, and he couldn't move. Even if he rushed forward, he would still die, right? What's the point of practicing swordsmanship? Ling Huchang felt sadder and sadder. His expression was sometimes ferocious and sometimes painful. Chu Yang stepped on the blood and returned to the carriage, looking at Li Mochao and Xiaolanu who were sleeping in her arms. From today on, you and this world, all your grievances, will be wiped out. Li Mochao was already in tears and nodded vigorously. In front of the main hall, blood flowed like a river. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Abbot Zuanzi looked as hen, and a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. After this battle, the reputation of Shaolin Temple will be forever tied to Chu Yang. Zhang Sanfeng looked sad and silently recited the Taoist Sutra of Rebirth. You will not be able to live if you do evil. Feng Qingyang listened to the sutra and said calmly. Chu Yang walked out of the sea of blood and corpses. His azure robe was not stained with blood. He walked to the side of Abbot Zuanzi and looked at him indifferently. Although Shaolin did not take action, as the host, you also have a responsibility. Abbot Zuanzi smiled bitterly and said, as the head of the sect, can I die alone? Chu Yang shook his head and pointed at Xiao Feng beside the carriage. Your life belongs to him. Xiao Feng walked in front of Abbot Zuanzi, his cold eyes full of murderous intent. Mirimbo, the mastermind behind the scenes, had been killed by Chu Yang. If he wanted revenge, he could only find the Abbot Zuanzi who had a high status in the martial arts world. Amitabha, all the mistakes are my fault. I hope that Mr. Xiao can let go of the other monks of Shaolin Temple. Don't forget that your master Zuanku is also a Shaolin disciple. Thinking of his former mentor, Xiao Feng's murderous intent suddenly weakened. You old thief, die. Xiao Feng was still hesitating when a black figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Abbot Zuanzi, smashing his heart veins with his palm power. Abbot Zuanzi vomited blood, covered his chest, and fell to the ground. A string of prayer beads fell from his body, broken into pieces. The man in black glanced at Xiao Feng and used Qinggong to escape from the scene. Xiao Feng came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly caught up with the man in black, disappearing together. With Xiao Feng's character, he is very likely not to kill you. Xiao Yuanshan suddenly appeared because he knew this. Chu Yang squatted down, picked up a prayer bead and put it in the palm of Abbot Zuans's hand. Hearing the name Zhao Yuanshan, Abbot Zuans's eyes suddenly burst into an inexplicable light, and his breathing became rapid. So that's it. Evil will be punished. The moment Abbot Zuansi fell, many monks rushed out of the main hall. Some called the abbot, some called him senior brother, and some called him master and uncle. Chu Yang stepped aside a few steps to give his place to the monks. While they were crying and shouting, he stepped forward. He was going to the sutra library. Donut you, I deserve this. Can you please spare the other monks of Shaolin Temple? Abbot Zuans's voice became very loud, as if he had a last burst of light. Chu Yang nodded and continued to move forward. Xiao Chu, wait for me. Huang Rong saw Chu Yang was going in and quickly jumped off the carriage. After walking a few steps, she seemed a little worried. She turned her head and smiled sweetly at Zhang Sanfeng. Grandpa Taoist, please help take care of Mo Chao and Long Er. Xiao Chu and I will be back soon. Zhang Sanfeng smiled bitterly and said, girl, who else on this Shaoxi mountain dares to provoke Taoist Chu? Huang Rong looked around. The people around her were all terrified and no one even dared to look her in the eye. A group of frightened people really had nothing to worry about. After Huang Rong passed through the main hall, she walked through several corridors, past several halls, and stopped at an ancient attic. Right in front of her, Chu Yang was talking to an old monk who was sweeping the floor. The old monk had white eyebrows and beard, and looked very old. His hands holding the broom were covered with wrinkles, like the bark of an old tree. But his pair of piercing eyes left a deep impression on Huang Rong. The donor is very murderous, so you can go to the sutra library and read some Buddhist scriptures to eliminate the murderous aura. The sweeping monk put his hands together. Why didn't you stop me just now? You, Zhang Sanfeng, and Feng Qingyang, maybe you can take me down. Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. There is no such possibility. The sweeping monk shook his head. Oh, why? Chu Yang suddenly became curious. I'm stupid. I have been meditating in the sutra library for decades. I have learned almost all the Buddhist martial arts. I have just comprehended a little bit of the way of cultivation. I can't be compared with Mr. Chu. The sweeping monk paused for a moment and sighed. Not as good as the Taoist Zhang from Wudang Mountain. Chu Yang laughed. I thought you wanted to save me, just like you did to Zhao Yuanshan and Mirenbo. The sweeping monk was shocked. Since you don't stop me, I will go in. After saying that, Chu Yang turned around and waved to Huang Rong, indicating that she should go in with him. Huang Rong smiled happily and followed Chu Yang like a little squirrel. Mr. Chu is already a godlike figure. Why is he still obsessed with mortal martial arts? The sweeping monk was confused. He couldn't guess what Chu Yang was thinking. Because it's interesting. Chu Yang gave a reason that made him even more confused. Under the blank eyes of the sweeping monk, he walked into the sutra library. 1.5 months later, the carriage returned to the familiar southern Song town. Chu Yang felt as if he was in another world when he opened the door and looked at the courtyard filled with sunshine. He originally just wanted to get a copy of Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, but he accidentally became a world famous demon. After putting down the luggage, Chu Yang, Li Mochao, and Huang Rong began to clean the previously vacant room. This would be where Li Mochao and Xiao Long Nu would live in the future. Cleaning was not difficult, but there was a little dust, and there were traces of someone cleaning the yard outside. As long as the children of the nearby families went to school in Chu Yang's private school, everyone would spontaneously help Chu Yang do some small things, such as cleaning, and Chu Yang never locked the door. Even thieves would not come to Chu Yang's house to steal things. First, there was really nothing to steal at home, and second, Chu Yang was a well-known kind man in the surrounding area, and he was well-known. He was also a teacher, and thieves in this era also paid attention to the code of conduct. After tidying up everything, it was getting dark, and it was too late to cook. Everyone was too tired to move, so Chu Yang took them to the restaurant they often went to. Huang Rong was very happy, because that was the place where she and Chu Yang first met, and it had a special meaning. The scar on Li Mochao's face was almost healed, with only a few faint marks. When she walked on the road and faced the gaze of passers-by, she could face it calmly. Xiao Long Nu, hiding in Li Mochao's arms, secretly looked at the world. In the lobby of the restaurant, the storyteller was sweating profusely. Chu Yang and others came closer to listen, and their faces looked a little strange. As you all know, recently a number 1 demon has appeared in the martial arts world. No one knows his real name, and they only call him Mr. Chu. Speaking of this Mr. Chu, he is quite extraordinary. Even the hundreds-year-old immortal Zhang on Mount Wudang was defeated by him. Not long ago, he was in Mount Shaoxi. The storyteller did not drop the gavel in his hand for a long time, and spoke a long paragraph in one breath. The diners listened attentively, and the chopsticks in their hands did not fall, until the waiter who came out of the kitchen saw Chu Yang and his group, and shouted with a smile, "Oh, you are back, Mr. Chu." The storyteller's voice stopped abruptly. The gavel in his hand fell heavily to the ground. The diners turned around in horror. Chu Yang smiled. "Yeah, I'm back." Chapter 110. Pakuto, the same set as Kakashi. The world of curses. An abandoned park. The sudden rainstorm trapped Chu Yang, who had just completed the commission. Here, looking at the dark clouds, his expression was gloomy. 5 special grade cursed spirits. He killed 5 special grade cursed spirits this month. Shocking record. It can be said that no one performed more amazingly than Chu Yang except Gojo Satoru. He also became the most discussed curse master in Tokyo. With such terrifying strength, he should have been promoted to a special grade curse master long ago. But there was no news from the high school, and Chu Yang was still only a first grade curse master. The sound of the pattering rain soothed Chu Yang's emotions unconsciously. I thought that, after becoming a special grade curse master, I would be able to touch the Sukuna finger sealed in the curse high school, but now it seems that I have to find another way. Sure enough, things in the world are never as smooth as planned. After the rain was a little lighter, Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and walked slowly into the rain. "I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here alone in the rain? You look lonely. Did you break up?" Just when Chu Yang was frowning, Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared and looked at him with a sly smile. The raindrops falling on Gojo Satoru would be bounced off by the invisible film, so even if he was standing in the heavy rain, no part of his body would be wet. "Since you know I'm in a bad mood, then say it quickly." Chu Yang waved his hand impatiently, as if he was chasing away a fly. "Those old guys want to invite you to be a teacher at the Jujutsu High School." Gojo Satoru grinned. "So that's the reason." Chu Yang stopped, with a hint of sneer on his lips. "I'm a halfway sorcerer. I'm neither from a technical college nor from a noble family, so I'm not qualified to be a special grade. Do you want to brand me as a sorcerer from a technical college?" The smile on Gojo Satoru's face disappeared, and he hugged his hands behind his head and stretched lazily. "That's probably what I mean. I have to say that after so many years, their ideas and work styles have really not changed at all, which is annoying." Chu Yang is not the only one who hates the current situation in the sorcery world. Gojo Satoru's degree of disgust is even higher than Chu Yang, but he chose a different way to solve the problem. Gojo Satoru wants to train more outstanding young people and let them grow up, to replace the corrupt senior management. This is a very time-consuming and energy-consuming method. In time, it may really bring about a brand new sorcery world. Chu Yang doesn't have the patience. He chooses to kill those people directly, and the man in front of him will definitely stop him. "Senior, you have to know that the time I spend teaching students is enough for me to complete several commissions, and this cannot be compensated by a teacher's salary. Don't always care about money. Your savings now are enough to buy a building in Tokyo, right? I just completed a small goal. How many small goals do you want?" Gojo Satoru began to count with his fingers. Chu Yang held his hand and shook his head, saying, "I really don't know much about the profession of teacher." Gojo Satoru held his hand in return and said solemnly, "There are generous subsidies." Chu Yang took a deep breath, his expression awe-inspiring. "My childhood ideal was to become a respected people's teacher." Gojo Satoru, I didn't know you had such a great dream. It seems that I still don't know you well enough. Zio Yang. Can you stop calling me that? It will make me hate you even more, senior. Gojo Satoru coughed twice and smiled. Then let's talk about business. You are now a teacher at the technical college. I will have someone prepare a teacher's certificate for you later, but before that, you need to go on a business trip. Chu Yang frowned. Is there a subsidy? Gojo Satoru nodded. Of course. Chu Yang's brows suddenly relaxed, revealing a kind smile. Business trips are a good thing, and you can arrange more in the future. Gojo Satoru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The so-called subsidies were actually paid out of his own pocket. How could the old men at the Jujutsu Technical College give Chu Yang such good benefits? But not giving them is not possible. Gojo Satoru knew that, if Chu Yang did not join the high school, the possibility of his promotion to a special grade sorcerer was almost zero. In the long run, he might choose a path that went against his own path. This kind of thing has happened many times in the history of the sorcery world. Gojo Satoru, who had lost his best friend, really didn't want to see another genius go against him. Where are you going on a business trip? Miyagi Prefecture, Sujizawa 3rd High School. At night, Chu Yang took a taxi to Miyagi Prefecture, Sujizawa 3rd High School, 300 kilometers away from Tokyo. The taxi fare was included in the subsidy and reimbursed by Gojo Satoru. He was accompanied by a freshman from the sorcery high school. After getting off the car, Chu Yang glanced at the expressionless student next to him, and then looked at the familiar middle school in front of him. Has the plot officially begun? Didn't Gojo Senior tell you where the thing was? The shutter box near the school. Are you an idiot? You actually put it in that place. I think so too. While the two were complaining, they found the shutter box, where Sukuna's finger was stored, and there was still a strong smell of curse on it. Chu Yang knew there was nothing inside. Fushiguro Megumi opened the louvered box. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. He reached in and felt around for a long time, but didn't feel anything. Fushiguro Megumi's face changed, and he stuck his head in like a maggot, cocooning for a long time, then pulled out and looked at Chu Yang with a sad face. Teacher, the thing is gone. Chu Yang calmly took out his mobile phone and called Gojo Satoru. He didn't mention the fact that Sukuna's finger was missing, but directly scolded him. After scolding, it seemed as if all the pressure was released, and Chu Yang stretched comfortably. Fushiguro Megumi was stunned. Although he was not polite to Gojo Satoru, he was not as polite as Chu Yang. Hahaha, don't mind it, this is how we get along. He always makes fun of me, and I finally find a chance to vent. Fushiguro Megumi swallowed dryly. Let's go. Don't stand here. The cursed object was probably picked up by the students of the school. Let's go to the school and take a look. Chu Yang put away his phone and walked towards the school. If it was picked up by the students, then they may have taken the cursed object home. There is no point for us to go to the school. That thing looks scary. Who would take it home? It should be left in the classroom, such as the supernatural research department. Fushiguro Megumi was full of black lines, always feeling that the teacher in front of him exuded the same unreliable aura as Gojo Satoru. Half an hour later, the two stood in front of a classroom. Paranormal Research Society. The classroom exuded a strong curse. No way. The seal is intact, but it can't cover the smell of this curse. It's really about to lose its effect. Chu Yang took Fushiguro Megumi to search the classroom and found Sukuna's finger. The wooden box that sealed the finger disappeared, leaving only the finger wrapped in a shroud. Tomorrow night, the two seniors of Itadori Yuji who were looking for death will open the seal of the finger, attracting countless curses. Chu Yang took the finger away in advance, and it was unknown what the future of Yuji Itadori would be. Such a dangerous thing was actually placed in the classroom. If we had come a little later, this school might have been in big trouble. Fushiguro Megumi was still frightened. He watched Chu Yang silently put away the finger. He hesitated. Gojo Satoru had told him to take the Sukuna finger back personally. The man in front of him was also a teacher at Jujutsu High School, and the person Gojo teacher entrusted. Should he be reliable? Fushiguro Megumi thought to himself and exhaled forcefully. Fushiguro classmate, I have something else to do, so I won't go back to the high school with you. You can take a taxi back by yourself. Remember to ask Gojo Senior to reimburse the expenses. Chu Yang, who got the finger, said goodbye to Fushiguro Megumi with a smile. Fushiguro Megumi looked at his back as he left, and always felt that something was wrong, so she took out her mobile phone and called Gojo Satoru. That strange teacher took Sukuna's finger and left. Is that okay? Don't worry. It's not that I'm suspicious. I always feel that teacher is weird. What I mean is, I'm here, so no matter what happens, don't worry. Huh. Before hanging up the phone, Fushiguro Megumi felt a huge curse approaching. Isn't he in a hurry to come here because he was scolded? Fushiguro Megumi had a strange expression. A bright light streaked across the dark night sky. Chu Yang had just torn off the shroud on Sukuna's finger when he saw Gojo Satoru falling from the sky. Hahaha, you do things properly. I heard that something was missing and thought something was wrong. Gojo Satoru scratched his head and laughed, his eyes focused on the bare finger. He was stunned for a moment. Chu Yang laughed dryly. The seal was damaged so badly? The guys in the logistics department clearly told me that it was well preserved. If you don't know, you would think you destroyed the seal. After a few jokes, Gojo Satoru found that the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became awkward. He smacked his lips and looked at Chu Yang. No way, little Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang put Sukuna's finger into his mouth with lightning speed and burped with satisfaction. Gojo Satoru, Fushiguro Megumi, who came late, just happened to see this scene, and his eyes widened immediately, shouting, "Teacher, you can't eat that, you will die." The terrifying curse power continued to expand with Fushiguro Megumi's reminder, forming a storm with Chu Yang as the center and raging around. Why do you do this? Gojo Satoru looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. He didn't understand the other party's behavior. Unfortunately, Chu Yang couldn't answer him. Chu Yang's consciousness fell into silence after eating Sukuna's finger. In a space filled with fog, Sukuna, who had just awakened his consciousness, was very excited because he felt the host's talent. If he could take over this body, he could be stronger than he was 1,000 years ago. Sukuna laughed excitedly to the sky, and the rampant laughter echoed in the dark space. But, as time passed, Sukuna gradually felt something was wrong. He could not change this space as he wished. Logically, he was the master here. This mysterious space did not seem to be the consciousness of the host. The surrounding fog suddenly dissipated. A majestic palace stood in front of Sukuna. He was stunned. The magnificence of the palace was beyond his cognition. Unconsciously, Sukuna slowly stepped onto the steps in front of the palace. There was a person standing in front of the palace. Sukuna recognized the other person as the owner of this body. Is this the world you created? Sukuna was a little amazed at the other person's imagination. No, but to be honest, I'm surprised that you can appear here. Chu Yang stood at the top of the steps with two swords in his hands, looking down from above. You have a lot of secrets. If I kill you, everything will belong to me. Sukuna made a seal on his chest, and the curse power burst out instantly. A huge shrine appeared behind him, facing the palace behind Chu Yang from a distance. Domain expands. Demon suppressing shrine. Sukuna's domain continued to expand, as if to swallow up everything around it. But when the domain spread to Chu Yang's feet, it suddenly stopped and could no longer move forward. Sukuna's face changed drastically. This is our world. Your domain can't play any role here. Voices came from all directions. Sukuna looked around and saw many people who were dressed very differently, but looked very similar to Chu Yang. The taste of these people's souls is exactly the same. They are the same person. As the king of curses, Sukuna is extremely sensitive to souls, and he discovered Chu Yang's secret at the first time. How could a person's soul split into so many powerful souls? This is something that is completely impossible. How did you do it? Is this your birth technique? Sukuna looked up in shock. His eyes gradually became excited, and he wanted this ability. Hey, he doesn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter yet. Magic Chu Yang was amazed, thinking that he was worthy of being Sukuna. In this situation, his face was full of expressions of wanting to fight. I'll try to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Jujutsu Chu Yang was about to take action, but was stopped by Death Chu Yang. Let me do it. Death Chu Yang stepped down the stairs. It's a professional match. Pirate Chu Yang crossed his arms and looked like he was watching the fun. Sukuna looked at Death Chu Yang warily. This guy in a black robe exuded a strange feeling all over his body. He was faintly suppressing himself. As Death Chu Yang got closer and closer to Sukuna, the restless uneasiness almost drove Sukuna crazy. He could no longer remain calm, like a beast being cornered. Sukuna rashly attacked Death Chu Yang. Death Chu Yang performed the ghost way. A circular light array suddenly appeared under Sukuna's feet. A second later, golden thunder burst out and submerged Sukuna in the light array. Sukuna screamed heartbreakingly. The ghost way has a special effect on a living being like him. Let alone Sukuna, who was only 1/20th of his original strength. Even if Sukuna was in his prime, he would have only one fate if he met Chu Yang, the god of death. Sukuna, whose domain was suppressed, could not hold on for long in the hands of Chu Yang, the god of death, and soon fell into a state of near death. With the other 19 fingers, he would not die completely, but the humiliation he suffered at this moment was more painful for Sukuna than death. Sukuna's last look at Chu Yang was full of madness. It seemed to be saying, "I must kill you next time we meet." After eliminating Sukuna, the uninvited guest, everyone returned to the Soul Palace and shared the memories and abilities of this period. Demon Slayer Chu Yang got the swordsmanship he wanted as he wished. He sat down directly on the spot to comprehend the unique skills of swordsmanship. Although the martial arts world is not at a high level of power, most martial arts are far-reaching and point directly to the avenue, which is exactly what he lacks. However, the one who was most affected was not Demon Slayer Chu Yang, but the god of death Chu Yang, who had just defeated Sukuna. When the Teikai idea came to his mind, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in the depths of the soul of the death god Chu Yang. My Zanpakuto was moving. The death god Chu Yang looked solemn. His Zanpakuto had been close to being born a long time ago, but it just didn't move, as if it was stuck at a critical juncture. The yin and yang principles in the Teikai idea, plus the sun and moon power of the source breath, all the power gathered together. It turned into a long river that never stopped flowing, helping the death god Chu Yang to break through this bottleneck. Sun, moon, yin and yang. The four forces worked together and slowly merged into the two Zanpakuto. The dazzling light illuminated the entire palace. A faint blue light suddenly appeared above the palace, reflecting it. Everyone looked closely and found that it was a Bengaiu that had disappeared before. I thought this thing was swallowed by the palace. The pirate Chu Yang stared at the Bengaiu floating in the air in surprise, and the latter was absorbing the light emitted by the Zanpakuto. Is it absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the Zanpakuto? Hokage Chu Yang turned his head to look at death god Chu Yang, frowning and said, "Will it not affect the Zanpakuto?" Death god Chu Yang shook his head, indicating that it was okay. "I remember that this Haiu was incomplete, and it seems to be becoming complete." Magic Chu Yang touched his chin, with a curious look on his face. It would be great if there were an instrument to analyze the energy radiated by the Zanpakuto and Haiu. Marvel Chu Yang said regretfully. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically. Only Demon Slayer Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to the outside world and concentrated on comprehending the way of the sword. Another 10 minutes passed. The Haiu seemed to be full, and its size doubled. It no longer emitted blue light and floated quietly in the sky. The light of the Zanpakuto was also becoming reserved, revealing its original form. The Zanpakuto that appeared in front of everyone was shocking in style. It was neither a samurai sword nor a western sword. It was not the kind of Zanpakuto with a weird and strange shape. It was an ancient sword. Death god Chu Yang's two Zanpakuto. One is completely black, with golden lines engraved on the blade, which converges into a river, full of bones, and a palace can be vaguely seen. The other is completely white, with blue lines engraved on the blade, which is a sea of clouds. Above the sea of clouds, the sun, moon, and stars shine in all directions, and in the sea of clouds, a palace can also be vaguely seen. The two palaces are very similar to the Soul Palace under everyone's feet. The final form of the Zanpakuto is related to the characteristics of the holder. What do these two swords represent? Pirate Chu Yang looked at Death God Chu Yang curiously. Soul. Death God Chu Yang said concisely. Soul. Everyone chewed on this word again and again. Their souls are ultimately the same person. They are both independent individuals and part of the whole. This magnificent Soul Palace connects them. What is the name of the Zanpakuto? Jujutsu Chu Yang suddenly asked. Fengdu. Shanks. Death God Chu Yang held the two Zanpakuto in both hands, with a gleam in his eyes. The highest palace above the 9 heavens and the deepest palace under the 9 nether worlds. It seems that we are in conflict with the palaces in this life. Hokage Chu Yang complained. The fog came, and the Chu Yangs began to return to their own worlds. The world of curse. Chu Yang swallowed Sukuna's finger, and the violent curse swept around. In a flash, it returned to peace again. Chu Yang was so quiet that he seemed to be dead. Gojo Satoru had taken off his black eye mask at this time, ready to deal with the worst situation. Although it is only one of the 20 fingers, the strength is definitely not restored to the peak. But the trouble is that he occupies Yang's body. Gojo Satoru simply moved his body, his tone a little irritable. A genius who has never shown his own skills, but can be compared with a special grade curse master with cursed power alone. In Gojo Satoru's view, Chu Yang and Sukuna are extremely compatible. Fushiguro Megumi rarely saw Gojo Satoru show such an expression. In the past, no matter how bad the situation was, the other party always looked calm and unmoved, and never changed for thousands of years. But this time, he saw worry in Gojo Satoru's eyes. Is Mr. Yang's potential really terrifying? Could it be that he could be as strong as you in the future? Fushiguro Megumi couldn't help asking. Not a possibility, but a certainty. From the first day I met Yang, I felt that this kid was different from others. There are very few sorcerers who can do everything beyond my expectations. And Yang is that kind of person. His talent is the kind of power that can be seen with the naked eye. In a sense, it is no less than my unlimited technique. I still don't know his natural technique. Maybe he doesn't have it, but my intuition tells me that it's impossible. Without calculating the natural technique, I tried to predict the battle with Yang. My conclusion is, he has a 1% chance of defeating me. Hearing this, Fushiguro Megumi's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. In his heart, and even in the hearts of most sorcerers, the name Gojo Satoru has always represented two words: invincible. Gojo Satoru, who is recognized as invincible, actually said that someone can defeat him, even if the chance is only a pitiful 1%. But having a chance, and not having a chance are two completely different things. And Gojo Satoru himself said that this was predicted without calculating the opponent's natural spell, and the actual probability of winning could only be higher. Fushiguro Megumi's heart was beating hard, and she could only take a deep breath to control her emotions. If she said today's remarks, it would probably cause an uproar in the world of spells. At this moment, Chu Yang, who had been in a state of confusion, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. Gojo Satoru was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. The Chu Yang in front of him did not look like he was possessed by Sukuna. Was it completely digested, or temporarily suppressed? Gojo Satoru had some expectations. Is there really someone in this world who can completely digest Sukuna's power? To be on the safe side, Gojo Satoru decided to test Chu Yang. His method was very simple. Gojo Satoru's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Chu Yang in an instant. He held a black bead in his hand. It was formed by him using spells to continuously compress the space. The small bead was enough to destroy the school next to them. At this time, Gojo Satoru pressed the bead to Chu Yang's face. Feeling the shocking power fluctuation, Chu Yang's expression gradually became lively, and he woke up from his dream. Chu Yang's pupils turned white, and blood-colored jade appeared. The moment the Samsurai appeared, the bead in Gojo Satoru's hand disappeared. His expression became dull, and his consciousness fell into another space. After a moment of distraction, Gojo Satoru found himself in an unknown space, and everywhere he looked was a white mist. Where is it? I was just near the school. How come in the blink of an eye? You shouldn't have Alzheimer's disease at this age. Gojo Satoru touched his chin, as if thinking about life, and suddenly remembered Chu Yang's weird pupils. Are those eyes Yang's technique? Is this his domain? It's a bit similar to my 6 eyes. You are worthy of being Zio Yang Yang. Gojo Satoru praised Chu Yang in a shameful tone, and also praised himself by the way. At this moment, Chu Yang appeared in front of Gojo Satoru out of thin air. The two looked at each other. Chu Yang sighed. Just think of it as me begging you, don't call me in such a cheesy tone. Gojo Satoru, who was enjoying it, didn't take Chu Yang's request to heart. He looked around like a curious baby, sizing up Chu Yang's illusion space. Is this in your domain? No. Then where is this? The space created by illusion. Is it a spell? You can say that. It feels quite real to me. If this place is fake, then what is the situation outside at this moment? No matter how long you spend in this space, it's only a moment outside. Oh, Gojo Satoru looked at Chu Yang in amazement. That's really amazing. It can actually blur the concept of time. A very powerful spell. Chu Yang snapped his fingers, and the surroundings immediately changed into a classroom, with the same layout as the Jujutsu High School. You should have more important questions, right? Chu Yang pulled out a chair and sat down. Gojo Satoru stared at Chu Yang for a long time before asking, how does it taste? Chu Yang frowned slightly. It tastes terrible, just like putting a piece of rubber in my mouth. Gojo Satoru laughed. You look good, where's Sukuna? Chu Yang stretched. It's not appropriate to describe it as dead. It should be said that it disappeared temporarily. Gojo Satoru showed an expression of as expected and exclaimed, not in the real world, but facing Sukuna in the spiritual world. That is his home court. This is not easy. Chu Yang shook his head and said, no matter where, his strength is a world apart from his peak period. I just beat Sukuna, who is not in his peak period. This is a fact. Gojo Satoru pulled out a chair and sat directly opposite Chu Yang, staring at him straight. Honestly, even if Sukuna has 20 fingers, you have the confidence to defeat him, right? If the Zanpakuto had not yet been born, Chu Yang would probably still have some reservations. But at this moment, he nodded as a matter of course and said, it's not that I have confidence, but I will definitely win. The strong confidence in his words instantly infected Gojo Satoru, and his face showed an uncontrollable excitement. So similar. This arrogant confidence even made Gojo Satoru have an illusion, as if he saw himself when he was young. Heaven and earth. I'm the only one. I really want to fight. Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth, then took a deep breath and stared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang said lightly, just like you said before, this is my home court. Gojo Satoru asked back, so? Chu Yang shrugged, spread his hands and smiled. You want to be beaten? I have no objection. Just don't settle the score later. The cursed power surged around Gojo Satoru quickly, like a turbulent river, and his eyes were like crystal, mysterious and beautiful. The moment he wanted to cast the spell, the cursed power in his body suddenly disappeared. That feeling was as if the cursed power itself was erased. Gojo Satoru then understood what Chu Yang meant by home court. As long as he wanted, the world would change as he hoped. Gojo Satoru had a deeper understanding of illusion. The next second, the scene changed. Gojo Satoru was hung on a cross. Chu Yang stood in front of him with a knife. The scene was very familiar, especially Gojo Satoru's snow white hair. It was easy for Chu Yang to have an illusion. Chu Yang planned to let Gojo Satoru try the same set meal as Kakashi. I give up. Perhaps he felt an unfriendly atmosphere. Gojo Satoru surrendered quickly. Only a fool would hold on under such absolutely unfavorable conditions. But Chu Yang had no intention of stopping. The knife in his hand had slowly touched Gojo Satoru's chest. He showed a smile that made Gojo Satoru shudder. The real world. In just a blink of an eye, Gojo Satoru's dull eyes regained their spirits. Then they were occupied by fear. Originally, I thought that the illusion space was a false existence, and it would not be painful to encounter anything. But every knife Chu Yang stabbed into his body was no different from the feeling of being injured in the real world. The extreme pain of the knife tip piercing into the vital point made Gojo Satoru think that he was in reality. What really chilled Gojo Satoru's heart was that he could not cast any spells while experiencing inhuman torture. That kind of despair. It was like drowning in the vast ocean. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not grasp any hope. Fortunately, Chu Yang stopped at a certain point and did not act too harshly. Although Gojo Satoru was a little scared, he could still control his emotions. If Gojo Satoru was really pushed to a corner, his body might explode unconsciously for self-protection. By then, after Gojo Satoru was free from the illusion, he might really fight Chu Yang to the death. Gojo Satoru sorted out his emotions, turned around and asked Fushiguro Megumi behind him, how long have I been in a daze? Fushiguro Megumi answered blankly, you were not in a daze, you just froze for a moment when the spell disappeared. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath and gradually showed a creepy smile. Fushiguro Megumi shuddered. This smile only appears when Gojo Satoru is very angry. Chu Yang spoke first. You wanted to experience it yourself. We agreed not to settle scores later. Gojo Satoru's expression froze, his face flushed, and a burst of anger stuck in his throat, almost suffocating him to death. Teacher Yang, are you okay? Fushiguro Megumi looked at Chu Yang in surprise, interrupting Gojo Satoru's anger. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Sukuna's finger. It has been absorbed by him. Gojo Satoru waved his hand, signaling Fushiguro Megumi not to continue questioning, completely ignoring the latter's shocked expression. Come back to the technical college with me. You can't hide the fact that you swallowed Sukuna's finger, so you might as well tell it yourself. There are countless sorcerers like you who swallowed Sukuna in pursuit of power in the history of the sorcery world, but they all failed. Now it seems that the best choice is to let you absorb all the remaining fingers and solve the biggest trouble in the sorcery world in the past 1,000 years. Gojo Satoru put on the blindfold again and seemed to have given up the idea of fighting Chu Yang here. Chapter 111, Field Expansion. Battle invitation from the captain. Jujutsu High School. Chu Yang was locked in a room full of spells. This description may not be appropriate. He walked in by himself. Before he went in, Gojo Satoru said a few words to the senior executives of the high school. This room can't trap him. He is just giving you face and cooperating with you to act. It's meaningless. In the entire world of Jujutsu, no one except me can beat him. So, don't provoke him, because it will only make things more complicated. The leader of the conservatives, the principal of Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School, Rakuganji Yoshinobu, an old man who looks like he has no age. Yoshinobu Rakuganji leaned on his cane and asked in a dull and hoarse voice, Gojo Satoru, how can you ensure that he will not become an enemy of the world of curses? What if he eats all of Sukuna's fingers and becomes a more troublesome existence than Sukuna? Our goal is to solve the trouble caused by this special cursed object, not to create a bigger trouble. Gojo Satoru glanced around and showed a confident smile. I will deal with it when the time comes. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, a group of senior executives including Yoshinobu Rakuganji fell silent. Just this sentence, it was difficult for them to refute. If there is a trouble in the world of curses that Gojo Satoru cannot solve, then there is no need to have any extravagant hopes. The negotiation took much less time than Chu Yang imagined. Not long after, Gojo Satoru appeared in the room full of curses. Chu Yang sat on a chair, crossed his legs, dozed off, and didn't worry about his next fate at all. Gojo Satoru directly threw him 6 Sukuna fingers that were also in a sealed state. Can you eat it? Don't be too full. I was just bragging for you in front of those old men. 20 Sukuna fingers are distributed all over the world, and 6 of them are sealed in the Jujutsu Academy. After some mediation, Gojo Satoru brought all of them to Chu Yang. Gojo Satoru has selfish motives. He is too eager to see how strong Chu Yang will be after swallowing all the fingers. He should be an unprecedented strong enemy. However, Gojo Satoru does not understand Chu Yang. He does not know how fast the man in front of him improves his strength. The clones in each world improve a little bit, and when added together, it is a new transformation. The supreme martial arts classics such as the 9 Yin Manual, the 9 Yang Magic Art, and the Dugun 9 Swords, Fengdu and Shanks, Tuzan Pakuto that integrate many of Chu Yang's characteristics and are powerful enough to make the collapsing jade complete directly. Demon Slayer Chu Yang's sword perception and breathing method. The Otsutsuki bloodline that the Hokage Chu Yang is constantly refining. The domineering aura of the pirate Chu Yang gradually matches that of the emperor level strongman. Magic Chu Yang and Marvel Chu Yang are perfecting a new spell system, integrating all the spell skills they have learned so far. With so much support, Chu Yang doesn't think he will lose to Gojo Satoru. Taking Sukuna's fingers from Gojo Satoru, Chu Yang methodically peeled off the spell seal on the outside, which felt like the sugar coating on the outside of candy. I suggest you eat slowly, don't eat it all at once. Before he finished speaking, Gojo Satoru saw Chu Yang pour 6 fingers into his mouth in one breath, and swallowed them directly. You don't know how disgusting this thing tastes. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Chu Yang didn't want to taste them one by one. It's better to swallow such a disgusting thing in one breath. When I was a child, I had a similar mentality when taking Chinese medicine. As soon as the 6 Sukuna fingers entered my stomach, my consciousness fell into chaos uncontrollably. When I opened my eyes again, Chu Yang saw Sukuna sitting high on the throne. There were corpses all around. Sukuna supported his chin with his hand and crossed his legs lazily. "Are you the only one this time?" Sukuna's eyes flashed coldly. I was surprised too. Chu Yang thought the Soul Palace would appear again, but this time, he was pulled into Sukuna's domain. This shows that the Soul Palace seems to appear depending on his mood, and Sukuna's fingers and other things are just inducements. Sukuna slowly stood up, and the killing intent was like a flood, pouring out all at once, drowning Chu Yang. Chu Yang stood in the center of the storm formed by the killing intent, and summoned Susanoo directly. The humanoid monster enveloped Chu Yang, and the armed color domineering also covered Susanoo's entire body in the first time. Another technique I haven't seen before. You know a lot of things. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, and formed seals with his hands. Demon subduing shrine. In the domain of life, Sukuna can issue a terrifying slash, which is divided into G and 8. All creatures and non-living things with cursed power in the domain will be chopped to pieces. The lethality is comparable to Gojo Satoru's unlimited curse. But for Chu Yang, compared with Gojo Satoru's changeable spatial ability, Sukuna's pure physical attack is easier to deal with. Susanoo is very tall, almost breaking through Sukuna's territory. He only needs to glance at it to quickly determine the target. Countless silver white threads appeared in the void. Looking intently, those were sharp slashes that cut through space. Countless slashes, like a rainstorm, fell on Susanoo's huge body. In an instant, the collision between the slashes and the domineering aura of the armed color rubbed out dazzling sparks all over the sky. The armed color was gradually exhausted. The remaining slashes were resisted by Susanoo. It was blocked. Sukuna was very surprised. In so many years, it was the first time he saw someone blocking his slash head on. Chu Yang was also surprised that Sukuna's slash strength was stronger than he expected, and it could actually break the defense of the armed color directly. Susanoo drew his bow and shot a huge arrow made of chakra towards Sukuna. Sukuna launched another slash. Silver white dotted lines formed a storm, obliterating the arrow. At this moment, Susanoo moved, and its huge body like a mountain suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Sukuna out of thin air. Flying Thunder God technique. Sukuna's pupils shrank suddenly. He thought that Susanoo, with its bloated body, would not move very fast. But it appeared in the blink of an eye. Susanoo, with 3 heads and 6 arms, held 6 giant swords made of chakra in its hands, and slashed at Sukuna frantically. Sukuna's figure flashed repeatedly, dodging Susanoo's attack at a speed that was almost teleporting. The entire space was shaking violently, as if it would shatter in the next second. Sukuna stared at Chu Yang and Susanoo's body, put his hands together, and the range of the domain continued to shrink. At the cost of this, he raised the slash to the highest level. Countless slashes fell, like a rainstorm, and the sky and the earth were all white. Susanoo was swallowed by the white light, and was completely silent. Ha ha ha. Sukuna laughed hysterically. After taking revenge, he felt very happy. Sorry to disturb your good mood, but it seems a little early to laugh now. Chu Yang walked out of the smoke without any damage, and slowly formed a curse seal with his hands. A large amount of curse power poured out, constructing an unknown domain. It's my turn next. The domain is unfolding. Sukuna's laughter stopped abruptly, and he watched Chu Yang's domain gradually devour his space with a look of surprise on his face. Death Battle Corridor. Death Battle Corridor. This is a corridor that is connected from beginning to end and loops infinitely. Only when one of the 2 sides in the corridor dies, the domain will end. Before that, no sorcerer of any level can forcibly destroy the domain. Sukuna's face was not very good. He could feel the terrifying suppression of the death battle corridor. This means that the domain itself has very harsh conditions for the user. Just like Fushiguro Shinobu's Heaven and Curse binding, using all the cursed power in exchange for a terrifying body that exceeds the limits of humans. The death battle corridor also has similar constraints on Chu Yang. What's even more strange is that under such suppression, the size of the demon shrine is a little larger than before. Sukuna, who felt a little uneasy, launched a slash to test the current situation. As a result, it was just a casual strike, and an arrow crack appeared in the space where the slash passed, and then disappeared in an instant. The space was torn. This was almost the effect that would only appear when he hit it with all his strength before. My cursed power has increased by nearly double. This kid's domain actually makes the enemy stronger? What's the point? Sukuna frowned deeply. He didn't believe that there were still fools in the world who would benefit others at the expense of themselves. Chu Yang punched and shattered the slash that was like silver light. Thunder flashed all over his body. The source of breathing was running at full power. There was a faint light of the sun, moon, and stars in his nose. Chu Yang's body was more resilient than Susanoo. Chu Yang's hands were no longer simple wooden swords, but two ancient swords of completely different colors. Although he had not yet figured out the abilities of the two Zanpakuto, it did not affect Chu Yang's sword skills with them. There was no weapon in this world more powerful than these two ancient swords. The battle was about to break out. Sukuna still couldn't help but ask a question. Why does your domain make me stronger? What can you get at the cost of this? Facing Sukuna's question, Chu Yang smiled and said only one sentence. In the death battle corridor, the winner will get everything from the loser. Sukuna's pupils shrank suddenly. Fengdu, there was a biting chill in his hand. Chu Yang waved it casually, and the faint moonlight flowed along the sword like a gurgling stream. Anything else to say? It will probably take a long time for us to meet next time. Chu Yang kindly reminded Sukuna that next time, he would gather all his fingers together and completely take away all of Sukuna's cursed power. Sukuna sneered, silently raised his arms, and flames burst out from his fingertips. No longer a sharp slash. Double my cursed power. Then you'll go to hell. The air was filled with boiling heat waves. This was the first time Sukuna showed other techniques. The temperature of the flame was very high. It was far higher than the high temperature created by fire release and flame breathing. It was even much higher than the temperature of magma. Sukuna snapped his fingers, and the flames immediately illuminated the entire space, and the corpses under his feet turned into ashes in an instant. Chu Yang, who was full of buffs, could still feel the burning pain. The red flames continued to gather, gradually adding a touch of gold, and the temperature was still rising. Sukuna waved his palms, as if he had grabbed the sea of fire around him, and threw it towards Chu Yang. The sea of fire approached. Fengdu seemed to be stimulated, and the sword body trembled wildly, as if something was about to pour out. Chu Yang didn't pay attention, holding the sword with both hands, and performing the second form of the source of breathing. The sunlight and moonlight complemented each other, and merged into a huge wheel, blocking the blazing flames. The wheel rotated, constantly pulling the sea of fire, and the light of the sun and moon consumed it. How come this guy has more spells than me? There are still many spells sealed in Sukuna's shrine, but each spell requires corresponding conditions to be used. He has not yet recovered to his peak, and cannot use it at will. In Sukuna's eyes, Chu Yang seems to have no restrictions on the use of spells, which he cannot understand. If this goes on, I might lose. Sukuna decided to give it a try. Since the opponent has many spells, he chose close combat. His physical function is also top-notch in the entire curse world. When the flames and the sun and moon wheel were in the most intense confrontation, Sukuna's figure suddenly disappeared, appeared behind Chu Yang, and launched a surprise attack on him. Sukuna punched Chu Yang's heart from behind. The sound of breaking air reached Chu Yang's ears. As if he had eyes behind his head, he took the sword with his backhand, put the two swords behind his back, and made a blocking gesture. Sukuna's fist hit the intersection of the two swords. Clang! Sparks flew. The swords of Fengdu and Shanks sank slightly, blocking Sukuna's powerful punch. Fengdu was chilling. A strange yellow liquid seeped out of the dark sword. It was like it flowed out of the river carved on the sword. The moment Sukuna touched the unknown liquid, an astonishing chill rushed into his body. Sukuna's curse power, as deep as the sea, began to disappear at an astonishing speed. It won't be long before, even if Chu Yang doesn't take action, he will disappear because of the exhaustion of curse power. Sukuna looked at Chu Yang in shock. The sword in the opponent's hand can be said to be the nemesis of all curses. Even the sorcerer will be restrained. This man can destroy the entire sorcery world. Chu Yang didn't notice Sukuna's expression. After blocking the opponent's attack, he turned around and slashed at the opponent's neck with a sword. Sukuna's reaction was only half a step slower, and his head was almost chopped off. Under normal circumstances, he would use the reversal technique to heal his wounds as soon as possible. However, at this moment, he realized that it was futile. If he couldn't solve the restraint of Fengdu on the power of curse, no matter how many times he healed the wound, the outcome would not change. So, for the second time in his life, Sukuna took the initiative to accept death. His eyes were calm, not as hysterical as last time. He stared at Chu Yang. Your wish, isn't it to destroy the entire curse world? Hearing Sukuna's question, Chu Yang pulled a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Who knows? Sukuna laughed excitedly, and his body gradually disappeared. With the disappearance of the demon-suppressing shrine, Chu Yang's consciousness returned to reality. Unfortunately, his strength did not improve much. It was not because the domain was invalid. It was because Sukuna's state was special. To truly defeat the opponent, you need to gather all your fingers together. Even so, Chu Yang can also use part of the power of the demon-subduing shrine because of the effect of the death battle corridor. When he came to his senses, Chu Yang saw that Gojo Satoru had already pulled off his blindfold and was ready for battle, and even the hand seals had been completed. Chu Yang, who was thirsty, smiled. Senior, can you get some water to drink? That thing is a bit stuck in my throat. Gojo Satoru put on his blindfold again and patted Chu Yang on the shoulder. Let's go out and drink the water. At the same time, in the world of death, Chu Yang's Zanpakuto caused a huge commotion in the Soul Society. Even, it alarmed the Soul King Palace. The guardian of the Soul Society is the Gotei 13. And above the Gotei 13, there is a Zero Squad. The Zero Squad is also known as the Royal Agents. Their main task is to guard the Soul King Palace and protect the creator of Soul Society, the Soul King. There are a total of 5 people in the Zero Squad, and the strength of each person is far beyond the captain level. In addition to being strong, there are more important indicators to become a member of the Zero Division. Only those who have created something of great significance for the Soul Society and are recognized by the Soul King as creating the history of the Soul Society will be selected into the Zero Division. Zanpakuto was created by one of the members, Namei Ryu. He is the 3rd officer of the Zero Division, the Western God General, and the title Sword God. All the predecessors of Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, Asochi, were created by him alone. The leader of the Zero Division, Hayashubu, is the namer of everything in the Soul Society. He was given the title I Monk and True Name Monk by the Soul King, which means calling out the real name. Zanpakuto, Shike, and Bankei, these 3 words were named by him. Hayashubu knows the real name of every Zanpakuto, except Chu Yang's 2 Zanpakuto. After the advent of Fengdu and Shanks, Soul Society has 2 more unknowns in Zanpakuto. This kind of thing has never happened in tens of millions of years. Namei Ryu could sense the existence of 2 Zanpakuto, but Hayashubu could not know their names. Therefore, the Zero Squad, which would never interfere in matters outside the Soul King Palace, suddenly appeared in the Soul Society, in front of the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. As the spokesperson of the Soul King, their actions follow the will of the Soul King. Upon learning the situation, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni looked solemn. This seemingly small accident would always cause a shocking wave in the future. They summoned Chu Yang as soon as possible. It was already late at night. Most of the Shinigami should have been asleep. But the Zero Squad's appearance in the Soul Society was a huge commotion, and Namei Ryu and Hayashubu spiritual pressure was as dazzling as the sun in the dark night. No one could sleep. Chu Yang was the same. He walked out of the room and looked at the central palace of the Soul Society, lost in thought. He had a hunch that this change was related to him. After a while, everything returned to calm. 2 Shinigami captains appeared in Chu Yang's room. Kyoraku Shunsu, Yukitake Jishiro. As the 2 most proud disciples of Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni, they were responsible for taking Chu Yang to meet Namei Ryu and Hayashubu. The captain said that it was just some simple inquiries, don't be too nervous. Kyoraku Shunsu spoke to comfort Chu Yang. He still had a good impression of this young man, especially when he accidentally destroyed Aizen's conspiracy last time. Yukitake Jishiro didn't say anything. How could it be a small matter to alarm those people in the Zero Division? This kid probably has some secrets that cannot be revealed. The Soul Society has existed for so many years, and it is rare for someone like Chu Yang to enter the Soul Society as a traveler and successfully become a Shinigami. Not to mention, he also played a tough guy like Aizen once. How could such a person be a good person? Walking on the road, Chu Yang had roughly guessed that the purpose of the Soul King Palace's visit this time should be for the two Zanpakuto, Fengdu, and Chiang. When the three of them arrived at the central palace, many Shinigami had already gathered there. Rukia, who had just completed her mission and returned from the human world, looked at Chu Yang with a worried look on her face. What trouble have you caused again? Rukia walked in front of Chu Yang, and behind her was Byakuya Kachiki. The brother and sister stared at Chu Yang. It seemed that they were blaming Chu Yang, but in fact they were questioning Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Jishiro. Kyoraku Shunsu looked around and saw that more and more Shinigami were gathering. He immediately waved his hand to drive them away. It's not a big deal. The captain-in-chief has something to ask him. Those who are not related should patrol, and those who should rest. Leave now. As one of the Shinigami who has served as captain for the longest time, Kyoraku Shunsu has a high prestige. After a little scolding, most of the Shinigami immediately chose to disperse. Only a small number of captain level and vice captain level Shinigami stayed. Unohana Ritsu walked forward slowly and asked softly, Captain Kyoraku, those two spiritual pressures just now, are they? Before she finished her words, Kyoraku Shunsu nodded seriously. Unohana Ritsu, who got the answer, glanced at Chu Yang, showing a surprised expression, and then left. Others also got the answer from the conversation between the two. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Yang. This guy again. Kachiki Rukia noticed that the atmosphere was a little bit wrong, so she approached Kachiki Byakuya and whispered, Brother? Kachiki Byakuya simply and clearly answered, Soul King Palace. Kachiki Rukia was shocked. When she came to her senses, Kyoraku Shunsu had already walked away with Chu Yang. Rukia Kachiki's eyes dimmed. If the Soul King Palace was involved, no one in the entire Soul Society would be able to help Chu Yang, not to mention her. Chu Yang and others came to the residence of Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni. The Captain General Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, the leader of the Zero Division, heir Ichibi, and the creator of Zanpakuto, Namei had been waiting outside the courtyard for a long time. Is your Zanpakuto awakened? Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, who was so strong that he could kill a cow with one punch, had to lean on a cane and move step by step to Chu Yang. The weather-dulled face was calm and his words were very oppressive. Unlike other concrete Zanpakuto, Fengdu, and Chiang are hosted in Chu Yang's soul. As his mind moved, two Zanpakuto appeared out of thin air and floated in front of him. The terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from the two swords, no less than the movement of heir Ichibi and Namei descending on the Soul Society before. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni was about to step forward to take a closer look at the two Zanpakuto, but Namei had already stood in front of Fengdu and Chiang before him. Namei reached out and gently stroked the swords, his eyes obsessed and his face intoxicated, as if he had seen the most beautiful woman in the world, and murmured, It's really hard to describe. Zanpakuto styles are all kinds of strange, and there are similar ancient sword styles, but ancient swords as exquisite and magnificent as Fengdu and Chiang are indeed unique. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni coughed dryly, as if to remind Namei not to lose his composure, but the latter ignored him. It's like a fanatical fan who encounters a star by chance. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni asked, When did your Zanpakuto awaken? Chu Yang answered honestly, not long ago. Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni frowned slightly. What about Shike? Chu Yang shook his head. The situation of Fengdu and Chiang is very special. Although he knows their names, he has not yet completed Shike. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni turned his head and looked at Hayashibu Ichibi, who nodded slightly. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the captain slowly took off his upper body clothes, revealing a strong figure. For some reason, we need to understand your Zanpakuto. Since you haven't yet completed Shike, I will help you. Before Kaora Kushansu and Yukitake Jashiro could react, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni had already launched an attack on Chu Yang. However, the old man Yama still had some face and did not use Ryujin Jaka right away. He used Akutachi, which is the physical technique of the world of death. The fist with bulging veins flashed through the night like lightning, and the robe hanging on his body rustled. The punch that Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni threw lightly shook the entire space. Chu Yang also felt a trace of true anger in his heart. He was very upset by the captain's arbitrary and domineering way. Even though he knew that the other party was testing him, Chu Yang also wanted to compete with him. Chu Yang instantly stacked up all the buffs that could increase his strength, including the lightning escape armor, overlord haki, source breathing, 6 paths sage mode, 9 yang divine art, dragon elephant prajna art, etc. In a fight of Zanpakuto and spiritual pressure, I'm not your opponent, but in a fight of physical strength, that is another matter. Chu Yang also exuded a terrifying aura. He threw an ordinary punch. The fists of the two collided violently, and the violent force directly lifted the ground under their feet. The whole yard flew into the sky a second later. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's pupils shrank, and then surprise flashed in his eyes. Chu Yang's performance was far beyond his expectations. This kid is interesting. The other 4 spectators stayed away from the battlefield. After a brief shock, Kaora Kushansu quickly set up a barrier around him. He was afraid that the fight between the two would cause large-scale damage to the Soul Society. Everyone was a little caught off guard. No one thought that the commotion would be so big. A new member who had just become a god of death not long ago could actually fight the captain head-on. Who would believe it if they told others? The 4 people thought that Chu Yang would be unilaterally beaten by Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. The energy fluctuations on this guy are very strange, and the increase in body functions is very large. Is it a new ghost way? He created it himself? Namiya Wang stood on the eaves of the roof, touching his chin and carefully observing the tailed beast coat on Chu Yang. Hayashibu Ichibi was also very interested, and he had more unknown things. Kaora Kushansu's expression was much more complicated than this. Putting aside his Zanpakuto, Chu Yang's fighting ability and physical skills alone is already at the captain level, and he is one of the top ones. The positions left vacant by Aizen, Ichimarujin, and Tozen Kaname are still undecided. Judging from today's situation, Chu Yang, a new Shinigami who graduated from the academy not long ago, may have to take one of them temporarily. The melee between Chu Yang and the old man is still going on. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni is getting more and more excited and has begun to use his special skills such as 1 bone and 2 bone. He dared to use heavy hands because he found that Chu Yang's strength was more than equal to his own. He wanted to see how much more this young man had hidden. On the other hand, after a period of fighting, Chu Yang found that the skill that worked best against the enemy was Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a watershed of the Emperor level powerhouses in the pirate world. Only those who master this move can be considered the overlord of one side. And Conqueror's Haki has a special impact on Shinigami, a high spirit aggregate. Whenever Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni was entangled by the Conqueror's Haki, his movements would show a noticeable sense of stagnation. If the scene is zoomed into a microscopic state that is invisible to the naked eye, you can see that the parts hit by the Conqueror's Haki are actually partially broken up and then condensed into their original state. Theoretically, as long as Chu Yang's Conqueror's Haki is strong enough, he can forcibly beat a death god into the original state of the spirit. But that is only theory, and the possibility of actual operation is almost zero, because the domineering power is limited. And if the domineering power is exhausted, it cannot be restored to a usable state in a short time. Although there are obvious shortcomings, the effect of the Conqueror's Haki entanglement in actual combat is still very terrifying. In a battle of the same level, a flaw can determine the outcome. The Conqueror's Haki entanglement can create a large number of flaws in the opponent before the domineering power is exhausted. For example, now, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni, who is known as the strongest death god in 1,000 years, has been entangled by the conqueror's haki many times, and his fighting movements are both stiff and deformed. Those who don't know him would think he is an old man who is about to die. The more he fights, the more disgusting it becomes. Yamamoto has been suppressed. Hayashubu Ichiba's eyes lit up, revealing a gloating smile. This is going to be serious. Namei Wangai, who was looking forward to it. You too. My barrier can't restrict the next battle. I hope you can take action. After all, this is the Soul Society. Kyoraku Shunsu walked over and said to the two people who were watching the excitement with an embarrassed look on his face. Hayashubu Ichiba nodded, stretched out his hand to the void, and a huge brush appeared in his hand. He waved his brush, and a more powerful barrier quickly enveloped the space. Even with the barrier restrictions, the previous battle had already alarmed the captains and vice captains of the Gotei 13, and they were on their way. The first to arrive were Zaraki Kenpachi and Unohana Ritsu. Just as they joined in watching the battle, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni took a deep breath, and the cane he often leaned on turned into a katana. The dark purple handle and oval blade guard looked like a flame burning to the extreme. When the katana appeared, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became solemn, and everyone concentrated and held their breath. I didn't expect that you would feel pressure only when you draw your sword. You are really young and formidable. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni looked at Chu Yang's young face and couldn't help but sigh. The captain seems very anxious. Must he see my Shike at this moment? Chu Yang also held Fengdu and Shanks, and suddenly there was an indescribable throbbing in his heart, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Unohana Ritsu, who was standing in the distance watching the battle, asked in surprise, "This kid also has two swords?" The double sword Zanpakuto is extremely rare, and only Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Jashiro have double swords. At this time, in the center of the battlefield, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni had already recited the liberation words. Everything will be reduced to ashes. The blade will be like fire. The blade of the sword instantly caught fire, with a temperature of 6,000 degrees, and the air was deformed. With your physique, you will definitely not die if this sword strikes, but you'd better find a way to resist it, because it will be unpleasant. Using the most amiable tone and the most terrifying words, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's momentum was very terrifying, and he swung the sword mercilessly. Burning hell. Dozens of sky-high fire pillars suddenly erupted from the ground, burning the ground under Chu Yang's feet. Ichiba of the Hayashubu hurriedly waved his brush, and as the brush and ink were swiped, the flames that broke through the barrier seemed to be extinguished from the void. The captains who arrived one after another saw this scene, and they were all dumbfounded. At the same time, Chu Yang, whose body was burned by thousands of degrees of high temperature, had a hideous face, and the throbbing in his heart became stronger and stronger, until he heard the voice of Fengdu in his ears. Man and sword, the fusion of souls. Chu Yang fiercely thrust Fengdu into the burning earth. He roared to the sky. Yellow spring. The yellow spring water, with its biting coldness and terrifying resentment, surged wildly from the void and from the ground. In the horrified eyes of Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni and all the spectators, the flame that should have burned everything was gradually extinguished by the swallowing of yellow spring. For thousands of years, nothing could extinguish the flame of Raijinjaka. Now it appeared. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni looked at the dark earth after the flame faded with a complicated expression. There was yellow spring water all around. He was indeed expecting Chu Yang to give him a surprise, but this surprise was a little too strong. Among the captains present, only Kenpachi Zaraki looked at Fengdu with interest. The others were all shocked, and could hardly believe what they saw. What is this water? A 6,000 degree flame can evaporate any liquid, so how can it be extinguished? Did the captain show mercy? I'm afraid not. The captain also looked shocked. When did he awaken as Zanpakuto? Namei Wangayu bent down, scooped up the yellow spring water flowing on the ground, and whispered, "This water seems to be constantly reducing my spiritual power." Hayashubu Ichiba was stunned when he heard it, and also bent down and pressed his hand into the yellow spring. When the terrifying coldness hit his body, he suddenly found that the spirit particles in his body were decreasing. Hayashubu Ichiba's pupils shook violently. Unusual. He thought that the ability of this Zanpakuto was only to restrain Raijin Jaka, but he didn't expect that it could restrain the spirit body itself. Yashubu. In a sense, the real name of this Zanpakuto is very ominous. Hayashubu Ichiba whispered. Everyone present her Chu Yang's roar, so they took Huanquan as the real name of the Zanpakuto, not knowing that it was just an ability of Fengdu. If they knew, their expressions would probably be better. Ichiba of the Hayashubu frowned. The older the god of death, the more respectful he was to the ancient legends. No one dared to be sure what the world was like before the Soul King created the three realms. To this day, there is hell outside the three realms. I wonder what the Soul King would think of this. Namiwu Wangai's eyes never left the dark sword of Fengdu for a moment, and he even had a trace of greed that he shouldn't have. This is a special Zanpakuto, very suitable for collection. Taking a deep breath, Namiwu Wangai's eyes became clear. As a god of death who has lived for who knows how many years, his greed only stayed for a moment, and he quickly regained his reason. You already know the real name of the Zanpakuto. It's about time to go back, right? Lord Soul King can't be left unguarded. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni had put away his Raijin Jaka at some point, replaced it with a walking stick, and slowly walked in front of the two of them, hunched over, and turned into the old man he used to be. Hayashubu Ichiba and Nameirai looked at each other. Old man Yamamoto was ordering them to leave. The strongest god of death in 1,000 years was given a cold shoulder by a young boy. Anyone would be embarrassed. However, no one would think that Chu Yang was stronger than Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. The strongest god of death in 1,000 years is not just talk. The goal was achieved, and the two of them really couldn't stay any longer. The stability of Soul King Palace was more important than anything else. Before leaving, Nameirai looked at Chiang meaningfully. Maybe I'm overthinking it? He always felt that the two Zanpakuto had their own real names, and after thinking about it carefully, he felt it was sensational. Dual swords are rare, but they can still be seen, but it is really unprecedented for one person to awaken two Zanpakuto. After confirming that the auras of the two disappeared, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni walked up to Chu Yang, and was silent for a long time, his eyes wandering on the other person. The captain of the 5th division has been vacant for a long time, and you will take over next. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's words surprised the captains present again. Under normal circumstances, there are 3 ways to become a captain of the Shinigami. First, pass the captain exam under the witness of 3 captains including the captain-in-chief. Second, be jointly recommended by 6 captains, and then get the approval of 3 of the remaining 6 captains. Third, challenge the then captain in the presence of 200 Shinigami members, and after winning, you can succeed as the new captain. Among them, the position of the captain of the 1st division, that is, the captain-in-chief, is a bit special and needs to be approved by the central 46th chamber. The situation where Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni made the decision at one word has never happened in the history of Soul Society. However, even if Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni didn't say this, after witnessing the battle just now, the captains also recognized that Chu Yang's combat power had indeed reached the level of captain. The 5th division. It happened to be the division where Aizen had served. The captain's decision is really interesting. Everyone couldn't help but have the same feeling in their hearts. The captain of the 3rd division of Ichimarujin and the captain of the 9th division of Tozenkaname also had their positions vacated, but Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni let Chu Yang succeed the position of captain of the 5th division. Based on the combat ability Chu Yang had just shown, the 3rd division responsible for the support mission was actually more suitable for him. Since the captain had already decided, the other captains could only agree, and congratulated Chu Yang. The matter came to an end here. Thanks to the barrier of Hayashubu Ichiba, except for the captain and some vice captain level Shinigami, the rest of the Shinigami didn't know what happened tonight. On the way back, Chu Yang was taken to another residence, which was an independent courtyard. Now that he is the captain of the Shinigami, it is not suitable for him to squeeze in the dormitory with other new Shinigami. Chu Yang stood in the yard, and Fengdu and Chiang seemed to have spirits surrounding him. Huanquan. Legend has it that to go to Fengdu, one must first pass through Ghost Gate. Huangquan Road, Nei Bridge, and Wang Xiangte. If the abilities correspond 1-to-1, in addition to Huangquan that was just used, the Zanpakuto should have 3 more abilities. The 4 abilities added together should be the complete Shike state of Fengdu. What about Bankei? Based on the current state? Thinking about it, Chu Yang moved his eyes to Shanks again. He had a rough idea of Fengdu's abilities, but he was completely confused about this Zanpakuto. The next day, on the first day of Chu Yang's new position, all the Shinigami members of the Gotei 13 were shocked. Especially the new Shinigami who graduated at the same time as Chu Yang. This promotion speed has never been seen since the establishment of the Gotei 13. Although they didn't know why Chu Yang was promoted to captain as an exception, in their hearts, they could not agree with Chu Yang's position as captain at all. There were many people who were dissatisfied. In this regard, Chu Yang also showed a very tough attitude. According to the rules, as long as you challenge the current captain in front of 200 Death God team members, you can succeed as the new captain after winning. I'm here. Who among you wants to be the captain? You can come and challenge me. Life and death are your own responsibility. Chapter 112. Unreachable Kendo. The first confrontation with Saitama. It didn't take long for Chu Yang to set up the ring and accept the challenge from his teammates. It spread throughout the Soul Society. The simplest and most effective method. Kyoraku Shunsu, who was drinking tea with his friend Yukitake Jishiro, commented with a smile. The premise is to build on one's own strong strength. Yukitake Jishiro nodded with a complicated expression. He never had a good impression of this new Shinigami. From some angles, the other party is too similar to Aizen. With his strength, it's only a matter of time for him to win the respect of the teammates, but I think there may be an unexpected troublemaker today. Kyoraku Shunsu suddenly stood up and seemed to be planning to leave. Where are you going? Yukitake Jishiro asked in surprise. Watch the fun. Kyoraku Shunsu raised his mouth and hurried away wearing a bamboo hat. Troublemaker? Could it be? Yukitake Jishiro suddenly had a figure flashing in his mind and then left with Kyoraku Shunsu. The other captains who learned the news, except for those who had important tasks, basically chose to watch Chu Yang's ring match. Curiosity was at work. Compared with ordinary team members, they didn't know Chu Yang very well. After a while, the ring match gradually came to an end. The gap in strength was too big. Most of them couldn't even break the armed color domineering. Not all the Shinigami members were reckless. After seeing that Chu Yang could still easily defeat the challenger without using his Zanpakuto, the enthusiasm of these people was quickly extinguished. In the end, only the top 5 Shinigami in the team dared to challenge Chu Yang. The results were similar. They didn't even know what Chu Yang's Zanpakuto looked like, and they were knocked down by Chu Yang with a few punches. Until now, the Shinigami under Chu Yang were convinced. Just when everything came to an end, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in the ring match. He walked to the opposite side of Chu Yang. The meaning was very clear. I want to challenge you. Exclamations came one after another. The Shinigami of the 5th team widened their eyes. Because the person who came was the captain of the 11th team. Kenpachi Zeraki. Why is the captain of the 11th division here? He looks like he wants to challenge our captain. Why would he do such a thing? Is there any conflict between the two of them? Everyone was shocked and confused at the same time. As the captain, Kenpachi Zeraki had no reason to challenge Chu Yang. Kenpachi Zeraki looked at Chu Yang indifferently and said, I heard that you are very good at kendo. I was a little disappointed that I didn't see you last night. Can you let me see you today? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately showed a relieved expression. This man is here to fight. The first battle maniac in Soul Society is indeed worthy of his reputation. Among the captains, it seems that only you, and I don't know Bankei. It seems that it is indeed fair. Chu Yang actually had the idea of using Kenpachi Zeraki as a whetstone, so he accepted the challenge without hesitation. Very good. Kenpachi Zeraki put down Kusaka Hachiyoshi on his shoulder, held his Zanpakuto, and his momentum suddenly changed. Chu Yang did not hold back and held Fengdu in his hand. The two looked at each other. It was about to happen. It is against the rules for captains to fight each other without permission. Do you two want to be expelled at the same time? A white-haired boy walked over from a distance. Hitsuge Taoshirao suddenly appeared and stopped Chu Yang and Kenpachi Zaruki from fighting. As a patrol guard, the 10th Division is also part of their daily work to stop fights between Shinigami. Chu Yang and Kenpachi Zaruki stared at Hitsuge Taoshirao and frowned. This little guy came at an inopportune time. Captain Hitsuge, this is not a personal grudge, but a challenge to the ring. Just turn a blind eye. Kyoraku Shunsu came late and couldn't help but remind him when he saw that the show was about to begin. Yukitake Jushiro followed closely behind, silent. Not long after, more and more captains and vice captains came, and everyone was waiting for Chu Yang and Kenpachi Zaruki to fight with interest. Even the usually indifferent Byakuya Kachiki appeared in this place. Kachiki Rukia received the mission and went to the human world, not in the Soul Society. Dong Shilling said, "Don't go too far," with an unhappy look, and stood aside silently without saying a word. He even wanted to watch the battle. The sudden appearance of the captains made the atmosphere on the scene suddenly become weird. Hundreds of Shinigami members whispered to each other off the field. Kenpachi Zaruki, who enjoyed the thrill of fighting more than anyone else, couldn't hold back his inner restlessness. He took the lead in attacking Chu Yang and swung his sword to cut out a golden slash. This was a slash formed by the concentration of spiritual pressure, which was very hot and could even burn the spirit particles in the air. Chu Yang on the other side also swung out a slash. Unlike Kenpachi Zaruki, this slash was blue, without any fluctuations in spirit particles. Complete power and skill. The blue slash directly defeated the golden slash, and the spiritual pressure suddenly collapsed, blowing up a gust of wind, blowing away the nearest Shinigami member. The others were so scared that they hurried away. "Why didn't you use your ability last night?" Kenpachi Zaruki seemed a little unhappy, and the spiritual pressure on his body became more and more terrifying. "I'm waiting for you to take off the blindfold." Chu Yang yawned. Kenpachi Zaruki grinned, his eyes glowing red, and the stone bricks under his feet gradually fell apart. His blindfold was a product of the Technology Development Bureau. Its only function was to suppress his own spiritual pressure, allowing him to reduce it to the same level as his opponent and enjoy the fun of fighting. If he didn't do that, many interesting opponents would not be able to withstand Kenpachi Zaruki's spiritual pressure, and would be defeated directly. Chu Yang was obviously not that kind of opponent. Haha. Kenpachi Zaruki laughed, and took off the blindfold. A buzzing sound came from the air. It meant that the spiritual pressure had reached a certain level. Taoshirao's face sank and he shouted, "Everyone, retreat immediately." Hearing this, the Shinigami watching the battle moved away as fast as possible. But they were still a step too late. The powerful spiritual pressure set off a storm and rolled up the Shinigami in the front row. The Shinigami team members screamed in panic. Chu Yang silently chanted a spell, performed a levitation technique, stretched out his hand, and poured out magic power, making these people float in the air and slowly fall down. Thank you, Captain." The frightened team members left a few words of thanks and ran away. Chu Yang smiled and didn't pay much attention. Looking back, Kenpachi Zaruki's spiritual pressure had accumulated to a very terrifying level. The whole person was covered with golden spiritual pressure. "Just because you can restrain the old man's Raijin Jaka doesn't mean you can restrain me. If you are careless, you may die." Kenpachi Zaruki's voice was very loud in his excitement, and even the Shinigami team members who were far away from the battlefield heard his voice. Everyone looked at Chu Yang in astonishment. This reckless guy. Kyoraku Shunsu covered his forehead and cursed helplessly. Everyone kept silent about what happened last night, because they didn't want it to be spread. Unexpectedly, Kenpachi Zaruki revealed everything when they turned around. "Are you still here to watch the fun? If the teacher knew, no one would be able to escape." Yukitake Jushiro looked at Kyoraku Shunsu helplessly. The old man shouldn't be that bad. Kyoraku Shunsu laughed dryly. "What bad luck. I should have thought that Kenpachi Zaruki was not smart." Mayuriki Rotsuchi, who was the last to arrive, happened to see the scene in front of him. "Just stay and watch," Byakuya Kachiki said indifferently. As soon as the voice fell, Kenpachi Zaruki held the sword with both hands and rushed to Chu Yang in an instant. The terrifying slash with spiritual pressure came to his face. Kendo double cut. The powerful spiritual pressure even made the air solidify. Chu Yang also held the sword with both hands, but one sword in each hand, and Fengdu and Shanks were in his hands at the same time. Origin breath one form sun and moon together. Moonlight permeated the dark sword of Fengdu, and sunlight bloomed on the white sword of Shanks. Sunlight and moonlight alternated continuously, and the power would increase with each alternation. The golden slash and the torrent of spiritual pressure collided with the light of the alternation of the sun and the moon, and were crushed by the huge millstone formed by the light. He blocked it. Not only did he not use the ability of the Zanpakuto, he couldn't even feel the spiritual pressure. This is pure swordsmanship. Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly realized. The swordsmanship level of the man in front of him was far higher than his own. The captains, including Kyoraku Shunsu, also realized this, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Why didn't you use your ability yesterday? Am I unworthy in your eyes? The excitement on Zaraki Kenpachi's face slowly turned into anger. I heard that your Zanpakuto was picked up on the battlefield. Because of the strong spiritual pressure, the sword has been in a state of half initiation. You don't know its true name, and can't use its ability. Chu Yang gave the answer. You are pursuing a fair duel? Too naive. On the battlefield, this idea will cost you your life. Zaraki Kenpachi sneered at Chu Yang's idea. Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. You really don't deserve it. Chu Yang smiled playfully. Kenpachi Zaraki was stunned for a moment, but he was not angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. The more he looked at Chu Yang, the more he felt that he was in the right temper. Next, I will not hold back. You can't blame me for embarrassing yourself in front of my subordinates. After saying that, Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual pressure swept around like a tsunami, and he vented it without reservation. The terrifying spiritual pressure even caused a dark cloud to gather above the Soul Society. The dark clouds rolled, covering the sky and the sun, and were extremely creepy. Chu Yang knew that this was not Kenpachi Zaraki's limit, because his subconscious was still suppressing his power, and it was not completely released by taking off the blindfold. Even so, Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual pressure at this time was already at the forefront of all the captains. At least, this is his strongest state now. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Kenpachi Zaraki was very strong, but it still did not meet his requirements. He hoped that the other party could be stronger. As strong as Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijikuni. After a short silence, two powerful spiritual pressures split the ground in half. Clearly divided. There was no treacherous contest of abilities. No one was plotting against each other. There was only the crushing of spiritual pressure and swordsmanship. The collision of primitive power. It was breathtaking. It made the blood boil. The Shinigami members watching the battle were dazzled and fascinated, fantasizing that one day, they would become one of the players on the field. However, as the intensity of the battle continued to rise, the affected area was about to exceed the base of the 5th division. The captains looked solemn. The two fought recklessly, and the intensity exceeded their expectations. Even Kyoraku Shunsu, who was just watching the fun, looked solemn. If they continued to fight like this, one of them might really die. Be prepared and separate them. The flower wind is in chaos. The flower god is crying. The sky wind is in chaos. The sky demon is sneering. And the flower sky is crazy. Kyoraku Shunsu hummed the liberation words, completed the first release of Flower Sky Crazy Bones, and was ready to disrupt the battle between the two at any time. You always find reasons to interfere in other people's fights. Can you change this habit? Yukitake Jashiro complained, but he was always ready to release his Pisces Zanpakuto. Dong Shilong stared at the two men coldly. If ice could kill, he would have torn them into pieces long ago. From the beginning, he planned to stop Chu Yang and Zaraki Kenpachi from fighting. They just wanted to watch the fun, and didn't mind the trouble. Just when the captains were ready, the battle situation changed again. Chu Yang changed his fighting style. He was performing a sword technique that had never been seen in Soul Society. The Teikai Yin Yang diagram suddenly appeared under Chu Yang's feet. He and Zaraki Kenpachi stood in the black and white center of the formation. Chu Yang's sword was very slow, but there was a strange momentum, as if everything around him had almost stagnated. Teikai sword. The unique skills of Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang Mountain, which spanned countless worlds, bloomed in the Soul Society with dazzling brilliance. Zaraki Kenpachi felt very depressed, as if his body had many more restraints out of thin air. He wanted to jump out of this strange formation, but was pulled by Chu Yang's sword, and his speed slowed down. It was like falling into a quagmire. The muscles in Kenpachi's arms bulged, and his spiritual pressure burst out. He swung his Zanpakuto desperately, but his speed slowed down visibly. He burst out with all his strength, and slashed as hard as he could. Chu Yang was seen standing in the Teikai Yin-Yang diagram, and the tip of Fengdu's sword drew a mysterious trajectory, carrying the slashes slashed by Kenpachi's Zaraki, and turned in the air for a few circles. Then, the slashes slowly disappeared. Kenpachi's Zaraki looked at Chu Yang in horror. He had never seen or heard of such swordsmanship. Is this kind of swordsmanship real? Can I reach this level? For the first time in his life, Kenpachi's Zaraki began to doubt himself, and his eyes were not as bright as before. He put down his Zanpakuto and kept muttering to himself. He looked a little crazy. Chu Yang put away his sword, and the Teikai Yin-Yang diagram disappeared. The captains who were watching the battle finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to win in this way. Kyoraku Shunsu sighed. This is an absolute strength that crushes Kenpachi Zaraki's swordsmanship. Yukitake Jushiro frowned and said, the swordsmanship just now is completely different from the Soul Society's Zanpakuto. Kachiki Byakuya said lightly, it should be his own creation. Not to mention swordsmanship, his Zanpakuto is also somewhat incompatible with this world. Unohana stared at Chu Yang with a smile. He is really an interesting newcomer. The days to come should not be boring. Dong Shilong narrowed his eyes. Just don't become the second Aizen. One Punch World. D-City, Central Street Luxury Apartment. Teacher, today's sea bream is very fresh. How about we have sashimi for lunch today? Sonic put on his apron and prepared to wash and process the ingredients as soon as he put them in the sink. He is already used to taking on Chu Yang's housework. Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, proficient in everything. He is simply a little expert in housework. Sonic did so much just to become a real ninja. In the center of the living room, Chu Yang, who was lying on the sofa, seemed lazy, but he was actually thinking about this question. How can we break the shackles of the rules and let Sonic learn ninjutsu? The principle of condensing chakra is not complicated. It is just to combine physical energy and spiritual energy. With Sonic's strength, he can do this with a little effort. The problem is that it is not possible, because there is no chakra setting in this world. How to bypass this limitation, or how to create chakra from scratch, just thinking about it will almost burn Chu Yang's CPU. At this time, Sonic's unintentional words awakened Chu Yang. I heard that ninjas are all noble and special bloodlines. I can't learn ninjutsu, because I don't have that kind of bloodline. Sonic muttered softly while cutting sashimi, and his mood seemed a little lost. Chu Yang couldn't tell him that it was the influence of the rules, so Sonic himself had some strange fantasies. But this reminded Chu Yang. He has the bloodline factor technology in his hands. In the world of One Punch Man, there are various external factors for human special abilities and the emergence of monsters, but in the final analysis, it is related to genes. Gene mutation. This is actually similar to the bloodline factor technology, and it seems that breaking the limit must start from this direction. Chu Yang still remembers that there was an organization called Evolution House in the early plot, which was doing similar research, and created some powerful monsters. The armored gorilla and the Azura rhinoceros beetle are actually not weak, but the protagonist Saitama is too strong, which makes these two monsters look more frustrated. From the side, Dr. Genis, the founder of Evolution House, is the ceiling of biological transformation technology, but his research on genes is still very superficial, far less perfect than the bloodline factor technology. Bloodline factor technology can be used to allow Sonic to obtain bloodline limits, and Myonotsutsuki bloodline can be split into several bloodline powers. Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Uzumaki clan, Takatori clan, Kagawa clan, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, etc. These bloodline limits can be recreated by Chu Yang. First obtain the bloodline limit, then try to condense chakra. I don't know if the order is reversed and it can be considered as completing the process of from nothing to something. I don't know if Sonic can handle it. Even in the Naruto world, inheriting the bloodline limit is not a simple matter. There are quite high risks. But the genes of humans in this world are not normal. Maybe it is a kind of advantage. It is risky to use bloodline factor technology rashly. Let's refer to the research of this world first. Chu Yang tilted his head and looked at Sonic, who was busy in the kitchen. He felt that this guy was more afraid of not being able to become a real ninja than death. Sonic, I have a way to let you learn ninjutsu, but the price is that you may die. Are you willing to try it? Chu Yang just finished speaking. Sonic flashed and appeared in front of him, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, shaking with excitement. Teacher, can I really become a real ninja? Sonic looked at Chu Yang in disbelief, completely ignoring the price Chu Yang mentioned. You will probably die. Chu Yang sat up and reminded him again, while smacking his lips. Sonic chuckled and didn't care about the so-called death at all. I knew it. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction. Pack your luggage, we'll go somewhere. Sonic rushed out excitedly, leaving a half-cut Seabream on the chopping board. 2 days later, Chu Yang found the location of the Evolution House through the relationship of the Hero Association. The Evolution House was originally one of the targets of the Hero Association, but for some reason, the Hero Association has been slow to act. Chu Yang thought that perhaps someone was coveting Dr. Kinnes's biotechnology. His biotechnology can restore youth, and this alone is enough to drive many people crazy. A black car took Chu Yang and Sonic to an unknown primeval forest. Deep in the mountains, there was a building. The car stopped in front of the building. As soon as Chu Yang got out of the car, he heard the driver sitting in the driver's seat whispered, after destroying the House of Evolution, please take out the research materials inside. Those materials are very valuable to the Hero Association, and we will also give corresponding rewards. Sure enough, Chu Yang nodded, and then took Sonic, and walked into the building. By the way, Sonic is also a hero now, because he doesn't do many missions, he has always stayed in the sea-level position. The whole building is a cover for the House of Evolution, and the real part is hidden in the huge underground base under Chu Yang's feet. Just as he was about to get the passage out, Chu Yang's feet began to tremble slightly. Something is coming from below. Sonic, watch your feet. As soon as the voice fell, the floor below the two of them exploded, and a huge brown figure rushed forward. Sonic was well prepared after hearing Chu Yang's reminder. He not only dodged the attack one step ahead, but also launched a counter-attack in the next second. The samurai sword turned into a silver flash in the air and accurately cut the vital point of the brown figure. Clang! The samurai sword broke with a sound, and Sonic's arm was numb, as if he had hit a very hard object. At this time, Sonic finally saw clearly what had just rushed out from the ground. A humanoid rhinoceros beetle that was 7 or 8 meters tall. A weirdo. A very high-level weirdo. The rhinoceros beetle monster was holding a human with bruises all over his body. Sonic took a look and turned to ask Chu Yang, teacher, is he the Dr. Kinnes you are looking for? Chu Yang nodded, a little confused. Why did they just encounter the Azura rhinoceros beetle going berserk? Forget it. It doesn't make any difference. Drive Kinnes, is it because you are afraid of them that you let me out? The Azura rhinoceros beetle held Kinnes in one hand and stared at each other face to face. Kinnes turned back with difficulty. After seeing Chu Yang and Sonic, he suddenly showed a surprised expression. It's not them. No? So there are others? Azura rhinoceros beetle was stunned for a moment, frowned and threw Kinnes to the corner, waved his hand nonchalantly and said, it doesn't matter whether it is or not, they will all die anyway. At this moment, a silver light slashed at Azura rhinoceros beetle at a very fast speed. The latter subconsciously blocked, and the sword light directly cut off its arm. The arm with a solid shell slowly rotated in the air. In a trance, Azura rhinoceros beetle saw a young man in ordinary clothes holding a long sword with an ancient and exquisite shape. Its eyes were terrified. The breath of death was shrouding it. It was just a dragon-level monster, and its strength was far from Chu Yang. Azura rhinoceros beetle looked at the opponent on the ground in disbelief. The moment the enemy launched the attack, it did not react at all. Dr. Kinnes, who was lying in a pool of blood, seemed to be stimulated by something, and his pupils suddenly dilated. So strong. But, who is this young man? Where are the bald man and the cyborg? Dr. Kina struggled to get up from the ground, just in time to see Chu Yang slash out the second sword. The dark floor suddenly became bright. Is that the sun? Dr. Kina subconsciously blocked the dazzling light with his hands. Sonic also immediately hid in the corner, showing an excited smile, as expected of a teacher. Through the brief fight just now, Sonic was almost certain that the monster on the other side was a dragon level. Such a powerful dragon level monster was actually cut off the arm by the teacher's sword. It would be even more perfect if I defeated the opponent with ninjutsu. Sonic was a little regretful. After the extremely dazzling light dimmed, the figure of the Azura rhinoceros beetle disappeared. Kinus looked at the empty floor, and there seemed to be no light in his eyes. Azura rhinoceros beetle was destroyed so easily? The monster you created is very strong and has great potential, but it's a pity that his brain doesn't work well. It should have gone all out from the beginning. Chu Yang walked to Kinus, bent down, picked him up, and threw him directly at Sonic. Sonic subconsciously wanted to kick it away, but after seeing Chu Yang's murderous eyes, he immediately caught it with his hands. Chu Yang stretched his body. In order to avoid trouble, he did not give the Azura rhinoceros beetle a chance to enter the Azura mode. Without a large number of buffs, the sword just now was Chu Yang's full strength attack. Drive Kinus, I need some of your research data. Can you tell me where the data is? Kinus pointed to the big hole in the ground with a dull look. Take him and let's go down. Chu Yang followed the hole and entered the dark and long passage. Sonic followed closely with Kinus. The underground base hidden under the building is a real home of evolution. The long passage is made of steel, and the walls are full of pits and pits, which are obviously caused by the Azura rhinoceros beetle's brute force. The construction of the basement is not complicated, and Kinus, who has come to his senses, knows everything, so they quickly found the data room, where the research data is stored. Next to the data room is a laboratory for studying bioengineering technology. There are large and small utensils and catheters everywhere. The instruments for analyzing blood and cell tissues were still running, and a sense of familiarity came over Chu Yang. This place was exactly the same as the laboratory where he studied bloodline factor technology. Drive Kinus, you are really a talent. If you keep going, you might really touch the field of limiters. Chu Yang couldn't help but look forward to it. Unfortunately, Kinus was not interested in Chu Yang's praise at all. His mind was full of the scene of Azura rhinoceros beetle being killed by Chu Yang's sword. His efforts over the years seemed like a joke. Chu Yang reached out and patted Kinus, who had lifeless eyes, and said with a smile, "From today on, this place is requisitioned by me. You can continue your research, but the premise is that you have to be my assistant." Kinus still had that lifeless look. Sonic couldn't stand it anymore, slapped him on the back, and shouted, "My teacher is talking to you." Kinus suddenly woke up, looking at Chu Yang in panic. "I'm sorry, what did you say just now?" Sonic looked at him dissatisfied. "This will be our base in the future." Kinus nodded quickly. "Of course, no problem, as long as you don't kill me." Sonic said coldly, "I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? You have to stay and help my teacher with research." Kinus's face was ugly. "The strongest cyborgs in the House of Evolution have been killed. My research is garbage, and it has no value at all." Sonic grabbed Kinus's collar and warned impatiently, "Whether it is valuable or not, it depends on what the teacher says. You just need to do it. Don't you understand?" Kinus nodded in fear. "Can you be more polite? After all, you are a officially registered hero. Don't always act like a villain. If you don't change, you will become a ninja with a solitary testicle sooner or later." Chu Yang smacked his lips and kindly reminded him. "Haha, teacher, ninjas should be aloof." Sonic thought Chu Yang was praising him, and immediately put on a smug expression, and his hands moved much more lightly. Kinus breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you are happy, I wish your dream come true." Thinking of Sonic's future experience, Chu Yang suddenly shuddered, and felt a chill in his lower body. "Just give something to the driver outside, and send him away," Chu Yang instructed, and then lowered his head to check the experimental log written by Kinus. With the help of Kinus, Sonic took some unimportant experimental data, and returned to the ground. As soon as he walked out of the building, Sonic saw a bald man and a cyborg wearing a strange cloak, standing next to the car and arguing with the driver. The monsters inside are already being dealt with by heroes. Please wait outside for a while. Ah. What are you talking about? The guys inside sent people to attack us. Please control your emotions. If you make trouble, I will report it to the Hero Association headquarters. Damn it. They were the ones who were originally going to the House of Evolution. Azura Rhinoceros Beetle was released just for them. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, Sonic's heart moved, and he walked over and handed the information to the driver. The driver showed a relieved expression. Who are you? Sonic turned around and looked at the two people and asked. My name is Saitama, and he is Genis. So, who are you? Saitama scratched his head and asked after subconsciously introducing himself. My name is Sonic, and I'm a ninja. I should say I'm still in training, so I'm not a real ninja. Sonic paused and said, if you're here for the monsters in the House of Evolution, you can leave, because the monsters here have been dealt with by my teacher. What? Already dealt with? Saitama complained. It made me run all the way to this place. Genis hesitated when he heard the news that the House of Evolution was destroyed. He had just fought with other modified monsters, and their strength was not weak. Especially the gorilla said that the House of Evolution had a stronger modified life form than it. Ordinary heroes should not be able to deal with the monsters here. Thinking of this, Genis asked, excuse me, what level of hero are you? Sonic raised his head proudly and said, I'm the famous Sea level hero, Flash Ninja. Genis and Saitama looked at each other, and after a long silence, they spoke in unison. Let us go in and take a look. This kid doesn't look very smart. Could he have been fooled by the monster? Teacher, it's possible. We need to go in and confirm whether the monster has been eliminated. He seems to have a teacher. If he is C level, the teacher should be around B level. The more I talk, the more worried I am. Genis, let's go in and take a look. The two of them wanted to force their way in. Sonic stood in front of them with an unhappy look on his face. If you two go any further, I will take action. After spending a long time with Chu Yang, Sonic's personality has changed a little. In the past, he would not talk nonsense and would have killed him long ago. Then do it, Genis. Okay, teacher. Genis's body made of metal began to heat up rapidly. He raised his arms slightly, and the flames gathered in his palms. Only by looking carefully can you see a red-hot gun barrel in the palm of Genis's palm. Sonic, who smelled the danger, flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, a scorching ray passed through the place where he was before, and the air was twisted by the high temperature. He actually dodged it. Genis realized that the C-class hero who called himself a ninja seemed to be really good. Although he had reduced the power a lot, the firing rate of the laser was still not something that ordinary people could dodge. It should be more than the strength of a C-class hero. In a trance, a flash of knife light flashed in front of his eyes. Genis turned on the thruster, and with the blessing of powerful thrust, he quickly retreated and dodged the attack. The tip of the knife cut through Genis's steel chest, bursting with dazzling flames. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Genis's arms were fully opened, venting firepower. Boom. Explosions continued to sound, the ground was shaking, and the driver was scared and drove away. Genis's offensive firepower is very strong, but he is most afraid of agile close combat masters. No matter how strong the firepower is, if you can't hit it, it's nothing, and Sonic's speed is top notch. In the world of One Punch Man, there are people who can keep up with Sonic's speed, but Genis is not one of them. Artillery and lasers complement each other, interweaving into a terrifying barrage, trying to cover Sonic. A ghostly figure shuttled through the hail of bullets, and Sonic frequently brushed past the scorching rays without any damage. Saitama watched the battle from the side, tilting his head and said, "What a fast speed. If Genis continues to fight, he may lose." Under the baptism of powerful firepower, the entire periphery of the building turned into a scorched earth, gradually affecting the building itself. Genis felt Sonic's powerful strength, and his previous attitude was a bit contemptuous of the other party, which made him feel embarrassed. But Sonic was already angry, and even if he wanted to stop, the other party would not stop attacking. In the current situation, the best way is to bite the bullet and continue to fight. find a way to suppress the other party, and end this meaningless battle. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. When he was distracted, a brilliant flash of light rushed in front of Genis. The cyborg's cold face showed panic for the first time. The two were so close that Genis could even clearly sense Sonic's breathing and heartbeat. Sonic pushed the cold glowing samurai sword into the energy reactor in Genis' chest. He wanted to cut off the other party's energy supply pipeline. Sensing Sonic's intention, Genis immediately overloaded the energy in his body, forming a terrifying high temperature. The samurai sword that entered his body melted in an instant and failed to destroy Genis' energy pipeline. However, the energy overload also temporarily made Genis lose his ability to move. "You can't move now, right?" Sonic's sneer made Genis' pupils tremble, and he realized that maybe the other party had this idea from the beginning. The next second, Sonic threw a shuriken at Genis' vitals. Oh no. Genis subconsciously closed his eyes and waited for death. The bald man in a yellow cloak would not let Genis die so easily. He flashed in front of Genis and blocked the attack. Sonic's smile froze, and he stared at Saitama with a serious look. As a hero known for his speed, Sonic's dynamic vision was very strong, but he still couldn't see the other party's movements clearly. It's a bit difficult to deal with two people at the same time. Should we retreat first? But the teacher is still downstairs. After thinking about it, Sonic still firmly guarded the entrance. He couldn't let these two people go down to disturb the teacher. Genis had realized that Sonic had the ability to deal with the monsters here, and he didn't lie. But Saitama was simple and didn't think of this. He still wanted to get Sonic away. So after blocking the shuriken, Saitama's figure suddenly disappeared and then appeared in front of Sonic and punched him. It was an ordinary punch, but it had an indescribable terrifying momentum. Sonic was shocked by this momentum and stood still. "Teacher!" Genis shouted behind Saitama. "I know." Saitama replied in a muffled voice, and the punch turned into a slap, trying to push Sonic away. Although his movements were very light, the slap on Sonic was enough to send him flying for hundreds of meters. The palm wind alone was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. At the critical moment, a figure also appeared in front of Sonic. The person was covered in thunder. Boom. A deafening thunder sounded. He stretched out his hand to block Saitama's slap. The terrifying impact spread out from the two of them. The building behind Sonic shook violently, and the windows exploded at the same time. "Teacher." Sonic looked at the person, moved and a little ashamed. Chu Yang frowned slightly. Saitama's slap just now almost broke his arm, and the cracks on the bones were instantly healed by the huge vitality. If it weren't for the wood release and the lightning release armor, it would have been hard to resist just now. As expected of the invincible protagonist in the setting, in terms of physical attack power, it is the strongest I have ever seen. To be honest, Chu Yang didn't want to fight Saitama now, but life always has surprises. Chu Yang was not afraid of Saitama, who was almost invincible in the setting, because he himself was an existence outside the setting of this world, and he had some means to restrain the other party. For example, the blood-colored Megatama reappeared and slowly rotated in Chu Yang's pupils. Saitama just glanced at it carelessly, and his eyes became dull, and he stood there in a daze. At the same time, in the illusion space, Saitama was already chained to a huge cross. The ground was like a mirror, reflecting himself at this moment. Saitama lowered his head, and what came into view was the familiar and nostalgic black hair. That was himself, who looked like an ordinary person a few years ago. Saitama was stunned for a moment. There was a black shadow in front of him. Saitama saw a strange young man approaching him with a weapon. His smile was very friendly, just like the young man next door. I began to understand why Uchiha Itachi likes to use this trick. It's so interesting. After a moment, screams echoed in the illusion space. Chapter 113, Saitama's Blood and Uninvited Guests. An unknown amount of time passed in the illusion space, but in reality, it was just a matter of a moment. After waking up, Saitama stepped back violently, moving quickly away from Chu Yang, with fear in his eyes. His body was not injured at all, but the pain he suffered in that strange place just now was so real that he couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Saitama hasn't felt fear for a long time, since he lost his hair. "Teacher, you don't look well, what happened?" Genis looked at Saitama worriedly. He only saw a brief contact between the two, and then Saitama retreated, as if facing a great enemy. It's okay. Saitama took a deep breath, and his expression gradually relaxed. You too. The House of Evolution is my personal property now, and you are not welcome for the time being. If you really want to visit, please make an appointment in advance. Chu Yang ordered them to leave in a teasing tone, then took out his mobile phone to adjust the time and shook it towards Saitama. Friendly reminder, the supermarket is having a big sale today. It will be too late if you don't go now. Saitama's eyes widened, and the haze just now was thrown behind his mind, and his mind was full of the phrase supermarket big sale. Damn it. I forgot such an important thing. Saitama held his head and wailed. If the teacher goes back now, he can still make it. Genis reminded from the side. Saitama's eyes were rekindled, and he turned around and ran without saying a word. Genis walked a few steps, suddenly stopped, and looked back at Chu Yang. The moment the teacher was stunned just now, he seemed to see the other party taking something from the teacher. At this time, Chu Yang had already walked into the building, leaving only a vague back view to Genis. Should I have seen it wrong? Genis hesitated for a moment, and hurriedly followed Saitama's footsteps and left. Chu Yang returned to the basement and set up a barrier at the entrance, one for ninjutsu, one for curse, and one for ghost. There is no one in this world who can break his 3 layers of barriers, unless Saitama, the bold guy, hits him seriously. From today on, the House of Evolution is Chu Yang's research room. Master, what's in your hand? I didn't seem to see this just now. Sonic noticed that Chu Yang had a test tube in his hand, which contained scarlet liquid, which seemed to be someone's blood. Chu Yang shook the test tube in his hand and smiled. The blood taken by special means, while someone was not paying attention, is related to the ultimate mystery of the world. Hearing this, Sonic didn't realize it, and nodded seriously. After returning to the underground laboratory, Sonic found that Dr. Genis was holding a document. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and obsession. It was the information about bloodline factor technology, which Chu Yang had just given him. In such a short time, Genis was conquered by the genius ideas in the beginning after just reading it. Bloodline factor technology is more perfect than my biological transformation technology. This is the science that can change the world. Genis slowly walked towards Chu Yang, knelt down without saying a word, and his face showed unprecedented sincerity. It's an honor to be able to participate in your research. I believe that one day, you will become the new god of this world. Sonic didn't know how great things were recorded in the information. He just suddenly felt that his long-cherished dream seemed to be coming true. In order to deepen the research of bloodline factor technology, the equipment in the laboratory is not up to the requirements, and new equipment needs to be built from scratch. The reward Chu Yang received from being a hero during this period was put to use. In terms of manpower, the House of Evolution was almost wiped out, leaving only a few weirdos. Among them, except for the armored gorilla, which was more reliable, the other weirdos could be ignored. In desperation, Chu Yang had to use the old method and summoned a shadow clone to do hard labor. Days passed. After the new laboratory was completed, Chu Yang began to analyze his own Otsutsuki bloodline and reversely decompose the bloodline power. Genis didn't quite understand Chu Yang's intention, but at this time he had already worshipped Chu Yang as a god, and there was no doubt in his heart. In the end, 6 sets of gene potions were placed in front of Sonic. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Takatori clan, the Kaguya clan, the Kinkaku and Jinkaku clan, and the Uzumaki clan. Chu Yang gave a brief explanation, and as for how to choose, it was left to Sonic to decide. Master, which bloodline can learn the most ninjutsu? Sonic asked excitedly. If we talk about learning ability, it should be the Uchiha clan. Chu Yang instantly understood Sonic's idea. He didn't want the strongest ninjutsu, but wanted to learn the most ninjutsu. Perhaps Sonic thought that the strongest ninja was the ninja who knew the most ninjutsu. In any case, he made a choice. I'll say it again, you might die. Master, the power gained at the cost of death is likely to be stronger. Sonic didn't care at all. The madness in his character is essentially a weird trait. Genis led Sonic to a huge instrument and motioned him to go in. The latter walked in without hesitation. This instrument was created by Chu Yang, based on Genesis' biological transformation instrument, and it incorporates the biological transformation technology of this world. It is hard to say how effective it is. Chu Yang originally planned to catch some weirdos for experiments, but Sonic insisted on being the first experimental subject. He didn't want anyone to have the power of a ninja before him. Sonic's paranoia was in his bones, and even Chu Yang couldn't change it, so he could only let him go. After Sonic entered the instrument, Chu Yang inserted the test tube containing the Uchiha bloodline factor into the groove of the instrument, and waited quietly for the instrument to start. Genis couldn't help laughing excitedly, and his whole body was trembling, but after seeing Chu Yang's expressionless face, he quickly restrained his smile. He didn't know that the more Chu Yang acted calm, the more excited he was inside. If the experiment succeeded by chance, it would mean that he had changed the rules of the world with his own hands. For Chu Yang, who can travel through countless worlds, this is a matter of great significance. Soon, the instrument began to buzz and vibrate violently, making a louder sound than when Chu Yang merged with the blood of the Otsutsuki. The temperature around the instrument was rising rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it exceeded 100 degrees, and the laboratory suddenly became a furnace. Even a weirdo would feel hot at this temperature, not to mention Genis, whose physique was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. His consciousness began to become a little hazy. "Do you want to go out first?" "No, sir. Please let me witness the birth of a miracle with my own eyes." Genis gritted his teeth and persisted, staring at the instrument that was almost burning. "Just a little bit more. As long as it succeeds, it will prove that my idea is correct." Just when Genis was about to faint, the hatch of the instrument opened a little, and the airwave formed by the huge pressure suddenly burst out. Genis was thrown over by the airwave, and then was grabbed by Chu Yang. The hatch continued to rise, and Sonic's figure gradually became clear. Chu Yang squinted his eyes, looked at the other party, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Sonic's left eye turned bright red. A magatama slowly turned in his pupil. The experiment was successful. Chu Yang let go of his clenched hands, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sonic can condense chakra, it proves that chakra can be created in a world where there is no chakra. "How does it feel?" Chu Yang walked forward and asked. "It feels very strange." Sonic was like a newborn baby, his eyes full of curiosity, and the world he saw with his eyes seemed different. It was as if it was an instinct engraved in his bones. The next second, Sonic felt that there seemed to be some kind of network in his flesh and blood, and a strange energy was flowing along the network. The blood power of the Uchiha clan was working. "Teacher, there seems to be something strange in my body." Sonic was a little panicked. The flow of chakra was very unfamiliar to him. This is the method of making hand seals for the clone technique, one of the most basic ninjutsu. At the same time, in Sonic's sight, Chu Yang's hand seal speed was infinitely slowing down. He completely memorized the order after just one look. Then, his hands began to move. Almost at the same time, with a bang, white mist rose up beside the two of them. After it dissipated, an identical self appeared. Sonic turned his head and looked at his almost identical clone. Tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. "Finally, I'm finally a ninja." The whole laboratory echoed with Sonic's excited laughter. Genis looked at him enviously. "I really want to be the boss's second experimental subject." Unfortunately, the boss has made it clear that whether Sonic's experiment succeeds or fails, the next experimental target must be monsters. Chu Yang's goal is to study the limiter, not just to fulfill Sonic's dream of becoming a ninja. Capture more powerful monsters, obtain more genes, and create a large number of samples that can be studied. Saitama's blood is hard-earned. Chu Yang doesn't want to use it easily, so he plans to use other monster samples as the basis for the experiment. However, doing so may conflict with the Hero Association. Generally speaking, after the heroes solve the monsters, the aftermath work is completed by the logistics staff of the Hero Association. This includes the recovery of the monster bodies. The corpses of monsters are valuable in themselves. If they are some special monsters, many research institutes will break their heads to fight for them. If the Hero Association is really aggressive, Chu Yang has also made plans to go their separate ways. With Sonic's current strength, it is basically not difficult to capture monsters below the dragon level, but the success rate of dragon level monsters cannot be guaranteed. Chu Yang's experiments must be as high as possible. So before the plan officially starts, Chu Yang plans to let Sonic learn ninjutsu and improve his strength. Especially illusion is the top priority, and living samples are more valuable than dead samples. Sonic, who has been looking forward to this day for a long time, was so excited that he couldn't sleep after learning that Chu Yang would personally teach him ninjutsu. Chu Yang is very experienced in teaching students. He can easily control the naughty children of the young third generation, not to mention a diligent student like Sonic. From the simple 3-body technique to the fire escape ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan is good at, Sonic has mastered it very quickly. His extraordinary physique also makes Sonic's chakra grow rapidly. His current chakra properties are fire and lightning. In addition to fire escape, Sonic can also learn lightning escape. However, Chu Yang has no plan to teach him lightning escape in the short term. Sonic is very talented, but it takes a long time to master fire escape ninjutsu, not to mention that Chu Yang needs him to devote more energy to illusion, biting off more than he can chew. Learning fire escape and illusion at the same time basically consumed all of Sonic's energy. 1 month later, Sonic's Sharingan evolved into a double Magatama form, and he also mastered some C-level and B-level ninjutsu of fire escape. Coupled with his original S-level melee ability, his comprehensive strength should be able to reach the top 5 level among S-level heroes. Seeing Sonic's significantly improved strength, Genis and Armored Gorilla's eyes glowed with envy. Chu Yang could only warn them again and again that the mortality rate of forcibly injecting bloodline factors is very high. Not everyone can be as lucky as Sonic. In order to reward Genis, who has been working diligently for a month, Chu Yang gave him another good thing. The improved Iron Man armor in the Marvel world. Chu Yang integrated the Asgard Destroyer technology into the new Iron Man armor and its melee lethality sword. Chu Yang had not had many opportunities to test the actual capabilities of this armor. Now, in the world of One Punch Man, he can test it to his heart's content. After getting the design, Genis showed a shocked expression after just a brief look. He originally thought that the bloodline factor technology was already invincible, but he didn't expect that there would be even more exaggerated technology. Your wisdom is really unfathomable. Genis wanted to lie on the ground and kiss Chu Yang's shoes to express his piety at the moment. But Chu Yang didn't like it. The firepower of the improved armor will never be worse than that of the mechanical cyborg Genis. As for defense, it may not be easy to find the right metal to build the Iron Man armor in the world of One Punch Man. Vibranium is a very special material. Fortunately, there are all kinds of monsters in this world. According to previous data, the physical strength of some crustacean monsters can meet the requirements. So, the plan to hunt monsters is imperative. On the other hand, Saitama and Genis passed the test of the Hero Association. But when Saitama knew that he was the last in C class, he felt terrible. What made him even worse was that he saw Sonic's name in the second to last position. Damn it, why is that weird ninja bastard ranked ahead of me? Saitama's bald forehead was bulging with veins. I heard that after that person became a hero, the number of missions he completed was the lowest, and he barely managed to avoid being expelled. Genis explained on the side. Although that guy is annoying, his strength is not bad. He shouldn't be so miserable, right? Saitama asked in confusion. He doesn't seem to be keen on the profession of hero. It seems that he became a hero for other reasons. Genis replied. By the way, where is that guy's master ranked? Saitama suddenly became alert, and his expression became serious for the first time. The first in A class, squeezing out Sweetheart Mask who has always been in this position. Speaking of Chu Yang's ranking, Genis looked a little weird. How is it possible? That guy is not S class? Are all the S-class heroes of the Hero Association so strong? Saitama looked at Genis in surprise. Probably not. I'm afraid, just like you, the rating of that guy is not accurate. The Hero Association may not know the true strength of the other party. The two chatted about Sonic and Chu Yang on the way back to D City. Although they only met once, Chu Yang left a deep impression in their hearts. When passing by an old park, the two heard a cry for help. Saitama, who was anxious to improve his level, rushed over instantly. Passersby who escaped from the park naturally passed Saitama and ran towards Genis behind him. You are a hero, right? There are monsters in the park. Please save us. Everyone surrounded Genis. Just looking at the appearance, Genis is indeed more like a powerful hero than Saitama. Hey, I'm a hero too. You can ask me for help. Saitama walked silently to the edge of the crowd and patted the shoulder of a passerby. Stop it. Get out of the way. An old lady who looked about 50 years old waved her hand impatiently. Saitama's eyes were dull for a moment, and he clenched his fists silently, with veins popping out on his bald forehead. There is indeed a big gap between the last one in S-class and C-class. Saitama's voice was full of resentment. He glanced at Genis who was drowned in the crowd, and went to the park alone. People escaped intermittently on the road, but no one asked Saitama for help. Some people even thought he was playing COS. Saitama walked faster and faster. If the anger value was visible, you could see that the red bar on his head was almost full. After entering the park, there were no people everywhere, but fighting sounds could be heard, so Saitama followed the sound and found the monster. There was more than one monster, and someone was fighting with them. Saitama looked strange, because the guy who was fighting with the monsters was Sonic, who he had just talked about with Genis. A large group of brown-skinned monsters kept crawling out from underground and surrounded Sonic in the open space in the middle of the park. The number of monsters was roughly estimated to be more than 100. This world belongs to us underground people. We have to take it back from the surface people. Underground people. Saitama scratched his head and showed a puzzled look. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Forget it. I'd better go over and help him. It should be difficult for him to deal with so many monsters. Before he finished speaking, Saitama saw Sonic's figure suddenly disappear. Saitama was a little surprised. Sonic's speed has improved a lot compared to the last time they met. It's like two different people. Among the people present, only Saitama could catch Sonic's movements. In the eyes of the underground people, Sonic seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. When they came to their senses, the other party had appeared outside the encirclement. Numbers have no meaning to me. Sonic looked at the underground people with contempt, and then began to make seals with his hands. What is he doing? Saitama is now like a curious baby, staring at Sonic's every move. After the seal was completed, Sonic took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled. A thin and long fire snake came out of his mouth, which swelled up in the wind. In Saitama's shocked eyes, it turned into a raging sea of fire, drowning nearly 100 underground people in front of him. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. The rolling sea of fire turned the central square of the park into a living hell. Great fire extinguishing is the proud ninjutsu of Mr. Madara. Although it is only B level, it will exert different power in different hands. Sonic took a fancy to this ninjutsu at first sight and practiced it diligently. It is currently his most proficient ninjutsu. Under the burning flames, the screams of the underground people were endless, and more than half of them died on the spot. What is this? Genis, who had finally gotten rid of the crowd and rushed over, happened to see this scene and trembled unconsciously. The power of great fire extinguishing is almost comparable to his incineration cannon. Such a powerful move actually came out of the mouth. Genis said he couldn't understand. Genis, you're here. Did you see? That guy's mouth can spit fire? Saitama pointed at Sonic excitedly, as if he had seen a new toy. Teacher, is this a superpower, or? I don't know. Anyway, I feel that his aura is completely different from the last time we met. The two were still talking, and Sonic had already burned all the underground people to ashes, but he didn't look very happy. Oh no. Master said to take the monster bodies back for experiments. I actually forgot such an important thing. Sonic pulled his hair and screamed in regret, because it was the first time to use ninjutsu against the enemy. He was very excited and accidentally forgot what Chu Yang had told him. What should I do? These underground people are all burned to ashes. Suddenly realizing something, Sonic turned his head and saw Saitama and Genis watching the battle nearby and said coldly, "So it's you. What are you doing here?" Saitama held his head with both hands and walked over swaggeringly. "I heard that there were monsters here halfway, so I came here. I didn't expect you to be here." Genis followed behind Saitama. His eyes kept scanning the battlefield just now, and the charred land was still emitting a terrifying high temperature. I'll deal with the problems here, you can leave. Sonic was in a bad mood after messing up his job, and he had an attitude of not letting strangers in. But Saitama didn't care. He approached Sonic and asked curiously, why can you spit fire from your mouth? Is it a superpower? Are you a weirdo too? You are the weirdo. Sonic glared at him unhappily. This is a ninjutsu that my master taught me. Only ninjas can learn it, you know nothing. Saitama seemed to have discovered a new world, and Gene's eyes lit up. The two looked at each other and asked in unison, what is ninjutsu? Sonic didn't want to pay attention to them at first, but Saitama was very enthusiastic. Seeing that they were so interested, Sonic felt a little proud and his attitude improved a lot. After a dry cough, Sonic began to introduce ninjutsu. Can you release ninjutsu by making a hand seal? Zichao Wu Shen Hei Yin. This hand seal is so complicated. Do you need chakra? What is chakra? Body energy, mental energy, meridian system? A lot of incomprehensible terms popped out of Sonic's mouth, like a sky full of nonsense, and Saitama was confused. Genis didn't understand either, but he listened very carefully. If he had a chance in the future, he would ask Dr. Kusno for help. Boom. The ground suddenly shook, interrupting Sonic's passionate speech. His face froze, and he was very angry. Saitama was not very happy either. There is a huge energy coming towards us from underground. Genis's life sensing system had a strong reaction. Hearing this, Sonic and Saitama stared at the ground at the same time. Despicable human, give the ground back to us. Submit to the Underground King. A slender and strong figure broke out of the ground, laughing wildly. Don't come out to mess up when others are chatting happily. Bastard. Saitama punched a big hole in the Underground King's chest. The laughter stopped abruptly. The Underground King looked down at the fatal wound on his chest in disbelief. Then he slowly fell down. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Sonic stared at the Underground King's body, his eyes flickering. The good news is that the Underground King was killed, and his body is relatively intact, which is much more valuable than the Underground Man. The master will be very happy. The bad news is that the Underground King was killed by Saitama. Damn it, why does this bald guy always do things like stealing heads? What should I do? Should I take it by force? Sonic was in a dilemma. Before leaving, Chu Yang specifically told him not to conflict with Saitama again. It seems that he can't win the fight. Sonic recalled the punch that Saitama had just thrown to kill the Underground King, and he might not be able to catch it. Do you want it very much? Saitama pointed at the corpse of the Underground King and asked curiously, you have been staring at the corpse of that monster since just now. Do you want it very much? Let me tell you first, this kind of monster can't be eaten. Sonic was shocked. Have you eaten other kinds of monsters? Saitama said with a look of aftertaste. Kelp, celery, mushrooms, they all taste pretty good. When I was short of money before, these monsters always appeared very timely. Listening to Saitama talking about how delicious plant-type monsters are, Sonic actually had an appetite and couldn't help but fall into silence. Genis clenched his fists and said solemnly, teacher, don't worry, I won't let you go hungry again. Saitama nodded with emotion. I don't want to bother with you. Since you don't want it, I'll take the monster's body away. Sonic was about to take the corpse of the Underground King away, but was stopped by Genis. Without the body, how can we prove that the teacher defeated the Underground King? The hero ranking of the teacher in the Hero Association cannot be raised. Genis stood in front of Sonic seriously. Sonic turned around and looked at Saitama and asked, why do you care about these things for a man as strong as you? S level or C level, they are all meaningless labels. Does the feeling of being sought after make you so intoxicated? Saitama pouted and said, when others called you Flash Ninja, you were so happy that you couldn't close your mouth. Sonic blushed. He didn't think so before, but when he really became a hero, he would feel happy when people called him by the title. The mouth cannon attack failed, and Sonic gave up entangled with Saitama. Instead of this, he might as well go hunt other monsters. It's just a monster that is not even dragon level. If you want it, take it. I warn you, next time you steal my prey, I won't let you go so easily. Sonic snorted coldly and prepared to leave. Hey, wait. You can take this monster's body away, Saitama suddenly said. Sonic looked at him in surprise. Saitama scratched his head and said, with your strength, even if I don't make a move, you can easily defeat the Underground King. Judging from the results, it is indeed me who stole your credit. Genis also quietly stepped aside. Since the teacher said so, there was no need for him to be aggressive. You are not bad. Sonic raised the corner of his mouth, walked quickly to the corpse of the Underground King, and lifted it up with his thin body. Saitama looked at Sonic's back, and said with a sense of loss, it's a pity that the conditions for learning ninjutsu are too harsh. I really want to learn fire breathing. Genis reminded him, teacher, if you become a cyborg, you can also breathe fire. Dr. Kusno will definitely help you. Genis, that's not what I meant. Saitama waved his hand quickly, afraid that Genis would not stop talking about the topic, and left the park without looking back. Whether it was Sonic, Saitama or Genis, they didn't notice that there was a car parked in the corner of the park. A lazy voice suddenly came from the back seat of the car. When did the Hero Association have a few such strong heroes? They look pretty good. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing half of a beautiful face. The very beautiful woman first looked at the direction Saitama and the others left, and after hesitating for a moment, she asked the driver to follow Sonic. It was getting dark. Sonic followed the moonlight and walked in the forest. He didn't notice that someone was following him. His mind was full of how his master would praise him later. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. Maybe he could learn a few more powerful ninjutsu. Sonic returned to the House of Evolution. The woman's figure stopped outside the building. She was inexplicably uneasy. Looking at the dark building, it was like looking at a monster that was choosing people to eat. Reason told her that she should go home. But the scene of Sonic using ninjutsu kept appearing in her mind. That power made her curious and fascinated. So, the woman gritted her teeth and walked into the House of Evolution in the dark. Master, I brought back the corpse of a ghost-level monster. Sonic shouted loudly. Chu Yang pushed open the door and walked out of the laboratory, followed by Dr. Kinnis. Chu Yang tilted his head and glanced at him and said in surprise, oh, the Underground King, not bad, not bad. His body can be used to build armor. Sonic, who was about to take credit, was stunned and asked in confusion, Master, how do you know he is the Underground King? Look at his appearance. Chu Yang said casually, the Underground King usually looks like this. Sonic realized that the master was playing a trick on him and asked with a grievance, Master, what do you mean by this? It means that you did bring back a good experimental material, but the problem is that you brought back more than this. Chu Yang said unhappily. Huh. Sonic was confused. Dr. Kinnis adjusted his glasses and explained, ahem, Mr. Sonic, someone followed you back and found our base. Sonic reacted and his face suddenly darkened. Sorry, Master, I'll go up and kill that guy right away. Chu Yang waved his hand. No need, he's already down. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels stepping on the stairs came from far away. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a pair of long legs that were longer than Sonic's life, wearing black over the knee boots. Further up was a very eye-catching dark green dress, with a luxurious pearl necklace on her chest. What attracted people's attention more than the pearl necklace was the pair of proud peaks. Green hair, green clothes, a domineering figure, and good looks. After gathering these elements, Chu Yang guessed who the person was. The first-class hero of B-level, Hell's Fubuki. Hearing someone say her identity, Fubuki paused, temporarily suppressed her uneasiness, and put on her usual arrogant attitude. Do you know me? Fubuki raised her neck like a swan. In that case, I won't waste time introducing myself. Chu Yang stepped forward and smiled softly. It is an honor for the House of Evolution to have Miss Fubuki here. I wonder what you are doing here? Fubuki said loudly. Everyone, I like your talents very much, and I want to invite you to join my Fubuki team. Chu Yang's mouth curled up. He exchanged a glance with Dr. Kinnis and Sonic, and then said lightly, catch them and do experiments. Recommending a friend's book. Looking at the sect that was in a period of transition, Lin Fan set the rules. 1. Those with the surnames Zhao, Yi, Shi, and Lin will be given priority. 2. Those who like to talk to themselves with rings and other objects will be given priority. 3. Those who have survived 3 or more disasters and whose fiancés have mysterious origins will be given priority. 4. Those whose engagements have been broken off and whose parents have mysteriously disappeared will be given priority 5. Those who are targeted and made difficult as soon as they arrive outside the mountain gate will be given priority 6. Those who like to wear a mysterious smile on their lips and whose enemies also like to laugh will be directly designated as direct disciples 7. Those whose bones have been dug out and are in imminent danger will be directly designated as direct disciples. 8. One day, the 5th elder came to report, "Master, great news. There is a man who has broken off his engagement, with a mysterious smile on his face, and who likes to talk to the ring. His parents are missing too." "What? Let him in quickly. I want to take him in. By the way, what's his name?" "It seems his surname is Tang." "Surname Tang? Wait, don't bring it with you. This master will personally block the secrets and write a letter. You take it and introduce it to the hostile sect. Remember to be tactful. Also, from today on, this master will be in seclusion. Do not let this master come out unless it is urgent. By the way, please keep all the secret books of the sect safe or they will be stolen." 5th Elder. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.